Bills' 10th game of the year.
You know, that throw right there draws me back to when I first was on San Diego Chargers. We had Antonio Gates, and he had been double teamed on a play. Drew Brees is coming off the field. They said, "How come you throw the ball? It was double teamed." Yeah, I know, but how come you throw him the ball? So it's throwing Diggs the ball even in double coverage.
His fifth straight 1,000-yard season. Six for the 45. Now, a lot has been made. If you're a Bills fan, you know. And scored a second-half touchdown in 3 consecutive games. The last time they
Roger Saffold this year.
Everybody's looking up at that big screen to see what happened. Did it happen on the run, or did it happen while you're trying to block for him? There he is, and you see the hand outside the framework and tugging a little bit of the back of that jersey.
Engaged with Taven Bryan. And that penalty pushes the ball back to the 44-yard line. So from here, it would be a 62-yard field goal for Bass. Let's see if the Bills can get it into better field goal range for their kicker on 3rd and 22. Now it knocks at the 40. Slow down at the 39-yard line. Nice play by Ronnie Harrison. And now what does Sean McDermott want to do?
I think you've got to punt
It's
it.
a 56-yard field goal from here. Bass this season has hit from 51. That's his season long. He is out there. Certainly a kick they likely wouldn't have tried if this game was in Buffalo, but a different story indoors. His career long is 58. That was in Arizona 2 years ago. This would be a season long. From 56 yards away. And a kick is good. Bass now 3 for 3.
Like I said, I think they should try and kick it. Bradlaugh just jumped off of his foot.
McDermott tries the long field goal. Bass rewards him.
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Contestants ready? Go! Only pay for what you need.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves. We always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best block that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
I'm a coastal lodge. That might sound fancy, but I'm pretty down to earth. No flashy lights or big city noise here. I'm looking for someone who enjoys the soothing sounds of the ocean, taking in the view. I might have a rocky exterior, but I've got soft pillows and breakfast on the house. So if you're looking for a warm place to stay, toss another log on the fire.
I get skeptical when things seem too good to be true. You could say I'm a realist. Hey, Racketon. Now, how do they give shoppers cash back on top of deals at their favorite stores?
All that savings sounds like holiday.
No, just good sense. Fantastic. Wonderful, Charlie. Love the ribbons. Far be it from me to tell you what to believe in. But I believe in Racketon.
Everyone's. And what are you doing here?
The more the merrier.
The special 1 hour Christmas, Thursday, December 15th on CBS and stream on Paramount Plus.
Sign up for the Kick Line Kickathon!
CBS invites you to kick off the holiday season with us.
This is the time for miracles.
The new holiday movie,
welcome.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of all rights. Any other use of this broadcast, or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
So the Bills score a touchdown right before the half and then tack on a field goal coming out of the locker room, and they now lead 16-10. A touchback for Tyler Bass, who just booted a 56-yard field goal. It's a good start for Cleveland, but they've slowed down a little bit, James.
And it certainly was, and it really got down to the red zone. He was able to score in that area, a couple of passes off the tight end's hands, and those are back-to-back plays, so that's one. And here's number two. Get this snap from the center, and you're trying to take over, and the momentum scale is just sliding toward the guys in the blue jerseys. They got a chance. Right here. 7% start this time.
They're trying to get Big Chuck going. Only 12 yards rushing in the first half. Looked like Von Miller jumped or did once again. The Browns move first. They blow this one dead.
Neutral zone infraction, defense, number 40, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
It is on Von Miller as we check in with Amanda.
Bills edge rusher A.J. Evanessa, he was questionable in the first half. He's been downgraded to out. And Ethan Posick, remember, we gave that update in the beginning. The starting center for the Browns, he's also been downgraded to out.
All right, Amanda, thank you very much. So now the Bills without Tremaine Edmonds, Greg Rousseau, and A.J. Evanessa. David Bell in motion. Low snap. Brissett. He scoops it up and fires a completion just short of a first down. It's Donovan Peoples-Jones. Here's a look at the snap from Yelda Froholt.
Yeah, and it almost seems like it hit his legs before he got the ball back. But if I'm Kevin Stefanski, I'm going to keep using motion and movement because I've got tough linebackers in who aren't used to communicating with each other a whole lot.
Chargers stuffed. Matt Milano have a day. They really missed him when he could not play against the Jets. Out with an oblique injury. He's made a big impact here this afternoon against the Browns.
That's a quick read, and now we get a third down situation. Can the Browns continue the drive and the momentum that they had when they started this ball game out earlier?
Full time today, the Browns have run for a loss. Third down and 3.
And Amari Cooper's picked up a couple of those third downs and throws directly to him.
Brissett, and he's got his man for a first down. That's Harrison Bryant. Tackle made by Tyrell Dodson, but the Browns move the chains.
Just enough time in the pocket. Offensive line does a good job. Get the short crossing route. And once you figure out that it's man-to-man coverage, you know there's not going to be anybody out in front of that crossing route. So nice read by Jacoby Brissett.
On first and 10. Pressure's coming. Brissett gets rid of it to Hunt. Brissett to the shot, but Hunt is able to scamper for 10 yards. Brissett just got that out in the nick of time. Shaq Lawson was bearing down on the Cleveland quarterback.
Nice job by Brissett, dropping that arm angle down and getting that ball to Hunt quickly.
Ed Oliver comes off. Tim Settle enters for the Buffalo defense. We have 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Play action. Brissett contact there with Benford, and that's when the flag flew in. But now some discussion for Adrian Hill and his crew.
Well, there are two flags. There's one third in the middle field, so I think we had contact on two receivers. There were two fouls on the play. Pass interference, defense, number 47. That penalty is declined. Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 30. That penalty is accepted. Before 15 yards from the previous spot, automatic first down.
So it's on the third-year corner, Dane Jackson. And it gives Cleveland a first down at the Buffalo 36.
You know, Buffalo brought pressure on this play, so the timing is off. Now, you kind of panic a little bit, and you get a little handsy at the top of the routes. Both corners get a little handsy. One got a pass interference call, the other got a face mask call.
Now, Deshaun Watson returned to practice this week for Cleveland, and Kevin Stefanski told us that Watson took the vast majority of the scout team reps, so he played the role of Josh Allen at practice, and Myles Garrett said that Watson gave them a great look as to what they will see today with Josh Allen. And Jacoby Brissett said it didn't affect his preparation at all, but the Browns made Watson play the role of Allen. And he can return to the field in 2 weeks in Houston. He's Chubb up the middle. Chubb slipping tackles. Nick Chubb very close to a first down before he was finally brought down by Jordan Poyer.
So if you believe the play's going this way, you're wrong, because it's coming back and it's going the other way. Great play design, because you get the defense to over-pursue, and you come back again.
Browns going quickly. Brissett is throwing back. Jordan Phillips on 31. And Brissett does not get there. Fourth down and decision time for
I shouldn't have switched that before.
What do you think, James?
Well, what you lost 5 games in a row? You just empty the bag, or is it 5 out of 6? You lost enough where you need a win. And when you get down close and you can score touchdowns, that will give you a better chance of winning. Your goal is easy, but let's see if you get it.
Brissett trying to do the same thing. Some pushback again. Shaq Wilson leading the charge. And it's going to come down to the spot. But he appeared to be short.
And the spot did not look like it gave it to him. So we'll probably get a measurement in addition to this. Oh, look at that. No measurement at all. Pointing first down for the Buffalo Bills in the opposite direction.
Turnover on downs. And Shaq Lawson, a big reason why. Twice, Jacoby Brissett tries to do it.
Of course.
Twice, he comes up short.
During Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $228 TCL 65-inch 4K Roku Smart TV, plus other hot deals. Head to Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds, owner of Mint Mobile. It's the holidays, and the big wireless companies are busy spending billions on advertising. At Mint, we're not into wasting money, so we bought this spiffy stock footage for $500. Our footage also came with another hand, so we can let you know if you switch to Mint, you'll get 3 months free on all of our plans, even unlimited. Feels like that deserves an exclamation point. Whoa, easy. Easy.
Buying a car from Vroom is so easy, all you need is a phone and a finger. Just go to Vroom.com, scroll through thousands of cars, then tap to buy. That's it. No sales speak, no wasted time. Go to Vroom.com and pick your favorites.
Deep sea driving, I see.
Something like that?
Well, here's something else. With your Farmers Policy Perk new car replacement, you can get a new one.
That's something else.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
This could be an authentic Detroit style deep dish pizza from Little Caesars. It certainly has the fitness. The caramelized crispy cheese edges. I'm guessing it's...
Detroit style deep dish, actually from Detroit, only $8.99.
Pizza, pizza.
DirecTV, I can get live TV and on demand together. Football, Housewives. Football, Housewives.
Whoops.
Get your TV together. Call 1-800-DIRECTV to save up to $120.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Voya. Well planned, well invested, well protected. DirecTV. Get your TV together. And by Walmart. All the things you need for all the ways we holiday.
Bills defense comes up with a stop on 4th and 1, and they take over in their own end. Allen on first down throws and completes it to Gabe Davis. And a penalty marker is down as Allen took a shot on the release from Tommy Togiai.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense, number 93. That 15-yard penalty will be added to the results of the play. Automatic first down.
So 15 extra after the penalty on Togiai.
You know, we watch Josh Allen play, and he does so many amazing things. The ability to create extra time in the pocket to allow his receivers to run these deeper routes than a lot of teams run around the league. But taking that punishment, Josh Allen just bounces back up and goes, that's not kryptonite. That's not going to bother me.
So a 16-yard completion and then a 15-yard penalty. So quickly 31 yards the other way. It's 1st and 10 at the Browns 41. Allen to the air again. He's got Knox at the 20. And Knox is down, or was he, as the ball came out. They do not blow the whistle, and they say it's Cleveland football. Greedy Williams came away with it.
Well, we know all turnovers are reviewed, so right now the Buffalo Bills are waiting for this play to go up to see if Dawson Knox was down. If his forearm comes down while he still has the ball, he's down.
Ooh, looks like he's down. We'll come back with the verdict.
This the biggest bonus of the summer.
Hey, if you're coming in, come down, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me.
Shake it. This the biggest bonus of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bonus. Watch for me. This the biggest bonus of the summer.
A caring man took a walk. He saw people suffering. Anxiety ran high. Hatred rose. I'll prepare a feast and bring them together, he thought. But some refused to join him. He was heartbroken because he wanted everyone to be filled, not with food and wine, but with compassion.
Quick decision. Knox was down. Buffalo football 1st and 10. Singletary up the middle. At the 10, 5, and down at the 4. 1st and goal, Buffalo. A 13-yard run for Devin Singletary. And James, that was a very quick decision in replay.
And it really was. And you know what? That's the way replay should be. If your forearm is down, watch that forearm go to the ground. Right there, freeze it. That forearm is down before the ball comes out. That is perfect.
Last 3 drives, Allen 11 out of 12, 131 yards and a touchdown. And now looking for more in the red zone. They spot the ball at the 5. Singletary, and he's going to walk it in for a touchdown. So the Browns can't convert on 4th and 1, and the Bills go the other way for 6. And Sean McDermott is telling the offense to go for 2. The Bills have not attempted a 2-point conversion all year.
You love the way the offensive line executed on that last drive. Previous drive, you know, you get some holding calls and different things like that, but just totally clean right there. Great protection and great run holes when you decide to run the football.
Bills are one of 8 teams yet to attempt a 2-point conversion this year. That's changing here as they line up to go and try to make it a 14-point game. McKenzie. Can he turn the corner? No! And a big hit by John Johnson. So the Bills come up empty, going for 2. But Buffalo has now scored 19 straight points. McKenzie is denied on the 2-point conversion, and it's 22-10, Buffalo.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, if you're coming in, come down, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me.
Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bomb. Watch for me. This the biggest bounce of the summer.
A caring man took a walk. He saw people suffering. Anxiety ran high. Hatred rose. I'll prepare a feast and bring them together, he thought. But some refused to join him. He was heartbroken because he wanted everyone to be filled, not with food and wine, but with compassion.
I joined Uber One to be frugal, because I'm famous, but not famous. You know, I'm more like that guy from That Thing famous, so saving money is pretty clutch for me. Pretty clutch.
Dude, you coming? Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. With Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and flu relief. Also try for fizzy fast cough relief.
Shop Macy's Black Friday deals now while supplies last. Like the 90-inch Ladlow sofa, $4.99, and up to 30% off hosting essentials. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying mattress purchase at Macy's.
Don't freak out, but you can get 50% off all menu price Domino's pizzas when you order online right now.
Right now?
Right now.
Right now? Right now?
Right now.
50% off, honey! Right now!
Now through the end of the week, get 50% off all menu price pizzas when you order online at Domino's.
What happens when you see it?
It's smiling at me, but not a friendly smile. The worst smile I've ever seen.
It wears people's faces like masks. I have to face it.
Smile. Rated R. That's streaming on Paramount Plus.
Interesting mix here in Detroit. Bills fans, Browns fans, and Lions fans just made a bunch of noise as they showed an update of the Lions game against the Giants. Detroit's leading 24-6, and when they put that highlight on the board, the crowd went nuts. So it's a unique atmosphere here at Ford Field today. Thursday, CBS will be right back here at Ford Field as the Bills take on the Lions in the 83rd annual Thanksgiving Day Classic. Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Bebe Rexha will headline the Thanksgiving halftime show presented by Verizon. That's coming up Thursday right here on CBS. The Bills will fly home after this game and then return Wednesday to the same hotel they ended up staying at last night. Big drive here for Cleveland. Down by 12. For set play action. Taking a deep shot for Peoples-Jones, and it's broken up. Hamlin, but a flag. DeMar Hamlin had the coverage, but a flag came out.
It looked like the legs got more tied up than the hand on the back. Watch Hamlin, he's playing, he's looking backwards. It gets a little hook on the waist, which he did not need to do. You've got to turn and twist him to get that called as a pass interference, and I think that's the way it's going to be ruled.
Pass interference, defense, number 3. Ball will be placed with a solid foul, automatic first down.
A 36-yard penalty against DeMar Hamlin, and that puts the ball in Buffalo territory at the 39-yard line.
You gotta like the call by Kevin Stefanski. He had a heavy package in with an extra lineman. He only had one wide receiver on the field, so you're thinking run, run, run. No, play action, deep shot.
Play clock at 1. They just get it off. Play action again. Brissett steps up, chase from behind, and he's taken down. Von Miller makes the play for the Bills.
You know, you don't get a clean read here. He's looking, and he didn't see it. He looked over at Amari Cooper. They had doubled him on the left side, and he's getting ready to throw this ball. He's awfully close to throwing it and actually being past the line of scrimmage, because he did pick up about 1.5 yards when he got tackled by Von Miller.
Yeah, no sack. They credit Brissett with a 2-yard gain in second.
What the fuck was that?
20 to go in the third quarter. Brissett comes back to a wide open Njoku. First down and more. Jumping over a defender. He went high over Poyer. And a first down for the Browns, a gain of 21.
Talked about all the extra linebackers who were in because of injuries, and this is what happens when you don't have the great communication. You're going to get somebody wide open coming from the right side of the field and then going up high.
Real high.
I thought the Olympics were every 4 years.
What a play by Njoku, and Jacoby Brissett told us yesterday that they really missed him the last 2 games. Showing why right there in the red zone. 1st and 10 for the Browns. Play action again, pressure coming. Brissett eludes the rush. Wide open end zone, and Bryant out of bounds. Brissett had to hustle that throw just a little bit, and Bryant was not able to get in bounds.
Andrew, you're absolutely right. The reset hurt him. You get 1 foot down, and then that elbow comes down out of bounds.
Very close, but instead it's 2nd down and 10.
Lineup empty, trying to find out if you got man-to-man coverage. Amari Cooper's been the guy to go to down here.
And this one is blown dead.
Delay game, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
So the Browns moving back 5 after their 5th penalty of the game.
And there is nothing worse than a pre-snap penalty. You know, sometimes you get movement, but when you have that delay of game, is the play coming in a little late? Are we waiting to see something on the replay? Was he in bounds on that catch? So you're kind of measuring all that before you even send the play in.
Second and 15. Brissett to screen to Chubb at the 20. And Chubb is tackled at the 17-yard line. So it's Kevin Stefanski calling plays for the Browns against Leslie Frazier's Buffalo defense. Stefanski was a part of Frazier's staff in Minnesota when Frazier was the head coach. And Stefanski told us yesterday that Frazier is one of the finest men he's ever been around. Can't begin to describe how important Frazier has been in my career. I love the man. Will be fun to compete against him. Big competition right here on 3rd and 11 with 1:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. Pressure's coming. Brissett steps up, throws on the run, incomplete. In the direction of Amari Cooper, but it's 4th down and 11, and Cade York will come out for Cleveland.
Great job on the matchup as Jacoby Brissett goes to his right. Xavier Rhodes, the veteran guy, he's matched up against Amari Cooper, and he actually runs him out of bounds. So a smart call, smart job by Xavier Rhodes right there.
York already 1 for 1 today. This is from 34 yards away. special teams play by Buffalo. Daquan Jones getting a hand up there, and it's no good.
I'm on a mission to talk to people about getting screened for colon cancer and hear their reasons why.
I screened for my son. I'm his biggest fan.
If you're 45 or older at average risk, you have screening options, like Cologuard.
Cologuard is non-invasive and finds 92% of colon cancers. It's not for those at high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider if Cologuard is right for you.
Everyone has a reason to screen for colon cancer. If you're 45 or older, get started at missiontoscreen.com.
On Etsy, there's all kinds for you to find. Something engraved or handmade. For sharing, sipping, and decorating too. Crowns for queens, and everything in between. So everyone gets a treat or two. Get gifts of all kinds during Etsy's Cyber Week sales event. Ends November 30th.
Hey, thanks for helping me out.
Of course. You can easily get helpful customer service over the phone or on the Progressive app, pretty much anywhere. Even at the library or the coffee shop. Get great customer support at the park or at this coffee shop.
Why would we go to a different coffee shop?
Mobile order for J Money?
Thank you.
So is one of these places going to be my car again, or?
Right. Even at your car. Come on, I saw you eyeing these scones earlier. Huh? Huh?
All right.
You get it.
Oh yeah, we need these, no? You know what we do need? We absolutely needed these.
Introducing Taco Bell's new 7-layer Nacho Fries.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Taco Bell and by Cologuard.
77 inches of snow at Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Today's game moved to Detroit. And after the blocked field goal, the Bills take over. Here's James Cook. Nice move up the middle across the 30. And he picks up 9 yards on the play here at Ford Field. Josh Allen said he's got a really long driveway, and he wanted to give credit to a couple of his neighbors. Squirrel Winters, which is a great name to clear snow out of a driveway, and Mark Braun, a couple of farmers that he knows in his neighborhood, came over yesterday and helped clear his driveway. As Josh told us, it's farmers helping a farmer. And without those two guys, Allen didn't think he'd be able to drive to the facility at 1 o'clock yesterday to get on the bus to go to the airport. Cook again. He's got the first down. Owusu Koromoa on the tackle. Bills finally scoring a second-half touchdown earlier in the quarter with Singletary taking it in. It's their first second-half touchdown since Week 6 at Kansas City. They do have to snap it here with 20 seconds left in the third quarter.
We're good, we're good, we're good.
6 carries, 51 yards for Cook. Looking for more. And he's going to get more. Cook into Cleveland territory and taken down at the 34-yard line. John Johnson makes the tackle, a 29-yard run to close out the third quarter. Buffalo driving up by 12 on CBS.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
I got a load full of paprika, garlic, black pepper, and salt for the all-new breading-free black and chicken sandwich. You copy?
Copy that.
You think others will copy us?
Let them try. Introducing the new blackened chicken sandwich. No breading, all flavor.
New Wednesday.
You got this, Claire. I hate this. I hate this. I hate it. So scary.
A new Amazing Race. Wednesday after Survivor on CBS.
A new Equalizer. New episode tonight on CBS.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Now, get 0% APR on 7 of our most popular models, or sign and drive one home today. Hurry in.
Toyotathon is on. It's the most magical time of the year with great deals on Camry, RAV4, and Tundra. Where's the Tundra?
The elves borrowed it.
What?
Keep them coming!
Get 3.49% APR financing for a full 48 months on the Fun to Drive Tacoma. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our no-cost service plan.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go places.
Tronconi, Segura and Associates, certified public accountants.
With James Lofton, Amanda Renner, Gene Steratore, our entire crew, I'm Andrew Catalan. We thank you for joining us as we start quarter number 4 at Ford Field with the Bills leading 22-10. James Cook, a new career high, 80 yards rushing, including that last one for 29. They give it to Cook again. And he gets to the 31-yard line. As we mentioned off the top of the broadcast, we did not pack for this game. I kind of enjoy the sweater look. And look, I think we all thought it would have been a ton of fun to have a snow game in Buffalo, but after what we saw...
A snow game with 4 inches of snow.
Yeah, 4 inches.
Yeah,
a little different than
80
6 feet.
inches. Yeah, 77. You know, the Bills, I think they were consumed with that. And we saw the slow start early. They've kind of kicked it into a little higher gear right now. And so their offense is functioning well, and they're putting together some good stops on defense in addition to that.
Alert!
Cook again. And stop at the 31-yard line.
You know, when you go alert, you're going to the audible. I'm not sure if James Cook thought that was a great audible when you pitched on the ball. He saw about 4 defenders in front of him.
You know, James Cook played in the Bills' final preseason game back in the summer. Most of the time, the starters don't go in that game, but they put him out there. They wanted him to run a little bit, you know, a rookie getting some action.
Yep.
And Sean McDermott told us last night that Cook has grown more than any other player on the team. He's got a different look in his eye, especially after the bye. And McDermott, you could tell, gaining more and more confidence in James Cook here late November as Josh Allen has to call a timeout.
Well, to tag Cook, this is game 12, so he's gone from being a freshman to a sophomore already, and just in terms of the number of games that he's played so far in a Buffalo Bills uniform.
Including the preseason games you're talking about. Yeah, McDermott told us that on the night they acquired Naheem Hines from the Colts, Sean called up Cook and just to talk to him about, hey, just so you know, this is what we did and here's why. And he said the way Cook responded was like a seasoned vet. He took it in stride, was looking forward to the addition, and I think that was an encouraging sign for Sean McDermott.
Because you can't be intimidated when a trade is made, when they bring in somebody, because you still have a role on the team. And everybody looks around the league. There are very few bell cow running backs. Most of the time, it's running back by committee.
All right, only one timeout left now for Buffalo. They used one early in the third quarter. Garrett's coming. Allen gets rid of it. Davis one-handed. Yes, yes. A catch by Davis.
I think they've called it out of bounds.
Yeah, now they're changing it.
Yeah.
Didn't look like a catch, but there was no immediate signal.
And you really couldn't challenge this. You'd lose your only timeout if you don't get the challenge. That's right foot comes down on the white.
I agree. Not a catch.
But a nice looking catch, even though it's not a catch.
So McDermott will send out Tyler Bass again for a 49-yard attempt. He's already 3 for 3 today, including one from 56 that had enough distance from 66. And this one is good again. 4 field goals for Tyler Bass. And it's 25-10. Still a 2-score game here in Detroit.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Do you know about its camera? Like the way it fixes blurry photos. Magically erases annoying distractions. And even fixes photos taken with your old phone. Now that you know all that, did you know switching has never been easier? Start fixing with Pixel, the only phone engineered by Google. Get Google Pixel 7 Pro for free, plus get Pixel Watch, Pixel Buds, and more.
Buffalo Wild Wings is deals on deals on deals. The buy one get one half off Wing Tuesdays, buy one get one free boneless Thursdays, and wing bundles from $9.99. Order now at buffalowildwings.com.
I'd love to have one of my own someday.
Thanks.
Oh, I was talking about your USAA bumper sticker.
My dancer passed membership down to me. I'll pass it to her.
That's a lucky kid.
USAA, it's for the military community.
Tonight at the on CBS. Go to NFLshop.com for 25% off.
Unanswered points for Buffalo. They lead it 25-10 here in Detroit. Jerome Ford back in to receive the kickoff. Tyler Bassett is a touchback. Coming up next, game 2 of our NFL on CBS doubleheader features a huge showdown in Minnesota when Dak and the Cowboys take on the Vikings, or the Bengals meet the Steelers. The NFL is on CBS. Buffalo will be back here for Thanksgiving Day game against Detroit. For more on that, we send it down to Amanda.
I talked to Brandon Beane, the general manager of the Buffalo Bills, before the game, and there were a lot of questions wondering, will the Bills just stay after this game rather than going back and forth? He said absolutely not. That's actually why we requested the away team sideline. We want to keep things as normal as possible. The guys will probably have the same hotel rooms as well when they come back in a few days.
All right, Amanda, thank you very much. As Dawson makes the tackle on job.
You know, as nice as hotels are, as a player, you want to go back and sleep in your own bed. You get Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night. So you get a little bit of your routine, and you travel on Wednesday, you come over here and you play against the Detroit Lions on Thanksgiving, get back and eat as much as you can on Friday and Saturday.
And James, you can speak to this as well. These players have to get back to their families, help shovel snow, and, you know, it's not like they're going back to clear roads. But it's still going to be an issue when they land Marquez comes on to punt. Hines. Good hang time on this one. Hines from his 27. And Hines is tackled at the 35. With 11:53 to go, Buffalo getting the football back. Up 5-15.
Chicken, Italian spicy bacon chicken. Take one bite and it all starts clicking. Crown up my day. Have it your way.
COVID-19. Some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, don't wait. Ask your healthcare provider right away if an authorized oral treatment is right for you.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 1,000 bonus cash plus no monthly payments for 90 days on these Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com or a local dealer for a great selection of Jeep vehicles.
Take a picture.
What's up?
Got a new iPhone?
Yep, I just got the new iPhone 14 with this amazing camera at T-Mobile.
Wow. At T-Mobile, get iPhone 14 on us with Apple TV Plus included on Max Family.
The winter play was really coming together until disaster struck. Luckily, replacement costumes were shipped with FedEx, which means Mr. Harvey could picture the perfect night. We're ready for the holidays, so you're ready for what's next. Best place?
Thanks.
Did you know? Pay rent can now raise your credit scores instantly, free with Experian. Now rent can boost your credit scores instantly, free with Experian Boost. Download the app now.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Experian. Do more with your credit score. FedEx, where now meets next. And by Burger King.
Good atmosphere here in Detroit today. A number of Browns fans making the drive from Cleveland, about 2.5 hours away. They need their defense to come up with a stop. Singletary on the move. And Jordan Elliott makes the tackle at the 40. Last 5 Bills possessions, 2 touchdowns and 3 field goals. And defensive coordinator Joe Woods has been under fire the last few weeks for the Browns. Myles Garrett told us yesterday that we're sticking with them. We're going to do our best to execute. Got off to a good start in this one, but 22 unanswered points for Buffalo.
And it's still about playing complementary football because their offense has had some chances where they haven't been able to come through and score points when they needed to put a lot of stress on the defense in this ballgame.
Davis makes the reception right at the sticks. We'll see where they mark it. Gabe Davis with his 5th catch today. Let's check in with Amanda.
Yeah, Andrew, this Browns defense was not happy with their performance last week, so they started to take matters into their own hands this week, starting with Deion Jones. The veteran voice in that linebacker room suggested they start to meet players only to put in extra time watching film together, and the rest of the team joined in, including a dinner on Friday night. Stefanski told us anytime something is player-led, it makes more of an impact, and there's definitely been an emphasis on playing as an 11-player unit, not just separate positions.
And Amanda struggling again in the run game. 135 yards rushing for Buffalo. Singletary adding that total here. And a first down run. Caught by Owusu Koramoah. But an 18-yard pickup for Singletary.
You don't always get huge gaping holes. You get holes at different levels. And Singletary, mentioned earlier, 5'7", 203 pounds. You don't think of him as being a power back because the first time you look at him, you go, he's too short to play in the NFL. What's he doing here? Where's his big brother? But he's so powerful from the legs down. He tackles much like a guy who weighs 230 pounds and who's standing at 6 feet tall.
Oh shit. Oh, fuck you.
But the 77 inches of snow in Orchard Park, taller than all but the 5 players on the Bills roster.
So we got to keep an eye on them when we get back to Buffalo so they get lost out in the snow, right?
Singletary said he had to walk a quarter of a mile to get a ride to Minnesota yesterday, and he said the snow was up to his waist. I got a feeling it was a little higher than that, Devin. Allen pulls it back, fires over the middle for a first down, and Diggs is still running. Down to the 10. Denzel Ward on the tackle after a gain of 20.
I remember being in an interview after the trade with Diggs from Minnesota here, and they asked me about his play style. And I said he's a bully. And I said I mean that in the best way, because when he wants an area of the field, he takes it. Even if the defensive back is lined up a little bit shaded inside, he's going to find a way to get to where he needs to get to take the catch. And then you saw that.
What is this shit?
Ruffian nature after the catch, working to gain extra yardage. He fights for every instance on the field. I think that's what makes him one of the best receivers in the game. Okay.
Singletary. And he gets a yard on the play. The Bills, as we chronicled it, came out slow, and the lack of practice time is certainly something that you can point to, but they have really looked a lot sharper, especially Josh Allen here after the first quarter.
Yeah, and some of that, you know, Josh Allen, 3 games, 6 interceptions. You get a little tentative because all everybody's talking about, and it's not that you're reading every newspaper or watching every clip, but your friends are. And sometimes you talk to your friends when things aren't going well and you're not winning ball game.
Here's Cook. And Owusu Koramoah makes a big play again. He is everywhere for this Cleveland defense today.
I keep watching and seeing number 28, and there are times when he hits like a linebacker, there are times when he covers like a safety, and he has the speed of a quarterback. So Koramoah, I think he is a terrific player, and I think he's somebody who you can move around to so many different locations, and he can play so many different roles for you defensively.
He's made 11 tackles today. 3rd and goal for Buffalo. Allen to the end zone for Diggs. It's incomplete. Emerson may have tipped it up. Flag comes in. Flag is down in the end zone, and someone here in Detroit down on the field this year. Yeah, it takes us making sure that that man is okay.
Has interference, offense, number 14. That penalty is declined, 4th down.
The call goes against Diggs, and out comes Tyler Bass once again.
I told you it's a bully. He's going to take the spot he wants, even if it entails a little offensive interference. But I think by that offensive interference penalty against Diggs, he probably prevented an interception.
So Bass already 4 for 4 today. And this is just the 28-yard attempt. Out of the hold of former Lion Sam Martin. And 3 more for Buffalo. 28-10. The Bills in front with 6:45 to go. Well, the Bills have been in this situation before 2014, almost to the day. Huge snowstorm 2:45 to go. It has not been good for Cleveland. They are scoreless the last 37 minutes and 20 seconds of game action. So many encouraging signs for the Browns after that Week 8 win at home against Cincinnati. They beat the Bengals 32-13, went into the bye week with some confidence. But Miami took it to them last week and down 18 here today against Buffalo. Only rushed for 64 yards. Chubb. Cedar Blue led by Ed Oliver. This Buffalo defense, as Oliver now is slow to get up. But this Buffalo defense has done a great job against the Browns' rush attack.
And it has been from various levels, whether you're safety or you're up to play linebacker on the defensive line. And that's the pressure of late in the game when you could feel that Cleveland had to throw a ball to get back in it. You got the pass rush going. Buffalo's been just tremendous since the first couple of drives that the Browns moved the ball really well on.
Oliver is still down after contributing to that last tackle, and he's going to slowly walk off. Sean McDermott coming over to take a look as well as we see the replay.
A lot of bodies flying around, and Ed Oliver took a shot from his own guy right there, Johnson. Happens.
A loss of 2 on that play. So Nick Chubb, 14 carries for 18 yards. Entered the day 3rd in the NFL in rushing. Second down and 12. Brissett pass deflected, and Milano almost had the interception. It was Jordan Phillips who got a hand on it. That's about the first thing that didn't go Milano's way today.
You know, as you watch Matt Milano play, I hate to call a guy instinctive because you have to study, you have to be a great student of the game. But he just seems to have great feet because he can be going in one direction, like that ball was tipped up in the air, and all of a sudden he's able to change direction because his eyes are always involved in what's going on in front of him.
Third down and 12. Brissett. And he tucks one in there at the 30 to David Bell, but he's short of a first down. And Kevin Stefanski is going to go for it on 4th down with 6 minutes to go.
So if you're rushing the passer here, he's not going to hold on to the ball for a long time. You want to be on that interior part of the defense with your hands up trying to block the ball.
4th and 5. Oliver may have jumped. No flag over. Brissett is chased. Throws on the run and completes it for a first down to Bell. Heck of a job by Jacoby Brissett. And the drive continues for the Browns.
I wonder what part of Oliver's body was not in the neutral zone because he's starting early. Right tackle's moving a little bit early because of him coming across, but great job by Jacoby Brissett moving around, getting some time, getting the completion.
Flag is down here. Mills jumped on this one. Brissett just throws it down. Oliver, who was shaken up earlier on this drive, back out there.
Offside defense, number 40, lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty, replay, first down.
That goes against Von Miller. Stay tuned. NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. Time permitting, join JB, Phil, Nate Boomer, and Coach Cower for all the latest NFL scores and highlights. Here's Huss. He's got some room on the right side. Stiff arm back midfield and gets to the 48-yard line. An 11-yard run for
We invest.
Right, nice job. They kind of got Von Miller on that time because he's rushing up the field to rush the passer, and when he does that, the guard's coming around, kicks it out a little bit, so you get a nice seam for Hunt to run through, and he does a great job with his balance coming through there. Got tripped up just a little bit.
And Jack Conklin is still down after that last play. He's been battling a foot injury and is down on one knee. Congrats to Jack and his wife Caitlin. They welcomed their third child, Crew, this week. He was born on Tuesday. Back in his home state, a Plainville, Michigan native, and he played at Michigan State. Kevin Stefanski's offense came out red hot, 138 yards in the first 3 possessions, but very little since. Inside 5 minutes to go. Brissett escapes the pocket and throws this one away with Jordan Phillips chasing him.
You know, we were talking to Von Miller in our production meeting yesterday, and he has this Von Miller pass summit that he invites guys to from all around the league. And I asked him, I said, what is the one characteristic that makes a great pass rusher? And he really flipped it on me. He said, pass rushers come in all shapes and sizes. He said, but it's about being relentless. And I watch him play. And I'm watching him going, you know, here's a guy in his 12th year. He could be standing on the sideline drinking Gatorade. But he's out there going after quarterback each and every play, 2 double teams.
Second and 10, Brissett gets rid of it. Bryant is open. He's got a clean first down. NFL Today update. Here's JB and Phil Sims.
An 11-play Eagle drive, Phil. Yes, it was. Jalen Hurts caps it off. What a great-looking design play. The QB draw 7 yards out. Third down back. Philly 17, Indy 16. Back to the game.
And a deep pass down the field for Peoples-Jones as he inbounds. Yes! What a catch by Donovan Peoples-Jones. And it's first and goal for the Browns after a 27-yard pickup.
You talk about impressive in knowing where you are on the field, knowing he's right along that ladder. Gets that left foot down, lets him drags the right toe. Great catch by Peoples-Jones.
First and goal. Brissett to the end zone for Cooper. And he's got it for his second touchdown of the day. That's his first catch of this second half. After he had 6 for 91 in the first half. But Cooper now with 7 touchdowns on the season. And they'll go for 2.
Great job by the offensive line the last couple of plays. We had a run sandwiched in between a lot of passes. So that protection and moving in the pocket just enough to afford yourself a little extra time when it didn't seem like it would be there. Great job by Jacoby Brissett on that drive.
Down by 12. An extra point would have made it a touchdown, 2-point conversion and field goal. It's an interesting decision here by Stefanski. And Brissett to the corner, shoveled, and held on to. But the hand is on. Well, one official says it's good. The other one hasn't signaled and took his hat off. And now the flag is down.
Yep. Illegal touching, probably. Let's see if Cooper gets pushed out of bounds at the top. No, he's on his own right there. And that left foot looks like it had been on the line.
Jackson had the coverage for Buffalo.
Illegal touching on the forward pass against the offense. Number 2 went out of bounds, reestablished. It was first to the touch pass. Because that foul carries lost it down, the try is no good. There will be no retry.
So it's 12 with 4:11 to go. Had they kicked the extra point, they could have gotten touchdown, 2-point conversion, and field goal to tie it. Now it's going to take 2 touchdowns.
You know, some parts of coaching is about coaching with your gut. So you're on a roll there with that drop. You come up with some big plays, moving. Now you feel like you have a chance to get the ball to Amari Cooper, who was hot in this ball game.
Cleveland now 1 for 3 on 2-point conversions this season. And would you onside kick it here if you're the Browns?
You know, you don't have a ton of time. You do have your 3 timeouts, so you have 4 opportunities to stop the clock via the timeout with a 2-minute warning, your 3 timeouts. So what I'm doing, I'm stalling before
by the Buffalo Bills.
Browns are 0 for 1 on onside kicks this year. They have not recovered one in 6 years. October of 2016 against Tennessee. The Bills are anticipating an onside kick as they've got their hands team up front. Gabe Davis, Dawson Knox, Reggie Gilliam, all those potentially ready for an onside kick. And Naheem Hines is back deep, but he's awaiting the kick at his 15-yard line. And it looks like York is setting up for an onside kick. Stephon Diggs is out there as well.
And it looks like he's going to try and get a spinner, so he gets one end of the ball and the ball spins around.
And right there is Terrell Bernard. The rookie linebacker out of Baylor all over it, and the Bills take over in Cleveland territory.
So I mentioned that spinner. The other one, if you had it up on a tee, you kick the top of the ball and you try and get a high hop later on in the flow of the ball. Spinning like a top there.
Bernard, the third-round pick, out of Baylor. And Buffalo takes over at the 42-yard line with 4:10 to go. Browns do have all 3 timeouts remaining. Singletary. And the tackle made by Johnson. Stay tuned for the NFL Today update delivered by Little Caesars. Time permitting, JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, and Coach Cower have all the latest NFL scores and highlights. Well, Myles Garrett said this week we've got to win the next 2. Meaning Buffalo today and Tampa next week. Starting to get away from the Browns a little bit. If they don't come back, we'll drop them to 3-7 on the year. They would be losers of 6 of their last 7 games, barring a comeback here today. Here's the upcoming schedule with Tom Brady coming to town next Sunday.
You've got to be ultra careful crowding the line of scrimmage right here. Bills are trying to spread you out, take 3 guys out of the box with 3 wide receivers. And you get past the second level, now you get
No, that just happened.
That's the 7th catch today for Dawson Knox, which ties a career high.
What a game.
And just really patient by Josh Allen here. He moves
Oh my
outside,
goodness.
digs, draws the coverage in that direction, and fires a strike to Dawson Knox. And just with the fingertips, I like that.
Ryan O'Halloran of the Buffalo News had a nice story this week about Dawson's late brother Luke, who died in August. $230,000 was raised in Luke's name, donated to Hunt Pediatric Cancer. Four minutes to go, and Cleveland down to 1 timeout remaining. Singletary.
Andrew, just to add to that with Dawson Knox, when you said over $230,000 were raised, it was from over 9,000 donors, mostly in the amount of $16.88 for Luke and Dawson's jersey numbers, respectively. The unbelievable support actually crashed the foundation's website, and those funds are going to help establish a number of programs, one of them being Luke's Locker, which will provide vital support for childhood cancer patients and their families, while also honoring Luke's legacy of kindness and compassion. A tough time for the Knox family, but an unbelievable gesture from the Buffalo community.
Yeah, no doubt they have fully supported Dawson since that news came down in August. His late brother Luke was a member of the FIU football program. Browns are now out of timeouts with 3:52 to go. Quentin Morris goes in motion. Allen, Singletary, and that's Jordan Elliott right there to make the play. But the Bills today have rushed for 170 yards. So the run defense struggles continue for Cleveland.
And it's been hit or miss. You've had runs stopped at the line of scrimmage, or you've had runs in that 7, 8, 9-yard area, and then you've had a couple of long runs. Cook had a 29-yarder, Singletary had an 18-yard run. And remember, Josh Allen had a really long run that got called back because of penalties. But so they're going to get you in the run game the way that they get you, with a couple big runs here and there and a couple big runs by Josh Allen.
Singletary again, good vision. And down to the 17-yard line.
Damn, we had a good drop and a good loadout too. That dude just freaking crashed the damn helicopter.
You see Buffalo, much has been made of how they've fared since the start of last season in games decided by one score, just 2-9. But a lot of times that's because they're blowing their opponents out. 16-1 in games decided by 2 scores or more. Third down and 9 with the play clock down to 3. And Allen keeps it. Makes the throw. Nowhere to go, and wisely he goes down. And that will take us to the 2-minute warning.
I can imagine on those plays when you're going to fake a handoff and you're going to have run around the corner, Josh Allen is so tempted to want to throw the football.
2 minutes to go. Bills on top, 28-16.
Okay, we open with creaky footsteps. Scary music goes all intense. Little jumps up like, what is that? They scream, ah! And you go, it's the money you could save by bundling your home and car insurance. One shoots out from doors, vents from under the bed. The couple screaming, ah, ah.
Why would they be happy about the screaming?
They're scared of how happy savings make them feel.
Ah, of course. See how much you can save by bundling with Geico.
Dreams come true right here. This is what revolution looks like.
Who doesn't want to become the talk of the town here?
It's time for us to show people who we truly are.
That was very, very impressive.
This is insane. You know what ain't some good news? Didn't skip the popcorn up.
This winter, meet the heroes of performance. Only available at the Acura Season of Friends. At the Home Depot, we have the tools to make holiday magic, especially when it comes to getting the perfect gift. For all those project-doing, technology-loving, holiday hosting, food organizing, woodshop working people in your life. And gifts for everyone else in between. Get Black Friday savings all through November at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The new NCIS tomorrow at 9/8 Central on CBS.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by the Home Depot. How doers get more done. And by Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
Tough day for Browns fans as Buffalo, after a slow start, has taken a 28-16 lead, and now Tyler Bass trying to add to it. This would be his 6th field goal of the game, which would tie a franchise record. Bass hit 6 2 years ago, and Steve Christie also had 6 31-16 with 1:56 to go. Take a look back at our game summary. It was a good start for Cleveland. Opening drive touchdown from Jacoby Brissett. Amari Cooper, but before the half, Josh Allen to Stephon Diggs. Singletary, nice day on the ground, 86 yards rushing and a touchdown. And the Bills defense was able to slow down Jacoby Brissett. And the Browns offense here in the second half. Matt Milano had a great day.
You know, it's kind of a microcosm for the Browns, their season and the game, slipping away from them a little bit.
Matt Milano, 11 tackles, 3 tackles for a loss, a sack, and a fumble recovery from Milano. On a day when the Bills did not have Tremaine Edmonds, Greg Rousseau, and Kyer Elam, along with Tre'Davious White, who, as Sean McDermott continues to say, says he's still not ready. Touchback for Bass.
Milano's thinking all those guys would have done was steal my tackles.
Brissett, 23 out of 34 for 264 yards and 2 touchdowns. And what is likely his penultimate start, as Deshaun Watson is a couple of weeks away, and General Manager Andrew Berry has already said that Watson will start that game in Houston. And his suspension is over. Brissett gets rid of it. Bryant with blockers ahead. Bryant picks up 12 on the play. Tyrell Dawson on the tackle. No timeouts for Cleveland.
Not going at breakneck pace.
1:30 to go. Set on the sideline for Cooper. Nice adjustment and a catch for Amari Cooper. That's his 8th catch today. That puts him over 100 yards for the day. That's the 4th time this season Cooper's had a 100-yard game. 113 today for Amari Cooper to go along with 2 touchdowns. Brissett exits the hunt. For the sideline, gets out of bounds after picking up a first down.
You know, I watch guys like Hunt and Amari Cooper play, and I couldn't tell you what the score is on the scoreboard with the effort level that they put out. And that's what you kind of want. That's what coaches are looking for when the game's a little bit out of reach. What's going on? What's the effort level, guys? What's their attention to detail? Are they doing what they've been coached to do? I think for the Browns, the answer is mostly yes.
Jeff Conklin is not going back in at right tackle. It's James Hudson out there. Miller coming. Brissett loses the rush, steps up and no run. That's a good run. Not a pretty slide, but he's safe at the 30-yard line with 1 minute to go.
Von Miller's thinking, what do I need to do to get a sack? I mean, he was free runner at the quarterback.
Here it comes again. Brissett is able to throw it away with a flag down in the secondary. Von Miller got to Jacoby Brissett, but this penalty is going to be a hold in the secondary against the Bills.
Throwing pass, holding defense, number 58. 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
So penalty goes against Milano. Von Miller told us last night that Brissett's tough, and he pointed out this play in our meeting last night. But he had a chance to bring down Brissett when he was a member of the Broncos. He couldn't do it. I was still eating at Vaughn, and he told us, I know that when I have a chance, I got to wrap him up and bring him down.
Oh,
39 seconds to go.
Would it be wrong to call Von Miller ultra aggressive and relentless. And I'm watching him, and like I said, he's got his 12th year. He could be on the sideline with a baseball cap on right now, just enjoying the view. But it has been, he wants to put his stamp on this game and end the game to be the closer.
Brissett, nice catch by Peoples-Jones. No, are they saying he was out? No, it's a catch. And a good one by Peoples-Jones. It's first and goal for the Browns. 34 seconds to go. Jacoby Brissett has just gone over 300 yards passing for the first time this year. The 6th of his career. First and goal for Cleveland. To the end zone, nearly intercepted. Dane Jackson had a chance at that one. You know, James, just going back to Von Miller, I think that his positivity after the loss to Minnesota last week was something that reverberated around the Buffalo locker room. Leslie Frazier said that Von can put things in perspective so well that it's good for young players to hear it, but it's also good for the veterans to hear it. And it seemed like Von's message that, hey guys, we're 6-3, we're going to be okay. Josh Allen took that to heart. He saw how frustrated he was after last week's loss, but that message from
I suck at freaking battle royale, man.
Second and goal, Brissett in trouble. Flag is down as Brissett
Oh
goes
man,
away.
y'all gotta take forever.
I think when Von Miller says that, he's talking from a viewpoint of having done it twice, being an MVP against Cam Newton in the Super Bowl.
Number 90. After this is the goal, replay in the second half.
And then moving on to the Rams and winning another Super Bowl, and then choosing Buffalo as the next spot that he wanted to go to because he's viewing it as a Super Bowl contending type team.
Updating the standings, giving Buffalo the win, and New England just pulling out a late thriller over the Jets. So the Patriots and Jets both 6-4. Second and goal with 25 seconds to go. Brissett has time. Fires and is caught for a touchdown. Donovan Peoples-Jones, the Detroit native who played collegiately at Michigan, hauls in his first touchdown of the season.
Compete. That's what you want your team to do. That's what you want to see. As a young coach, you want that type of growth. Peoples-Jones, a little hesitation off the line of scrimmage, knowing he's going to the corner, and then give them the look inside, get back to the outside, then compete for the football, making the catch.
Just confirming this in replay with 19 seconds to go. And then York will come out to attempt the extra point, try to make it a one-score game. And the kick is good. Well, no one was more excited for this game to get moved to Detroit than Donovan Peoples-Jones. Isn't that right, Amanda?
Well, except maybe for his 100 friends and family who are in attendance today. I talked to Donovan earlier in the week, and he said when the move was official, my family group chat was blowing up. Born and raised here in Detroit, went to Michigan. He was so excited to return home and put on a show for his family. I know this isn't the result that he wanted. He said a win, obviously, is the biggest takeaway, but to be able to play in front of his mom, who comes to every single game, and his extended family and all of his friends who have never seen him play in the NFL, is a really special moment.
First touchdown of this season. He attended Cass Technical High School. He was the Michigan High School Player of the Year in 2016. 6th round pick. And Gary Stefanski said he's grown leaps and bounds for us this year. All right, we already saw one onside kick for Cleveland fail. This will be onside kick number 2. Trying to recover their first onside kick in 6 years.
And this one is going to be the high hopper.
Bounces, Gabe Davis lost it, and it's a scramble for it out of bounds. Harrison had a great chance for Cleveland to come up with that one and could not secure it. And it's Buffalo football.
Kick that top of that ball and just watch it go off the turf, right? Boom. Gabe Davis doesn't back up enough. It's hard to judge how fast that ball's coming at you. Because when you're doing a practice on Friday, they always kick them so that you can catch them if you're on the hands team.
Harrison almost had it knocked out. Heads up play by a member of the Bills special teams. And now all Josh Allen has to do is take an knee. What a week for the Buffalo Bills and their fans and families back in Western New York. But as Sean McDermott told us last night, this is what we do. We're the Buffalo Bills. We're resilient, and our city showed it. All it took to get the Bills from their homes to the facility yesterday in order to get on a bus to go to the airport and fly here to Detroit, a team that didn't really practice much on Wednesday because of an illness that went around the locker room, and did not practice at all on Friday because they could not get to the facility. The Bills stopped a two-game losing streak, and they improved to 7-3 on the year.
And I don't think that you can, when you look at a schedule when the season begins, and you're looking over 18 weeks, 17 games, predict when you're going to peak as a team, when you're going to be good, when you're going to be a little bit flat. For the Buffalo Bills, especially in last week's game against the Minnesota Vikings, they did so many things well. And then they did so many things that they never do. The interceptions in the red zone, losing a snap coming out of the game, out of the end zone to just kind of ice the game. So the hiccups that you have, you just want them cured. Now the Bills can breathe fine. And I think now they can look at the rest of the season kind of attacking. And having a game on Thursday coming up, I think it's great for them because it just lets them be hyper-focused and then have a little bit of time off before they face their stretch of divisional opponents.
I think it says a lot about the culture that Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott have created over the years with Buffalo, that they could handle a week like they just had, barely practice, fly here to Detroit and find a way to beat the Cleveland Browns. Another tough loss for the Browns. They have now dropped 6 of their last 7 games. It's a final here in Detroit. Buffalo 31, Cleveland 23. Coming up next, game 2 of our doubleheader as the Vikings host the Cowboys. So for James Lofton, Amanda Renner, Gene Steratore, our producer Steve McKee, director Andy Goldberg, our entire crew. This is Andrew Catalan saying so long from Detroit. The NFL on CBS continues.
I want to be quarterback on the Dallas Cowboys. Not later. Now. I want to move the pocket and plays, drop dives on receivers. I feel 80,000 fans on my shoulders as I carry them to victory. You know, nothing major.
Rated E for everyone.
I get skeptical when things seem too good to be true. You could say I'm a realist.
Hey, Rakuten. Now, how do they give shoppers cash back on top of deals to their favorite stores?
All that savings sounds like holiday magic.
No, just good sense. Fantastic. Wonderful, Charlie. Love the ribbons. Far be it from me to tell you what to believe in. But I believe in Rakuten.
Adding a water pick water flosser to your great brushing and flossing routine can be exciting.
I'm talking pulsating or water.
Way back here. Use a little gum now, fellas. The things I've seen rush out in my sink.
Invigorates your guts. Water pick removes leftover debris and plaque, even from hard-to-reach bath teeth, for an experience worth sharing.
It's next level, man. It's a water pick.
Water pick.
A water pick.
Share the obsession.
CBS Sports thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.
There's a new Late Show with Daniel Craig, Monday on CBS.
Each year, St. Jude Children's Research Hospitals works to improve the lives of kids and their families around the world. And this holiday season, Kia wants to help. We're continuing our tradition of helping others by expanding Kia's Accelerate the Good partnership with St. Jude and making a donation for every new car purchased during the holidays. Join us and help celebrate Kia's season of giving back. Kia, movement that inspires. Find out where that road leads. Take on any challenge. When you have the #1 brand and dependability, you stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Get 2.9% APR for 48 months plus 500 trade assist cash on the new 2023 Forte.
I think a lot of people think that they just have lung cancer or they just have breast cancer. They may have a specific subtype. It takes a very complex process to determine if you have it. And that is what we are specialists at Russell Park. You could be at the forefront of a treatment that can change your whole outlook of life. Spend one day at Russell Park and regain your hope. Maybe tomorrow there's a new and a better therapy for you. That tomorrow you're only going to get at Russell Park.
For adventure, for climbing, for splashing, for towing, for premium, for capable. The GMC AT4 lineup, premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC. For current eligible lessees can get this low mileage lease on this 2022 Sierra Elevation for around $469 per month. We are professional grade GMC.
Buffalo Dental Implant. We don't just fix teeth, we change lives.
Welcome to the National Doubleheader game on CBS. It's frigid outside of the Twin Cities, but the action should be hot inside. The Dallas Cowboys at 6-3, taking on the 8-1 Minnesota Vikings, undefeated at home. 7 consecutive one-score victories to get to 8-1. Hello, Chris, Jim Nance, Tony Romo, Tracy Wilson. Fred, got a good one here today. This is a Vikings team coming off an amazing victory in overtime against Buffalo last week, and they're the underdog here at home, believe it or not.
That's no way. I mean, not since 1976. An 8-1 team's an underdog at home, right? With a quarterback that's still starting. I really think this is a great litmus test. Last week beating the Bills, it kind of showed everyone in Minneapolis, they're like, we are for real. Now they got to do it again, and the Cowboys are for real. But I think this Vikings team is a lot better than people realize. This is going to be a game today, too.
You say the Cowboys are for real, but they're still smarting after the loss last week at Lambeau Field with that 14-point fourth quarter lead. Lost in overtime to the Packers. So what about Dallas today?
Well, I feel like the biggest thing, the concern is the rush defense. So far this year, everyone knows they can rush the passer, but when teams pounded at them, it just shortens the game. And they got to close out the game. Last week was a huge loss. Now it's like this game becomes major. I mean, for implications on playoffs, seeding, everything. And you got to remember, the NFC East is really good, and these games get really tight at the end of the year.
Well, this, of course, could be a matchup you'll see in about 2 months' time in the playoffs. These two would meet again. The Vikings have won the toss and will receive as they're getting set with their pregame ritual here at this gorgeous stadium that opened in 2016, U.S. Bank Stadium in downtown Minneapolis. Yeah, the Skull chant right up to kickoff, and here we go. Mopper puts toe to it, and we're underway. These two teams with winning records, and it'll be a touchback to begin. Juan Wu is catching the end zone. We'll bring it out to the 25, and we take it down to the sidelines to Trace.
Jim, the Vikings are 8-1. They just beat Buffalo. They're at home, and you mentioned it. They're the underdog, and we talked to Kirk Cousins about it, and he said
Cousins has led the Vikings to comeback wins from 10 points down in the fourth each of the last 2 games, and he ends with a handoff to Dalvin Cook, right into the arms of Leighton Vander Esch. Well, Cousins, look at what he's done. 39 consecutive games with a touchdown pass. You had 38. He just grew past by you on that list of all-time top 10s as far as streaks go. You've got the record, by the way, for most consecutive touchdown passes on the road in 41 consecutive road games.
I didn't know I was in this game today. I feel great for that.
You're still on the record books. And here's the game to Cook for another gain of 3. Watch out for this guy. Justin Jefferson with one of the all-time catches last week on 4th down. They kept them in the game in the late going.
Yeah, speaking of records, this is going to be a record breaker for a long time around here. This guy is rare, and we're going to talk about him a lot today. His vertical speed, strength, body control, you know, tenacity, I mean, catch radius, it's everything when I go down the list, Jim. And they move him around. Kevin O'Connell has gotten off to great starts in the first quarter this year, expected again today.
Here's a 3rd down, though, 3rd and 3. Parsons lined up on the near side, standing up and trying to attack. Cousins, here comes Parsons. Parsons coming from out of the ball's out. It was Parsons coming around his man and getting to him from behind. Armstrong has the recovery.
Well, just like I said, the Cowboys are going to get off to a great start today.
What you just said, right?
Yeah, the Vikings have really done a great job, and that's rare right there. Darisaw is one of the really, you know, he's a great left tackle in this game, and this is rare. He's only given up 10 pressures all year out of 383 snaps, but the first time today, gets an opportunity. You see why. That's Parsons at his best.
Parsons, who was absolutely livid after the loss last week against Green Bay, had not had quarterback pressure the last 2 weeks. On the 3rd play today, he forces the fumble, and here come the Cowboys from the 27 of Minnesota. And Elliott gets the start of the backfield after missing the last couple of games with a hyperextended knee. Sensational Elliott's absence, so we'll have the dual threat today, but they begin with the veteran at 7 years, and they give it to him. See? Breaks the tackle, gets down to the 22, and Dak Prescott. They played here now 3 years in a row, the Cowboys, but he missed the games both in 20 and 21 with an ankle and then a calf last year. Andy Dalton played for him in 20. Cooper Rush last year on Halloween, and the Cowboys won both games. And here he is today in Minnesota. Trying to do something in a hurry off the Cowboy takeaway. Number 23, 2nd and 6. To the first. They say it's 3rd and a foot. And there's Pollard. How about the way he has played the last couple of weeks? 2 straight 100-yard performances. And finding the end zone multiple times.
Yeah, he's got over 100 scrimmage yards the last 3 games. 4 rushing touchdowns the last 2. Obviously making it a little more controversy, but really you put 2 on the legs. 3rd and a half yard. Trying to go on sides, trying to get the handoff inside, over on inside, over the inside.
And the middle, and he lunges for the first as Zeke Elliott. And Donatel is the defensive coordinator for this Minnesota defense. They've had at least 1 takeaway in every game, and this guy creates a lot of problems for the opponent.
And you're going to see him come off the field, you know, situationally I call it, because you know, they move him around a ton. He's having an unbelievable year. So Darius Smith, 55. They want to get matchups, so you know, you don't need him on 1st down over and over again. Use a lot of his energy. Bring him on 3rd down, key plays. This is a very opportunistic defense this year, Jim.
They stay on the ground, Tony, and it's Elliott. Passed behind the defenders. That's 4 consecutive touches for Elliott. 1 pass, 3 rushes, and that was a good one. Game of 7.
Well, this is why I like the yin and yang of it. Everyone's like, well, he should start, he should, well, listen, you're going to get carries both of you. Every team has 2 guys really that get touches. If you run the ball well, you ride the hot hand. Parsons obviously has been very explosive, but those inside runs, he's been good at it for a long time.
There's power in the game also, and they flip it to him with Elliott out front trying to throw a block. He's stacked up, he got that in a hurry by Harrison Phillips.
think Schultz needed to make that play back with a perfectly thrown ball there, but that's where I think Dallas has been struggling more, you know, than years past on third downs. They're only converting 37% of the time, which is 25th. That's not good.
47-yard field goal attempt from Mom. There's that one attempt the last 3 games. And this one driven through. So the Cowboys collect 3 off the takeaway. Parsons with the strip sack of Cousins. Cowboys held to a field goal.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can I flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More second brats before 10 a.m. More third times a charm. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
Admitted. You use my Old Spice body wash.
I'm not letting hotel soap be my skin. It's the lavender mint for me. Get that.
So that if you put your own glass hands off my body wash.
Happy holidays, Mr. Scrooge.
Trying to stream the game, but my signal is dropping the ball.
You need a better network. Tis the season to switch to Verizon. Tis. You get a free 5G phone when you do.
Free phone?
Plus, Verizon gives you another great gift. A tablet, a smartwatch, earbuds.
Oh, the more gifts, the merrier. For me.
Oh, Scrooge.
Only Verizon gives you a free 5G phone and another gift, like a tablet, smartwatch, and earbuds, all on us.
Wow.
Switch now to Verizon, the official 5G network of the NFL.
5 minutes, fellas, 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. You getting that bed in front of the move, huh?
You gotta make all that.
What?
Fuck you, I could have gone down.
KG, I understand why you said it, but it's LA. Are you serious? You know what? It's LA. Why you saying that? Because it's LA. And you know what? You ain't scared of me. Let me tell you something. There's Boston, 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 LA.
That's definitely him.
Dude, that's Jessica taking a little bit for the peppermint frosty.
I got it. Well,
What?
when do I sit? Oh.
When it's Frosty time, choose wisely. Choose Winnie's new Peppermint Frosty.
The world's biggest sporting event is about to begin, so what's harder to get than a World Cup
I'm
soccer
terrible at this shit, man.
Maybe one of these.
What makes this so special? You have all your legends at a distance of your hand. It's fantastic.
60 Minutes Explains, tonight on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Well, Vikings losing a fumble for just the 3rd time this season, but fortunate that it ends at only 3 for the Cowboys.
Well, I talked about it earlier. The Vikings going to
Need a confidence booster. I'm just gonna play some former TD on for a little bit.
Great game planner, Jim. I really think they got a great head coach and a great hire for long time.
Some of the touchback delivered by Maher. During the break, Tony, they put a little clip package. Look at this. I was looking at you, not realizing on the big screen was on. What is it?
Yeah, you're talking to me, and I'm like, wait a second, why is the
All these
Facebuster
motions
on here? Well, what they did was they showed a game from back in the day, and they got hit out of the time.
Additional playoff game.
Yeah, I think they were trying to get the crowd excited and boo Cowboys, and I was like, no.
It turned out to be an inside joke, and so I said, well, I better rewrite it because these guys aren't going to understand the joke, but why not tell you the story? So there's a famous boxer by the name of Bernard Hopkins, and he's one of the great boxers of our era. But before he became a boxer, he was in prison for about 5 years, and so people are always wanting, when they interview him, they always ask him, what was prison like? Like that's a question you can just answer. What was prison like? I don't know. So they asked Bernard, they said, what was it like in prison? And Bernard Hopkins says, well, that movie with Tom Hanks, A League of Their Own, with the women's baseball team? The guy says, yeah. He says, well, you know how Tom Hanks says there's no crying in baseball? The guy goes, yeah. He says, well, there's definitely no crying in prison. That's what prison is like. So with that in mind, The second thing that you need to do is you need to take the market. And by taking the market, you have to win the market. So you can come up with the best product, but if you don't win, you really don't have a company. And the reason is there's no crying in baseball, and there's definitely no profits for number two in technology. Like that's just the way, that is the way it works, because most of the technology business are network effects business, meaning if I buy Microsoft Word, it's much more valuable for you to own Microsoft Word because we're compatible with each other. And so there's no room for WordPerfect, the number two. Similarly, like who's the number two networking company? Who's the number two database company? Do they make any money? Generally, the answer is no. So number two is taking the market, and by that I mean winning the market. You have to win. And when you think about, if you're an engineer, what business skills do you need to build a technology company? They're all around the skills you need to win the market. How do you outmarket, outsell, and beat the competition? That's ingredient two. And those are the two things that really matter. Can you build a product that's better than anybody else's and better than the current experience by enough that people will actually change? And then two, do you take the market? Do you beat the competition? Do you build a good enough company that you go win? So starting with Cloud Hour. So my story. Now we're getting to my story. So how did I get to be CEO? And this is, I think, an important thing that I just want to point out. So in America, it's a little different than other countries in that
where the fuck?
The way CEOs are portrayed is a little different. Normally they're a little more respected. For example, they actually did a study in the U.S. television in the 80s and 90s. 90% of murders on television were committed by CEOs. And so as part of, as an extension of that, a lot of people will think, gee, if I want to run a company, if I want to be a CEO, then I need to be ruthless, and I may need to be criminal. But that's not actually true. In fact, it's pretty far from being true. And that if you work your way backwards and say, what is the fundamental thing that's required of a CEO? What's the fundamental thing that you have to be able to do in order to be CEO is people have to want to work for you. Like that's it, because if nobody wants to work for you, you're a CEO by yourself, right? Like you can't actually do anything. And so why would anybody want to work for a person? Well, do they have good vision? Do they care about my interests and not just theirs? Are they somebody that I can get behind? These are the questions people ask of themselves. So to be a good CEO, you actually want to do the opposite of what's portrayed on TV. And you don't want to be ruthless, and you don't really want to be a dick, because nobody wants to work for that. And of course, Warren Buffett will never do business with you either, because it's like marrying for the money. So to be a CEO, you have to, at some point, people have to want to work.
This guy runs right into me.
That you have to have. Secondly, the founding team. What ought the founding team look like? And in technology companies, an ideal founding team is usually two people, and the two people are of two different types. So one, you need an inventor. And it's the inventor's job to build a product that's 10 times better than any other product that's ever been built in the space, or anything better, 10 times better than anything that's available to solve that problem. And then you need an entrepreneur. And the entrepreneur's job is to take the market. And so if you think about the company, the companies that I founded, so my partner Mark Andreessen, he was the inventor, and I was the entrepreneur. Now, what helped a lot for us is that as the entrepreneur, I've got a master's degree in computer science, so I understood invention. And I understood how to drive the company around continuous innovation. And that's really, really important. And Mark, although he was the inventor, and he invented the browser and a lot of important things, he knows a lot about business, and he knows a lot about taking markets, and he knows a lot about competition. And so the best thing to do is have two people who know how to do both, but at least one person who's world-class in each. And that's how you think about the founding team. And so then, okay, so you've got that. I get it. Build a great product. Be ready to win the market. Put together the team that can do that. How do we start the company? And really, that's the easiest thing. Starting a company is all about having the courage to do so. There's not really more to it than that. It is really easy. It's never been easier to start a company. you just say, hey, I want to start a company. Then it gets hard. Once you've started it, then you got to go get money and do all these other things. But starting a company, we really just sat around and we said, you want to start a company? And that was that. So let me tell you, I'm taking you a brief history of that company. So starting at the founding, so the idea that we had to start Offshore and LabCloud was we were all at a company called America Online at the time, which some of you may remember and is still actually around, believe it or not. But that was the company that acquired Netscape, which was our prior company. And while at America Online in 1999, we ran into this problem.
I'm getting absolutely
there was a site, Shop at AOL. And Shop at AOL was the biggest e-commerce site on the internet, bigger than Amazon at the time. And we were running it, and what would happen is every time we'd sign up a partner for Shop at AOL, because it was really just a shopping mall, so we'd have like Barnes & Noble as a partner and Toys R Us as a partner, we would hand them the AOL traffic and their site would collapse. And when we went and looked at, gee, why are their sites collapsing, what we found is none of them knew actually how to run these new sites. And at that time, multi-tier architectures were new, storage area networks were new, application servers were barely invented. And so people didn't know how to build these things, and we thought, gee, wouldn't it be a good idea if somebody built something to do it for them, we could call it a cloud. It could be like cloud computing, and it would be called LabCloud. And we thought that was a really good idea, and so we started the company. And it was a really good idea. It was just 10 years too early. And it's not a good idea to be 10 years too early in technology. Don't do that. That's bad. So then what happened? Well, we were in what's known as the internet bubble. And by the way, this is a chart, I should point out, of our market capitalization. And that's in, 1,000 is a billion, so it's in thousands. And if you turn it upside down, that's a chart of my blood pressure during that period. So 2 months after founding, we raised money from Benchmark, basically out of pedigree of the founders, at a valuation that basically was eye-popping for us of $66 million for the company. 2 months after we said, hey, let's start a company, we were worth $66 million, which is a lot of money. It's even a lot of money to me now. Then the business initially took off. Everybody thought it was the bubble. Everybody thought cloud computing was a great idea.
No one's going to kill that guy.
We had $12 million in bookings in our first 4 months after we started the company. So we started the company, and 4 months later, LabCloud, the cloud computing business, had $12 million in bookings and lots of customers, and it was going great. It was the business went off. And then 9 months after founding, when we did Series C, we raised money at $820 million valuation, which was ridiculous and stupid and silly. And we thought people had lost their minds, and they had. But that's where we went. And the problem with raising money at a high valuation like that is people expect you to build a really big company. And the problem with people expecting you to build a really big company is they expect you to spend all of the money that you raised really, really fast, which we did, which caused a little bit of a problem later on. So then, shortly thereafter, the so-called bubble burst. And the impact of the bubble bursting for us was about half of our customers went out of business, literally went poof, which is bad if you're a cloud computing company because you basically provisioned and purchased a lot of infrastructure to run all those companies. Nonetheless, and you can see as we slide down, we took the company public in 2001. And interesting fact about that, in 2001 there were only 2 IPOs in technology, LabCloud and PayPal. And I'm very good friends with the PayPal guys, and they were similarly traumatized. And also, ironically, we both sold our companies for the exact same amount of money, PayPal and us. So, but that was it. That was all the ideas, and then they cut it off. They said, stop the madness, end the bubble. You guys are retarded. You're stealing all our money. Go home. And so after the IPO, things got worse and worse in our sector. And the big thing, so just to give you an idea, our main competitor, Exodus, which was the big data center company, the aptly named data center company, because that's basically what happened with their customers, Exodus. in January of 2002, or in January of 2001, raised $900 million against what they claimed was an already fully funded plan. So they raised $900 million for expansion. They were worth $50 billion as a company. 9 months later, they went bankrupt. Like, that's how dramatic, like, the fall off was. It was horrible, like horrible. When you look around and laugh, I'm like, it was horrible, but like, it was really horrible. And so we started to slide as well, and we were going to go bankrupt. There was no question. Like, we basically found a market of cloud computing, and that market disappeared overnight, particularly cloud computing from a semi-viable provider, which is what we were. And so as we were on our way to certain bankruptcy, I was sitting there going, okay, you know, sometimes when you have something really bad happen to you, or something really bad about to happen to you, one of the things I like to do is I ask myself, how bad is this really? How bad could this be? Is it really that bad? Should you really be up at 3 o'clock in the morning in a cold sweat? Like, are you really acting correctly? And so I said to myself, how bad could this be? And I thought, well, we're going to go bankrupt. This is going to be really embarrassing. Okay, I've been embarrassed before. I'm going to have to lay off all the employees. That's going to be really horrible and horrifying. I'll never be able to do this again because I will have burned through all of that cash that I raised at a very high valuation. And I was thinking, you know, this isn't making me feel any better. And so I thought, well, what if before we go bankrupt, before we actually run completely out of cash, like, is there something I can do? And I thought, well, what am I going to do once we go bankrupt? And I thought, well, once we go bankrupt, what I could do is I could buy the software that we use to run the cloud. I could buy that out of bankruptcy, and I could start a software company. That would be a good idea. And then I thought, well, what if I could do that before we go bankrupt? And so that was like the best idea I've ever had in my life. And so as a result of that, I sold the cloud computing business to EDS, which was the basically service that ran the cloud. And then I took the software and we became a software company, Opsware. And Opsware went from, at the bottom there, 35 cents a share. We were worth about $30 million to $1.6 billion in the sale to HP, and hooray, we were all happy. That's the story about cloud. And I'm sweating just thinking about it. So here's another good picture. Now, in this picture, there actually are two handsome people, Bill Clinton, and there's my lovely wife. And so you're going, why are you showing me all these pictures of famous people? You really have a lot of problems. So I wanted a picture about leadership. So the last thought I want to leave you with in building a company, I often get asked what's more important, leadership or management? And I always thought Bill Clinton was a much better leader than he ever was a manager. And if you're starting a technology company, the key ingredient really is leadership. Because there's just not that much to manage at first. And you can learn, management is a little easier to learn, although you can learn leadership. But the key ingredient in leadership is really something that the guy who used to work for Bill Clinton, Colin Powell, said, which is leadership is the ability to get people to follow you, if only out of curiosity. You guys getting a lot. I mean, get a reaction on that. That's like one of the greatest things ever. And that really is what it is. Because there's so many times when you're building one of these things that there's absolutely no reason for the employees to stay with you. There's no reason for anybody to listen to what you're saying. And so all you can do is keep them curious enough, and what's going to happen next is keep them on board. All right, so next part of the talk. Is it too late? Like, did I miss the boat? Like, is it all invented? Gee, I wish I had thought of Facebook. There's never going to be a Facebook again. It's all
How many times I gotta shoot that dude is my question. I shot that dude a couple
but
times.
you know, there's been a lot of articles about, like, there's no more venture capital, there's no more innovation, like, it's too late. And probably many of you have roommates or fraternity mates or friends who go, why are you going to computers? This isn't all done. I've got everything I need. I got my computer, I got my iPod, I got my iPhone. Like, what else is there to build? I think I've got all the technology I need.
It is okay, dude.
Yeah, you guys heard that. Okay, so I'm going to tell you how to. So, and it's an interesting rhetorical question. How much do we need? Like, how much of this stuff? Like, when is enough enough? So, I think the best way to look at a rhetorical question like that is to move back through history. So if you go back to 1843, this is a quote from Henry Ellsworth, who ran the patent office, and it's a famous quote. And basically, and in Henry Ellsworth's defense, he was basically echoing what he had been hearing. So there were a lot of people who wanted to shut down the patent office because they were like, it's over, we've invented everything, it's done. Just stop. Like, it's 1843 for crying out loud. We've invented all there is to invent, there's nothing left to invent. We don't need patents. Yeah, it's a pretty good ringtone.
Oh my gosh, my God.
Another earlier thing, so 1936, John Maynard Keynes, generally considered, or at least in the conversation, the greatest economist in the last 100 years. And this is not one of the smarter things that he said. But basically what he was saying here is, once people's needs are met, like his big process, he said, once people's needs are met, once they've got food, once they've got shelter, once they've got like the basic things taken care of, then A, they're not going to want to work anymore. So like, why work if you've got your basic needs met? You're going to work much fewer hours. And two, as a result of that, they're going to save an enormous amount of money because like they're going to be making so much money and their needs are all going to be met and there's going to be nothing to buy. And so he predicted two things, that one, in the next 50 years, people would work a lot less, and two, the savings rate would go way up. So those of you who know economics are probably the ones who are laughing, because of course the exact opposite happened. So like, why did he get that so wrong? Well, in 1936, he didn't think you needed a washing machine, he didn't think you needed a color TV, he didn't think you needed a car for every person in your house, he didn't think you needed an iPhone, he didn't think you needed any of that. Those weren't needs, those were wants. Well, what we've learned through history is needs turn into wants. And wants and needs, there is actually a line between them. Like a need can quickly become a want. I need Gucci shoes. Well, maybe I don't need Gucci shoes. But that's how it happens. And my favorite example of this is, how many microprocessors do you need in your automobile? 20? Yeah. So my next question is, and people usually say 20 is actually pretty aggressive. Like, for an that's got to be an engineer. You must be an engineer to say you need 20 microprocessors. Most people wouldn't think they do that. But then, do you need anti-lock brakes? Do you need an airbag? Do you need the navigation system? Do you need your CD player? Do you need... There are average automobile has 50 microprocessors in it today. Average hybrid, well over 3 times that. And so, and actually a hybrid is more of a computer than a car. Well, do you need that? Do we need hybrids? Well, like some people are like, yeah, we need hybrids. So now you need 150 microprocessors in your car. And so what a need is definitely up to the imagination of the person. And there's not really a line between wants and needs. This is my favorite. So in 2003, this is 2003, right? So this is before cloud computing, before virtualization, before social networking, before like everything that's like taken off. This is from Nicholas Carr. Nicholas Carr wrote this for the Harvard Business Review. IT has become a commodity, affordable, accessible to everyone, that no longer offers strategic value to anyone. 2003. So when I read this in 2003, I thought, wow, how could someone from Harvard write something so stupid? But then as I started to think about it more, I thought, of course, only someone from Harvard could write something that stupid, because if it was anyone who wasn't from Harvard, somebody would tell them, hey, you're an idiot, don't write that. But so you know I'm telling the truth. So anyway, so people continually underestimate what's going on, and then if you look at what's really happening, so this is a chart of patents granted in the U.S. Like, so that's what's really happening on invention. Like, that's the patent curve. Now there are a lot of, there's this new thing called patent trolling, so there's more patents than there used to be, but like, that's still an impressive curve. That is nodes on the internet. Like, like, so that might create a few opportunities for invention. Just that growth a lot, just that growth alone, but invention is what's also driving that growth, so it's a virtuous cycle as to live. And I actually have like 50 of these kinds of slides to show you, but in reality, innovation is accelerating, and the opportunities are multiplying. if technology isn't good, then why are smart people so stupid? And you're like, no. So the first thing is because investors, people who are looking at it from an economic standpoint, turn out to be highly emotional. And this was a very tricky thing for me to learn because I always thought with their fancy suits and with their like fancy words, investors were like really logical, but it's just the opposite. They're like highly emotional. Technology is definitely not emotional. Technology, whether like people are feeling good about it or people are feeling bad about it, or like people want to jump out the window, or people want to like invest all their money in it, it just keeps going. It just keeps going. And let me give you a couple of examples of this and how it interrelated with people's emotions and stock prices and funding of venture capital. The first is the PC. So the PC was invented, really in the late 70s. And then by 1980, like investors got wind of it. And by 1983, there were 300 companies just making disk drives for PCs. Like everybody thought it was the greatest invention of all time, and they were going to invest all their money in it, and venture capital exploded, and it was all great. But the funny thing about it was like the PC really wasn't very useful to anybody. In fact, the main way they marketed it was a way to save your recipes. Like if you didn't want like a box with like people used to say, well, a box with little cards, and like so now you could keep them like in your PC. Like and that was a big application, and like that was it. And as a result, like the PC didn't do real well as a product. And people were like, oh, like it's not doing very well as a product. And investors got like completely, they were like, nobody's ever going to want, why would any person want a computer? And like they got completely despondent. Venture capital fell by 2/3. By 1987, venture capital was only 1/3 of what it was in 1983. And like the stock market was totally like through with it, and it was horrible, and nobody wanted a PC. Well, funny thing happened, the technology kept getting a little better, And by 1990, you had Intel 386, which was a pretty powerful chip, and you had Windows 3.0, which was like not as horrible as Windows 2.0, but like still not that great, but quite a lot better, and the PC started to become useful. And the growth of the PC all occurred starting in 1990, when the product got good enough. Second example is the internet. So the internet, so my friend Mark at the University of Illinois, Mosaic, 1993, they came out with Mosaic, and then like 2 years later, 1995, Netscape goes public. All the investors get wind of it. We've got the internet bubble. Like, it's great. Like everybody's moving to Silicon Valley to start their own .com. Like it was awesome. And then, like, guess what? The technology wasn't quite there yet. It just wasn't quite there. A friend of mine, Josh Silverman, had a company called eBite. Some of you probably still use eBite today. There were like 250 engineers at eBite because like the technology, that was what was required for a green card. Like for like for an invite. Like you didn't know, you could do that like any two of you guys could go build eBite, right? Today. But that was the state of technology. It was just really hard to build anything at scale because nobody had been delivering things to millions and millions of users. And so everybody got despondent. All the movies, all the jokes and all the movies at the time were like, oh, you went to a .com, you're an idiot. Like, you're a moron, you bet on the internet. What a bunch of dummies. Like, that's all stupid. But what happened is technology kept getting better and better. Application service started to get pretty good. The programming languages were really evolving really, really quickly. And then pretty soon, and then all of a sudden, at a time when nobody was funding anything, Google comes out. Like, oh, I guess the internet is something. And that has generally been the cycle. So people get like overexcited and overly depressed all the time about all this stuff. But the basic curves, the fundamental things, innovation continues to go. So the good news is you guys all picked the right field. Smile, pick the right field, it's good. Okay, so what do we work for? So the first thing to understand about the technology business, 2 important points. So of all the technology companies, so there was a study that was done by Andy Ratcliffe, who teaches entrepreneurship at Stanford. Of all the technology companies started in the U.S. in any one year, and this is over a 20-year period, about 15 ever generated $100 million in revenue. So you take every company, there's 15 of them that generate $100 million in revenue. Those 15 companies make up 97% of the value. Extreme parallel curve. So less than 1% of the companies, far less than 1% of the companies, make up 90% of the value, 97% of the value. So as a venture capitalist,
Just wrecking.
We want to invest in those 15 companies. That's the whole venture capital thing. So all the venture capitalists are all just trying to get into those 15 companies. So like, that's how, so if you want airplane money, if you want to change the world, if you want to have a big impact, you have to do one of those 15. If you want beer money, you don't need to do that. There's plenty of ways to get beer money. But that's the playing field. So it's really, what do you need to do to build something so transformational and take the market that you become one of those 15 companies that gets to that scale, that becomes that valuable? And like, that is the landscape. That's what it is about. So how do we find those 15? What do we look for? Well, there's really just a couple of things. One is the size of the opportunity. Is the company addressing a really, really big and important market? And by that, I mean really the market, not the theoretical market, but the market to actually buy that product. And you have to be very careful here, because sometimes people will come in and say, we're going after a $100 billion market, and if we just get just, you know, 0.5%, then we're going to have a big company. Well, when I hear that, you know what I tell them? There's no crying in prison. There's no profits for number 2 in technology. There is no 2% of a big market. You have to get like 30 or 40% of a big market for it to actually be meaningful, for you actually to make money in technology. And there's a lot of reasons behind that, but I'm just giving you the punchline. So first, the size of the opportunity. Second, the quality of the team. So is the team good enough to build the great product that's 10 times better and take the market? And that's what we invest in. And like, that's the most important thing. And then the final thing, a bad market always beats a good team. And when we don't invest in a good team, it's always because they picked a market that isn't quite what they think it is. And quite frankly, the most common one of these today,
picking people off with that signal, dude.
Everybody thinks it's a big market, but I'll tell you what, there's 1,000 entrepreneurs pursuing it, and there's very little differentiation. It's very hard to target an ad better than the next guy. And by the way, if you're a brilliant person, why would you want to spend your life targeting ads?
Jeez, I'm terrible at it.
So other things that we like, other things that generally lead to really good companies, megalomaniacs. So it turns out that it's true. If you want to change the world, the first step is to believe that to be kind of megalomaniacal enough to actually believe that you can change the world. So like, that is actually a good quality. And it is generally necessary to have the leadership skills to drive through all the issues that we run into along the way. 2, outliers. So we tend not to be thematic. We tend not to say, gee, we want to invest in cloud computing, we want to invest in SSD storage, we want to invest in this or that. We say, let's look at the very best entrepreneurs and see the ideas that they come up with. And generally, the great technology companies have not been thematic. They've been something completely out of the blue.
All right, dude,
at the time
you
they
get
came in.
one kill at a time.
Big shifts in technology markets. So I did mention SSD. Well, that is a big shift. Like, storage is never going to be the same. So that creates big opportunity when markets change. Market sectors that are dead. So often the things that nobody wants to do. So you know what was a dead market in like 2001, 2002? Search. It was over. Yeah, it won. Sure they did. So big market, winner, bad product, that's a great opportunity often. Next thing we look for, we like entrepreneurs that tilt towards the big market rather than niche. So I'd much rather see an entrepreneur come in and say, here's how we're going to wipe out Google, or here's how we're going to wipe out Microsoft, than somebody says, nobody competes with us, because what we're doing is so different and so odd and so weird that nobody would compete with us because nobody else is stupid enough to try that, because it's just an idiotic idea. But guess what? We have no competition. So rather have the entrepreneur be more competitive, rather have them go into competition than be completely anti-competitive and not even be thinking about the market, but thinking about the competition that they're going to avoid. Hardcore technical teams. So for us, we invest in technology companies. We're about technology. And so one test we have is if you take the technology team out of the company, the really best engineers out of the company, if the company doesn't collapse, we don't want to invest in it. And then finally, and this one is probably the softest one, we'd rather it's generally better. It's generally better, and the biggest companies generally start as, wow, we built this great product, everybody wants it, we have to build a company now to deliver the product to the market. That usually works out better than, wow, we really want to start a company, let's think of a product. Now, sometimes it works the other way, but generally products before teams. So biggest challenge for entrepreneurs. First is, like, it's really good to have some of both skill sets, entrepreneur and inventor. That's really, really helpful. And the reason for that is it's really hard for the just entrepreneur to find the big product innovation. And if they're running the company, that's a problem if they can't do that. Second big thing is finding the product market fit. So finding the product that everybody wants to buy, that the big market wants to buy, like getting to that. Because that's very different than the idea, but getting to the exact product. And third, and this is the biggest one of all, managing your own psychology. When we were starting Loud Cloud, Mark said to me, he goes, Ben, you know what's great about startups? And I said, no, what? And this was at a time when I was extremely nervous about everything, and my stomach always hurt. And he goes, you only ever experience two emotions, euphoria and terror. And I find that lack of sleep enhances them both. And that is so true. Which leads me to my final picture. Whoops. My final picture. So that is, that's my daughter Sophia, that's my daughter Julia, that's Evan Williams, who is the founding CEO of Twitter, and Mark Zuckerberg, the founding CEO of Facebook. And so this is the last story. So we were all together, as you can see. And we were at this thing, the Herb Allen Sun Valley Conference, and you've probably never heard of it, but it's like the business conference to go to. Everybody likes to go to that. And so one of the things about this conference is they let you take your kids, but only until they're 20. And then they can't come anymore. And so my big one, Julia, is going, oh, Dad, this is so great, but I can't come back because, I'm going to be 20 next year. That's going to suck. And I said, well, you can come, just become a real successful business person, and then Herb will invite you back. And she goes, that's ridiculous. I'm only 19 years old. I can't start a company. And we're sitting right next to Mark Zuckerberg. And I go, Mark, what do you think of that? I mean, he goes, think of what? And he says, Julia says she can't start a company. He goes, how old are you? And she goes, 19. He goes, oh, well, crap, I was 19 when I started Facebook. And I was like, oh, dads never get that on their teenagers. That was awesome. But the biggest thing about building a company, the biggest inhibitor to doing it is just believing that you can. And so take it from Mark Zuckerberg, it is possible. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
All right, everybody, welcome to Sunday. It's the start of the week. We're considering Sunday the start of the week. That's more in line with entrepreneurs. I don't know what number week this is.
I'm into that. Everybody starts working on Sunday, right? I feel like
Yes.
Friday you recover, Saturday you goof off, Sunday you goof off till 3, and then you start working. Is that not?
Only if you're a winner.
No.
Only if you're a winner.
I'm like, that's just not what everyone does?
If you're a winner and you want to go
Maybe
far in
a
your
little on
career.
Saturday if you accidentally wake up early, then you do a little email.
I mean, you could always, pound out some emails if you get a little time, kids are taking a nap or whatever your jam is. But Sunday nights are for winners to get ready for the week, obviously. It's okay. Not everybody has to be a winner. But today,
I hear myself say things that I would never advise to anybody else, but that are the way that I prefer to live my life. So it's very confusing. I'm like, you shouldn't do that. I like it.
Molly, if you love your job and you work 60 hours a week because it gives you great joy, if you were then retired and you golfed 60 hours a week or skied 60 hours a week or did poetry or worked at a nonprofit for 60 hours a week, people would be like, oh my God, it's virtuous. Oh my God, it's inspirational. It's up to the individual how many hours they want to work a week and if they get joy from it. One person's hustle culture is another person's passion or vocation. So let's just leave it at that. You don't need to be.
That's a great way to put it. You're right. I'm not trying to really be. I'm just
You're being judgmental with yourself. You are.
Oh,
calling you out on it.
myself.
You're being judgmental with yourself.
God, I really
You
freaking
are
am.
saying, I feel bad telling people I work on the weekends because I'm so passionate about my job, or on Sunday I try to get ready to crush the week.
Yeah.
You're doing something you love. It's okay. You can own that.
Love it.
And we'll own it today with a great VC Sunday School on the worst possible moments for founders right before shutting down, which is doing down rounds and the pain and suffering that down rounds include. And Molly's back with another This Week in Climate. Who do you got on This Week in Climate, Molly?
I do. You know, I'm obsessed with really boring topics that make a big difference, such as energy efficiency. I love
Yes.
energy efficiency. It is like a 4-to-1 investment. For every dollar you invest in energy efficiency, you get like $4 back, and you have like 4 times the climate impact on just using less energy. So I interviewed Dan Myers, who's the CEO of this company called Flare, which makes smart vents and wireless thermostats, not Wi-Fi. Like, they don't compete with Nest. Nest is actually a customer. And then they build this advanced software for residential heating and cooling to literally just manage and make sure it's efficient, and that your like filter has been cleaned, and all of the things that save you tons of money, save a ton of energy, put energy back into the grid. It's just like simple and beautiful.
I've wanted these smart vents because you put in a Nest, and maybe the zone is 4 rooms. Maybe
Right.
2 of those rooms are not used at night. They should be shut. There's no reason to heat my office at night or heat the living room at night. We're all in our bedrooms. The only 3 rooms that should be heated are the bedrooms. And I love this idea of this like microclimates and really
Micro,
refining
that's
it.
exactly what it is, yeah.
And the
It's
vent
room
can do
by
that.
room.
The vent can give you another level of control by just closing a vent, which I do manually like a maniac. I'll just close the vent in the hallway when there's a guest in the guest room to make the air conditioner just go in there and the heat go in there. So I can't wait to hear this. Blair, coming up next. It's going to be a great show.
Stick with us.
This Week in Startups is brought to you by Vanta. Compliance and security shouldn't be a deal breaker for startups to win new business. Vanta makes it easy for companies to get a SOC 2 report fast. Twist listeners can get $1,000 off for a limited time at vanta.com/twist. Smash Digital. Scaling organic traffic for your startup can be challenging, but it doesn't have to be. Visit smashdigital.com/twist to get a free SEO video audit for your business. You'll see if SEO is right for you and what it takes to become an industry leader. And the Microsoft for Startups Founders Hub helps all founders build a better startup at a lower cost from day one. Open to anyone with an idea, you'll get up to $150,000 in Azure credits, technical advisory, access to mentors and experts, free dev tools, and so much more. There is no funding requirement, and it only takes minutes to join. Sign up today at aka.ms/thisweekinstartups.
All right, Molly, it is Sunday, so it's time for VC Sunday School. This is where you ask me a question. Your first year of being a venture capitalist, thanks to the fans who have started to make blog posts about the show. I saw one fan had put together a whole architecture. If you want to take the content from the show and make a landing page and get some promotion for yourself, or maybe break into venture capital, there would be no better way to do that than to write a blog post about every single episode, or make a Notion or Coda instance about every single episode. And then when you try to get a job in venture, you say, hey, look, I made this thing where I'm trying to learn from VC Sunday School from Molly and Jake Al. I bet you get a job from it, or an internship, or your chances of getting the job go up. So make content based on our content. As I'm giving you permission right there. But what's your question today, Molly?
Let's talk about down rounds.
Oh.
And I know, it's such a freaking bummer. We could do a bonus on bet sizing if you want to, because that was so fun on Tuesday. But there was this interesting, I'm now starting to correlate stories I see in PitchBook and data I see in PitchBook with things that I'm experiencing every day, which is companies either, still wanting to believe in the last valuation, or having to raise at a lower valuation, or having to raise some sort of a bridge round. And then PitchBook had this piece about how there are all these companies that have had unicorn status, billion-dollar valuations, and of them, the top 10% of late-stage startups by valuation have seen those valuations plummet from $1.1 billion in Q2 to $680 million. So down 43%. A 54% decrease from pre-money valuation. So what it made me wonder is, what is our role what happens to us if one of those unicorns has that valuation decline? And what is our role in the kind of valuation cycle at the early stage? Like, can we be saying to founders now, if they're coming to us and they're like, I really want a $90 million valuation, and we're like, ooh, it's like a 40 right now. But is it also, are we able to say to them, like, look, you don't want to put yourself in a position where you could be set up for a down round later?
Mm-hmm. So, okay, when the company is struggling and you get into a situation where your existing investors are unwilling, Molly, to do a bridge round. So you said to your existing investors, hey, I want to do a bridge. Can you give me another $1 million based on the last valuation? Now, this could be a $10 million or $1 billion valuation. It could be $100,000. It could be $100 million. Whatever the number is.
Bridge is like, I need a little more money, but I don't want to do a new round just yet.
I can't find a new lead.
Yeah.
So the height of venture funding is you have multiple new investors giving you a term sheet, and you're picking between them. It's a competition. Some might say an auction, but there's a competition to lead the next round. That means your company's doing great and the market is hot. That's what we experienced for the last 5 years. Just massive competition to lead rounds. And it became super intense in the last 2 years. Okay.
Yeah.
The next stage down is, go ahead, Mom.
That's the ideal. That's the
ideal.
Best possible, yep. Okay.
Best possible for the founder, not great for the investors, because it means if there's competition, you're going to be paying a higher price. In some cases, absurd prices. The deals are going to close quickly. There'll be less diligence. In fact, I would say it can get unhealthy.
Yeah.
Okay, now the market collapses. You can't even find somebody to lead your next round, so you do a bridge. And you ask your existing investors, hey, we did a lot of work. We'd like to increase the valuation 30% because we increased the revenue 30%. And they say, okay, fine, we'll give you a bridge. We want to own more of the company. We believe in the company. Next step down, hey, we couldn't find the lead. You don't want to do a bridge and an up round. Would you be fine doing a flat round? Okay, flat round. They say, no, we're not interested in flat rounds. Okay, are you interested in investing at all as a previous investor? And they say, yeah, but we want to get 3 warrants. We'll do the last round, but we want to get 3 additional shares for every share we buy now. So we'll give you the $1 million. That $1 million is going to buy 5% of the company. It's a $20 million valuation, but we want an extra 3 shares. So we're essentially going to be buying 20% of the company, but we're going to be putting cash in for 5. We have the option to buy those other warrants. Okay, that kind of sucks, right? You're getting $1 million in cash in, you're diluting 5%, but you have to give away 20% of the company ultimately with these warrants. Mm-hmm. We talked about them before. Mm-hmm. Then there comes the worst case scenario. This is when we have a cram down round, a pay to play round, and a new investor comes in and says, y'all don't want to put in a single dollar. The existing investors are giving a complete vote of no confidence. They're unwilling to put any money in. Founder goes to their attorney and says, I want to do a pay to play round. I am going to do a cram down round. Every single person who has preferred shares now is going to convert their preferred shares into a common share alongside the founders. So let's say there were 10 million shares in the company worth $10 each. That would be a $100 million valuation. Those 10 million shares, and let's say 30% of them, 3 million, were preferred shares, 7 million were common. We're going to make them all common. They're all common. Now we have 10 million common shares. And we are going to value the company at, let's say, $20 million. So now instead of $10 a share, they're $2 a share for common. But we have a new investor coming in who's willing to put in $5 million, and they get the preferred shares. Everybody else is common. Let's say it's even a $15 million valuation. So they own 33% of the company. The 30% you own is now in common shares. You lose your board seat. You lose your information rights. You're just like all the other common shareholders.
And then the common shares affects the liquidation preference, right? You're junior to the preferred shares.
Correct.
You get paid later if you get anything. If you get anything. Yeah.
And that overhang is now washed. So that, let's say you had paid $10 million or whatever for your 30% ownership over time. That 10 million doesn't count towards anything. We just own common in the company. Your common is now worth a third of the remaining 70%, let's say 50% that went down to, so you have like 15% of the common. So you went from 30% of the preferred to 50% of the common. And sometimes these cram down rounds are even more brutal. They just say it's a $10 million valuation. New investors are getting 50%. Common is 5%, so now you're at like 5%. So you still have like a chance that you may get a recovery, but it basically means you're washing everybody out. That's like the last ditch effort for a company before they shut down. Listen, founders, very important. If you're in SaaS or you're in services and you store customer data in the cloud, you need to be SOC 2 compliant yesterday. And you might be hearing this and you may not even know what SOC 2 is, or maybe you heard about it. You know you're behind the 8 ball. Let's get this solved today. This week, I want you to be compliant from a third party so that you can close big deals. Do it now. Do not look like a dope when you try to close a deal and they're like, do you have SOC 2? And you're like, that long pause, that's gonna be the sound of them going to your competitor. Use Vanta, which makes it incredibly easy to get and renew your SOC 2. On average, Vanta customers are SOC 2 compliant in just 2 to 4 weeks, and compare that to 3 to 5 months without Vanta. And they partner with over 24 audit firms who have been trained to file SOC 2 reports directly within Vanta. I was able to invest in Vanta. It's a great company. A bunch of my portfolio founders have used Vanta. They've had amazing experiences. They give it their highest rating. And let's just be clear here. If you're not SOC 2 compliant, you can't close major customers. It's that simple. It's one of the first things they're going to ask for. Here's the best part of this ad read. Vanta loves This Week in Startups. They want to support founders, and they want to support founders early. And they don't want you to break the bank, so they're going to give you $1,000 off. Think about that. Get $1,000 off at vanta.com/twist. vanta.com/TWIST. $1,000 off vanta.com/twist. Get your SOC 2 now.
And then if we're the investor in that situation, what does the calculation become?
How do we make our decision?
Yeah, how do we decide if we're like, yeah, we'll take that common stock, I guess, as opposed to what are the alternatives for, let's say, us who has we've decided not to invest anymore.
Yeah.
We're about to be washed out in this way.
Yeah.
Then what do we say internally?
So we internally have a discussion. Okay, do we want to pay to play in this round? Do we want to put another $500K in now that they put a gun to our head? It's not a flat round. We're going to lose all of our rights. We're losing our board seat. We lose our preferred. We lose our liquidation preference. We lose our interest on the note. All that stuff gets washed. We own common. Would we invest in this company? This is how you have to look at it. It's from just first principles. If this was a new company pitching us, forget about the money we've invested already. Would we participate or not? And that's really the most intellectually honest way to do it. Very hard to do because you might have emotionally been involved with this company for 5 years, you might have been on the board, and it's just hard. And what you have to do, I think, as an investor, and this is what we would do in our investment team, and I literally had a conversation with somebody who had a down round, and they said, hey, you chose not to invest from our fund. And I slacked them back, and I said, okay, here's how we make our decision. The fund has a certain amount of reserves. The investment team looks at the opportunities before it, and we give that money to the highest growth companies. Your company has not been high growth. It's had some challenges. It's not a vote of no confidence. We are only giving those reserves to the top 10 or 20% of the people in the portfolio. So you're not in the top 10 or 20%. Doesn't mean that you're not in the top 70%, or the 80th percentile. Just you're not in the top 20. So don't take it as a vote of no confidence. Take it as a vote that we are only investing the remaining funds in those funds, what they call the reserves in a venture fund. You want the reserves to go to the highest performers so that you can ensure your LPs get the best return so that you can raise your next fund. And so you have to be cutthroat at that point. This is investing, not friendship. This is not your pal who's down on their luck and they're like, hey, buddy, we were best friends in college. I'm down on my luck. Can you send me $500 so I can make my rent, or I could use $5,000 to help my kid pay for college? Like, I get those phone calls, and it's like,
I was gonna say, you're nicer than I am. That's always a no.
Well, it's either a no or a donation. I don't look at it as a loan. People ask me for a loan. I'm like, here's a gift, one time. Mm-hmm. If it truly feels like it's something I should do or whatever, or sometimes you got to say no because you got to take care of your family, right? Your own family. So it's a hard thing to do, or you don't want to enable people, and so this is what it's like for VCs. We are investing other people's money. We have to think about our fiduciary responsibility to them before our friendship responsibility to you. That's the hard thing sometimes for founders and capital allocators. And I would be lying if I said it wasn't hard for me.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Hard part of the job.
I'm in the meetings. It's awful. And not all of them, but enough of them where it's like, it's clearly very painful. But let me be ruthless and keep talking about the options related to down rounds, because sometimes they can also trigger anti-dilution preferences.
Yeah.
Is that right? And what does
Well-
that mean?
So you may have some right set that says you get to approve an M&A transaction, you get to approve the issuance of new stock. You might have the ability to buy any shares that are being sold first. You have first right of refusal if some common shares get sold or some preferred person wants to sell. So there's a series of preferred rights that venture capitalists are putting money in fight for. And those sometimes are called protective provisions. You know, the anti-dilution one is, hey, if you're going to dilute us, we need to approve that. So, okay, yeah, Sequoia's coming in to do the Series B. They want to take the whole round. Okay, yeah, we'll waive our pro rata. We'll give them major investment rights. We'll waive our ability to block a sale. So typically VCs have some say in future corporate governance transactions in these protective provisions, anti-dilution being one of them. And but if you're not willing to put money up, and the company has exhausted all options, they've looked at M&A, and there's just some maniac, maniacal true believer who says, I believe in this business, but I believe in it as a $5 million business where I put in $1 million and I get 2x warrant coverage, I get a 10%, a 15% interest rate, because none of y'all believe in it enough to put up a single dollar. Then the founder says, listen, I exhausted everything. This is the hard reality. And it's legal to do this. It's legal to do this. It's a corporate governance issue. If nobody wants to back the company, the founder wants to keep going, I understand it as a founder. So, it's hard medicine. It is what it is. Take the medicine. One of the first things I do before I invest in a company is I look them up and I check on their SEO. I want to see if they understand how to get that free traffic from search engines. One of the most basic things you can do to drive free, consistent traffic and make it easy for your customers to find you is SEO. And a lot of people, it's a little scary for them, right? They think it's like a black art. They don't understand the basics of it. A lot of the basics of it is just very technical content and basic blocking and tackling. And so you got to call our friends over at Smash Digital. Smash is hyper-focused on SEO, and they specialize in high-end link building. This is not a generic digital marketing agency. They only focus on world-class SEO. Founder Travis, also an investor. And he started Smash Digital to help grow the businesses that he runs and invests in. An in-house SEO expert, I would say, going to cost you $75 to $100K a year. And you're going to still need a budget to make great content, to try to get people to link back to you for that content, to send signal to the search engines that you're worthy of traffic. Well, Smash starts as little as $3,500 a month. And for a limited time, Smash is offering free audits for Twist listeners at smashdigital.com/twist. That's right, you're gonna get a free personalized video audit of your startup's SEO for free. Smash will map out the exact steps you need to take to outrank your competitors. Again, they're gonna do it for free to try to build that relationship with you and show you they're good at what they do. So go to smashdigital.com/twist. smashdigital.com/twist.
Do we ever encounter like the weighted average adjustment or the full ratchet adjustment? Is that all like?
I mean, you could dollar
Is that too
cost
much
average
for-
into this.
Yeah.
Like people
I don't
talk
understand
about, like
any
when
of
they're
that.
jtrading.com, startups.com/jtrading or jtrading.com. For some reason, the domain name resolves for some browsers, but in Chrome, jtrading.com is not. If somebody can look at that for me, who's a tech person, and explain why
I've had a
we can't
bunch
get
of
that
trouble
fixed.
with Chrome lately.
I don't know. Some people type in jtrading.com, they go right to the site. With
Yeah.
Brave, it works fine. Chrome, it doesn't. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, you can dollar cost average into a bad trade if you still believe in the company, I guess. So you paid $15 for Warner Brothers Discovery. It goes down to 7. You say, you know what? I'll buy it, and my average will be the average between 7 and 15 or whatever, $12 and change. I think it's a fine thing to do. But with private companies, because of the power law we talk about, Molly, what down rounds and cram down rounds basically tell you is this is not going to be one of your power law companies. So why are you spending time on it is what VCs say behind closed doors. I have a different approach, as you know, which is I want to be just absolutely supportive of every founder we can to an absurd degree, understanding that because of the power law, the chances of them being the 1 or 2 names in a fund that make the fund, I don't care about that. I care about actually our reputation and the feeling, the emotion, the camaraderie actually between us and the founder, just because that's the loyalty that is part of who I am. So I want our firm to feel loyal to the founders, especially in defeat, because the founder I have experience will get up again, and I want them to think, you know what, when I got my ass kicked, Jay Cal and his team picked me up. They gave me some water, like the the hype man, next to the fighter. I want to be the hype man next to the fighter saying, hey, listen, it only takes one punch. Get back in the ring. You can do it. You lost the first 5 rounds of the 6-round fight, but there's a chance. So get in there and give it your best, and I'm proud of you for, pummeling you took here, and just making it to the end of the 6 rounds and not getting knocked out, having a chance to knock the person out. That says something about your character to me. And if you do lose the fight, we'll be with you on the next fight. And we'll give you some cold water, and we'll put that massage thing on your neck, the ice pad. And we'll hang out with you after the fight and break it down and be with you in defeat. I just want to be that guy. I want us to be that firm, or that gal, or that they, them, whatever.
It's getting pretty rough out there. Companies are coming and saying they've got 3 or 4 months of runway, and then they can't raise because of that. And just random question, do the holidays play into that at all? Like, do people, like, if you're a company, you'll have 3 months of runway left, and like VCs are goofing, not us, obviously, but VCs are goofing off because it's holidays. Like, is it even worse timing to be in that situation?
There's a whole thing about seasonality of VC business, like August we shut down, December we shut down. There's some truth to that in every industry, Hollywood included. Deals don't get done over the holidays, people want to relax. Great deals get done at any time. I mean, if it's a great deal, people will do it on Christmas Day. They'll do it on Hanukkah, like, it does not matter. July 4th, like, if there's a great deal to be done, people will like tell their kids to go in the pool on July 4th, and they'll go inside and be like, I'll be back in 3 hours. Y'all eat some hot dogs. I'm closing this deal to get my Uber and Airbnb share. So let's be honest. If it's a power law company, people are gonna be engaged.
Doesn't matter.
Full stop there. But what I would say actually is more likely is I do think some founders reflect during the holidays or the down market, and they say, you know what, I'm done. And the I'm done conversation, or this part of my journey, this chapter in my story is going to close, is a hard one for people to have. I should have shut down Mahalo according to all the advice I've gotten. But I made Inside, I pivoted it to Inside, I had that domain name sitting around, I contributed the domain name that I bought for $65 to the company, and now the company does millions of dollars. I've got an incredible team there, and I think I can build it into a $1 billion company. I'm never say die. Ruloff is still on the board. From Sequoia, he doesn't need to be. I told him, please get off the board. I know this is a waste of your time. He said, no, I'm going to be with you to the end. And I'm like, okay, Ruloff, then I'm going to do 45-minute board meetings, and I'm going to take it seriously, and I'm going to try to get this thing over the finish line. You know what? I kind of figured it out. Like, it's a 5-year-old business after Mahalo, but this thing's been going on for 14 or 15 years, and I never say die. So I learned something about that. It's my personality to never say die, and it's Sequoia's personality to never give up on the founder unless the founder gives up, and that's something I took from Ruloff, who's been a great friend to me and a great mentor. So I'm never say die. That's a mistake in venture capital, according to most people. I think it's an attribute of a great human and a great life. I think you will have a great life if you actually curate friendship and deep, meaningful relationships. That's my belief about life. I can't separate business and life. To me, life, business, same thing. And it's a fault. People criticize me for it, but I also feel like it's a superpower. Other VCs are going to do better than me in the short term because they'll just leave the boards of these companies and move on to the next companies, and I'll stick with them till the end. Whatever. You got to do what you think is right for you as a human being in the world. And for me, I'm ride or die. Ride or die. Better or worse. Jump on a grande for you. That's it. Ride or die. Can't laugh at yourself. I mean, it's as corny as I am, or I seem, pretty much the truth. Pretty much the truth. I got a lot of emotion about this.
Difference whatsoever. Friends, I really want you to know this. There is no difference whatsoever in any JCal that I have met in any environment or scenario. It is
equally
100%
embarrassing.
Consistent. Whatever.
We could literally have this meeting go into the investment team meeting, and there would be absolutely no change in tone.
There would be no difference. Exactly.
No. We should do a public investment team meeting. That would be a cool thing to do. A public investment team meeting.
I don't think
I would have to get the permission of the founders.
Like that. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know how they would feel about that.
Just get them to agree to it.
The ones who are like,
would only do the ones.
Do we ever sign NDAs? Is that a thing? I've had a couple.
No, VCs don't sign NDAs.
You sign an NDA, and I'm like, I didn't do that as a journalist.
We never sign NDAs. But our whole reputation is on being discreet, and if a VC is not discreet, then that blows up right in their face. So.
I can't even imagine a scenario where you do like blah 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 about a company's internals, but maybe that's.
The most important thing really is between portfolio companies that pivot and overlap. I don't know if we did a VC Sunday school on that. What happens when two of your portfolio
Competition in the
companies
portfolio, yeah.
wind up in the same space? So like, Uber pivots and adds Uber Eats and you invested in DoorDash, or you had Postmates in your portfolio and then Uber adds Uber Eats, something like that. Those things happen all the time. Somebody is in a consumer business and then they see some SaaS business doing better, but with the same sort of customer base and the same product. And they're just like, well, screw this. I'm not going to go D2C anymore. B2C, I'm going to go B2B. And all of a sudden you're sitting there with two companies. We had this happen in the influencer space. We have 6 or 7 influencer businesses and they all kind of start drifting towards making SaaS products. And now you have 3 people in influencer marketing who have SaaS offerings and they each overlap 10 to 30%, and you didn't then have to create firewalls inside your company and then have a little bit of a conversation with them. And then people will pitch you sometimes, Molly, on a company, and you're like, we have an investment in that space. And in that case, you have to say to the person, we have an investment in the space. I'm happy to meet with you, but you should know we're already investors in DoorDash. So, Postmates come to you and say, okay, yeah, I don't know if it's different or not, if you're comfortable investing in this, but I'm on the board of DoorDash. And you say, oh, no, I don't want to pitch you. We're going to compete with them. So you just be upfront with that. If the founder, in fact, didn't do their homework. Founders, do your homework. Look at the portfolio, make sure there's nothing in the portfolio that's competitive. You can't pitch Bill Gurley on Lyft if he's in Uber. It should be obvious, but sometimes you will have people send their deck and a bunch of details to a Bill Gurley who's on the board of Uber, and this dumb founder never thought to look at the portfolio page. I mean, it's a really dumb thing to do. And they sent a bunch of proprietary information to them, and then Bill Gurley's got to delete and say, I deleted your email. I'm on the board of Door. You may not know this, but I'm famous on the board of Uber.
Incredible. All right, well, there you go, everybody. It's a Monday-sized VC Sunday School. Dan Myers is on This Week in Climate Startups today. He's the founder of a company called Flare, which is super interesting. They offer smart vents and thermostats because climate solutions come in all kinds of flavors, and energy efficiency is a huge one. I mean, this can drive so much change and such a huge emissions reduction, and people just don't even think about it. So these smart vents and thermostats help people balance heating and cooling across their homes and potentially then, of course, cut energy use. In September, Flare announced a $7.6 million Series A raise led by Active Impact Investments and Lower Carbon Capital. He broke down kind of the story behind the company, talked about the smart vent technology, how it gets installed in people's homes, talked about how Flare actually started as a D2C brand, but then eventually gained the trust of HVAC professionals, which is not easy to do. It's a super interesting conversation, a really great solution, and I hope you enjoy. Dan Myers is the founder of Flare Systems. Welcome to This Week in Climate Startups.
Thanks, great to be here.
So tell me what Flare does. It's smart vents and thermostats. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to let you explain the rest.
So we are mostly residential focused, climate tech focused on heating and cooling systems. We are a combination of hardware and software. And if you're a homeowner, we solve a lot of the most long-standing problems you've had with heating and cooling sort of comfort in your home. We also make it really convenient to connect equipment that oftentimes isn't easily connected by, say, a Nest or a Honeywell or some of the conventional thermostats that are out there. So to put a finer point on that, we build a smart vent system, which basically routes air to rooms with people in them instead of the whole home at once. We also make a smart thermostat for the world's most ubiquitous yet least connected HVAC equipment called the ductless heat pump, or sometimes called the mini splits.
Right. So you don't install or make heat pumps or mini splits. You make the vents and the controlling mechanism for that heating and cooling. So it sounds like it could work with like an electric heat pump, but it could work with a traditional natural gas heating system.
Yep. If you've got an AC in a furnace, or if you've got a heat pump, we pretty much work with all of them. Pretty much anything you find in a residential setting, and in some cases light commercial as well.
And then what got you, so you raised in September, just last month, it sounds like you announced a $7.6 million Series A raise, led by Active Impact Investments and Lower Carbon Capital. What is it about this that has not only been hard to solve in the past, but is a venture scale business?
It's a great question. So I think a lot of things have been hard to solve in the past in this space. So distribution is always tricky in the HVAC world. We sort of took an approach, it's a bit unusual for the heating and cooling world, which is we actually went D2C to start. And we've been scaling that for pretty much since we went to market. And then in parallel, starting to scale through the traditional HVAC channel. But we also sell through utility programs. So I guess we didn't talk too much about that so far, but in addition to these hardware products which are connected, we also sell services back to utilities that allow them to manage peak problems, which I know you're in California, comes up pretty much every summer where they're worried about blackouts. We solve a solution to kind of avoid a lot of that. So between those, we've got a lot of ways of getting in the home and a lot of people interested in having us in the home. So I think there's a venture story behind that. The other thing that's happening right now is there's this huge attention focused on getting off of conventional heating systems, in particular oil and gas. We are the leading hybridization solution for the dirtiest homes in the United States, whereby we provide essentially an on-ramp to fully, or I would say maybe 90% electric heating for homes that essentially are burning.
We're out here on the hunt for the next deal. And we're looking at a big shot deal today. So I brought the big shot car and I brought the big shot Jimmy Hart with me. And we're gonna take a look at this place and see, maybe we wanna buy it. Let's get Jimmy's opinion. And whatever he says, I'll do the opposite. I don't know, we're here to see. I just got here, I've never been here before. You want me to have all the answers? I just stepped foot on the property and you want me to have all the answers. What are you gonna do here? What are you gonna do here? I don't know. Parking lot looks okay for now. No holes, maybe a little work. There's security, doing a great job. You know how I know? Because I own other shopping centers. And I know the problems you have here. Yesterday, me and Paulie were at ours in Holiday. And we had to tow like 3 cars. People are living in their cars. Thank God you don't have a gym here. You know why? You know what? They're smart. You know what they do? They buy a membership for like 20 or 30 bucks a month. And then they live in their car in the parking lot and they go in the gym and wash up and do all that. And the damn cops wouldn't, they say, well, what do you want us to do? They got a membership. And the gym's open 24 hours, we're screwed. But you're doing a great job here, I can tell. You're just gonna walk around where you're gonna cause no trouble.
I'm gonna get you, Jimmy Hart. Jimmy. Jimmy. I'm gonna get you, Jimmy.
Jimmy, we found you your long-lost brother. Don't tell me that they don't look alike, okay?
Wait a minute. It looks like the guy we talked to 5 minutes ago. Hey. Oh, no. Hey, baby, how you doing? Baby, you got hands cut. What happened to your hands?
I tried to here's a camera crew coming in. I know it. See you.
Looks like you've been working out some.
Oh my God, you got to.
You look great, man.
You making another album?
Not putting any more music out right now, but we're just on tour with Ben. He's thinking about buying this whole shopping area over here.
It's a secret.
Hey, Ben. Buy low, sell high.
I like that. Buy low, sell high. Good advice.
He knows more than you do.
Buy low, sell high. I like that.
Jimmy always knows the highest class of people wherever we go. All right, so these are necessity stuff. This is stuff you need. You need pizza, you need medical, you need your eyebrows, you need your nails done, you need Chinese food. These are things you need in life.
$50% off. This stuff's beautiful. Look how colorful and cheap.
We're just looking at the big plants. I mean, no, the roof looks good. They just had a hurricane. The store is well stocked. There's people in there shopping. I mean, I don't know. It's a big store, but I mean, I don't know. They got nice inventory.
Ben, wouldn't you check and see how long their lease is for, though, before you buy all this?
Oh my God, I just got here. I can't know everything. We're here. We're going to take a look. Then we're going to go back to the office, and we're going to get Ben Jr. and me, and we're going to sit down, and we're going to look at every detail regarding the place. How long the leases are, how many extensions they have, when's the next rental increase, how much money are they making, how much CAM are they paying? You know what CAM is?
That's a good point.
Common area maintenance. All the expenses to run the place. They pay rent, and they pay our expenses.
I like it.
So you know what we pay?
Nothing.
I like it. I'm in. See, I'm learning.
Burlington, that's a big Burlington. I would assume that on the weekend it'll be a little busier here.
Pretty busy now. Oh, somebody knows you.
Oh, they're gonna get in an accident. The place looks like it needs some TLC. All right, that's what it needs. A little tender, loving care. You need to go in there and pick up something while you're here. You need to go in there and get you some hair product.
I love Sally. Look, that lady's friendly. She waved.
You're hard of hearing?
Huh?
There you go. Step right in.
Now let me ask you. So whoever owned this property before, they sold that land to Wells Fargo.
Or somebody that built the building for Wells Fargo and it rents it to them. It could be a land lease, it could be a building lease, we don't know, but it's no longer part of this property. It's called an out parcel. It has been parceled out. They took a line on a paper, they drew a line, they cut it out, and they sold it.
Well, let me, before you buy this, I know it's about leases. Like, let's just say somebody had a 3-year lease, somebody had a 15-year lease. What are you going to try to go for, the more longer lease?
I mean, the smaller shops are typically going to have a shorter term lease. They're typically going to be 3 to 5 years with options to renew. The Publix hopefully has a very long lease. Now that Publix has been built brand new in 2004, but they've been here since the year I was born in '65.
Damn.
So this is probably one of the oldest Publixes there are.
Well, you know what, Publix has been here since you were born. That means they're doing great business to be here this long, you know?
And the area should be growing, so it should be a good thing. I walk this whole place, and that's what you gotta do if you're looking to buy a shopping center. You gotta walk it, you gotta feel it, you gotta take somebody along for their opinion for what it's worth. No, he's Ben.
I like your video though.
Hey, I really appreciate it. How are you? What's your name?
Raymond.
20 years old. It ain't gonna hurt you to go to a bank and say, listen, here's my information. Give them whatever they want. Your tax returns, your bank statements, whatever they want. Just give it to them, whatever they want. And say, how much do I qualify for? It's simple. FHA loan's only 3.5% down. But you gotta get in there and get started. It's all about borrowing the money and learning what to do. You need to hurry up and start going and finding out what you're worth to borrow. That's what it's all about. And in the first place you buy something that's gonna make you some money. Okay, what do you live at? You live with your parents?
Yeah.
All right, well, eventually you're gonna wanna get out, but you can buy a duplex, you can buy a triplex, you can buy a fourplex. You know, it's about buying stuff that's generating income. And if you keep generating income, you're gonna have a lot of income. Okay, so here we are. What are you guys up to today? My name is Ben Mallon. This is Jimmy Hart, WWE Wrestling. Manager, Hulk Hogan.
Whoa, you should manage me.
Good to see you.
You wanna wrestle?
What are y'all selling?
Sorry, I'm married.
What are you selling?
We are a nonprofit providing education and counseling in the local schools. Right now, suicide's the second leading cause of death for kids. And unfortunately, Florida's become one of the top 10 states, both for suicide and drug abuse among students. On a positive note for you guys, we've helped almost 5 million kids since 2014. Now, the way we do it is through one-time donations from the community.
Let me ask you a question. Are you going into the schools and talking to kids? You know, I drop my son off at a lot of these parties, you know, birthday parties in high school. And I'm telling you, they're always sneaking beer in. These kids are only 15, 16 years old. Luckily, I put the fear of, I guess, God, or me, I put the fear of me in them, and I tell them, listen, if I catch you drinking doing drugs, you're dead. I mean, I'm sorry. I have no tolerance for that. But, you know, this is a really great cause. What made you get involved with the organization?
Yeah, actually, my brother, he dealt with a lot of this stuff when he was in high school. Drug abuse, you know, suicide attempts. He's fine now, joined the Marines, straightened him out. I know that we got lucky with that. A lot of kids deal with the same stuff and don't make it through to the other side.
I don't have a lot of money on me today, but I'm donating 5. Put that in, Shaws.
Here's Ben Franklin for you.
It's gonna make me look bad.
I tell you what.
You're here for a good cause,
Yeah,
and let me tell you something.
y'all guys.
If you got kids, you need to talk to them about it. Because if you talk about it, then you're dealing with it. And try to talk about it before something bad happens. That's what I try to do. My kids always say, oh, I know. Bullshit. I'm gonna tell you, because I'm gonna get it in your head, don't drink and don't do drugs. Why? Because, especially under the age, it's stupid. And the problem is, you know, alcohol's legal, and in moderation, it's okay. You know, my wife likes to drink, Thank God. If she didn't, we'd have troubles. All right, we came out here on a hot tip. We walked the whole property. We're doing our homework. We're looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Hey, what a big sausage. You gave $100, man, $100 to these people over here.
Well, it's a good cause. It's definitely a big place, you know, in a very busy street. I'm gonna come back on the weekend to see if it's much more crowded than it is today. And I'm gonna go home and do the homework, baby. Work the numbers.
So far, you're leaning more to maybe buying it or not? Where's the meter gonna go?
It definitely looks like an asset that belongs in our portfolio. All right, it fits right in because we own one right a few miles down the road. That's similar but not as big. So this could easily fit into Paulie's management portfolio. He's already here in the neighborhood. So it kind of fits us in what we do and what we're doing. I'm gonna give Jimmy Hart a little taste of New York today. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this boy from Tennessee and we're gonna show him how we do it in New York City. This is just a bakery at a restaurant. Okay? Look at this bakery. And you're a sweet eater, aren't you, Jimmy?
I love sweet.
Look at this stuff. This right here is if you're on a diet.
No, so not.
No, it's the diet section. You know, you want to come at the diner in Brooklyn. This is where we meet, Jimmy. You understand?
I like it.
This is where you give me the money. We go to the diner, we meet, you give me the money. That's the way it works in Brooklyn. You got it, Jimmy?
Look what happened to Gotti.
I grew up watching you.
God bless you.
You know, me and my buddy was sitting there saying, that's got to be him, but I didn't want to interrupt
No,
nothing.
you didn't interrupt us. We had a great run.
Yeah.
It was good, man.
Plant City.
This has been Mala.
You know what Plant City's known for?
Plant City's known for rednecks.
Strawberries and rednecks.
I like it.
Everything's red, even the strawberries.
Yep. Are you about done with your meal?
Yeah, you want a picture?
Yeah,
I'll come over.
What are you doing on Vice?
We shot a thing, The Rock produced a thing for us. It's on Vice TV. It's called Territories.
Right.
It's about how territories used to be before we went to New York.
Like
you know.
old Memphis, Tennessee.
Right, Memphis,
with Jerry
yeah,
Lawyer.
right.
Come on, you want to see some goddamn sandwiches? This is New York style. You want to order a tuna sandwich? There's the fucking tuna, okay? You go to a tuna sandwich place, they give you a little bit of tuna. Look at that cheese sandwich that Jimmy's eating. Double cheese, baby.
Southern Boy Special.
Look at that. What's that, a Philly cheesesteak? It ain't shaped like this, it's shaped like that. And look at yours. You can pile the meat on that baby. This is New York style. Now, to end lunch, there's two times you gotta have a cigarette in life. After a meal and after a field. All right, so we're out here looking at some real estate. We had to make a stop. Why? Because Matt is gonna make us some money today. How did Matt make us some money? Tell us the story, Matt.
So when I first started, I was driving that new Escalade Ben just bought for Carla, and I was putting a lot of miles and using a lot of gas.
He had to pick up the housekeepers every day. He had to take kids to 100 miles a day round trip with them. He was putting on probably 150 miles minimum or more on a brand new Escalade that got us about 8 miles to the gallon. So we took Jimmy's advice for once. We bought a Kia.
I think with taxes, out the door tag was like $5 grand. Drove it for 2.5 years, put over 50,000 miles on it.
Then what happened was, we started having kids asking us, hey, can we catch a ride? Well, the Kia wasn't big enough to take 4 kids to school every day. So we had to go get a minivan. What are we doing here? We're buying a vehicle. Why? Because we bought 6 here already. We got a great deal on a Kia. He's going to give us a hot deal on this beautiful 2017 Dodge Grand Caravan. And it's in perfect condition, baby. And we're going to take all the kiddies to school every day in this van. And it's good on gas. It costs 40+ grand brand new. We're getting a 5-year-old one for 9 grand. You got to come to Donnie Mills. I'm telling you, look it up. He hit your car. Did he really? All right, you're gonna go to your car. No drinking and driving before 12 o'clock every day.
Don't tell no one.
God, did he do any damage or what?
I barely touched.
Call the cops, I want him arrested. Whoa, baby, you pull a handle, the door opens. You control the door from there. You control from the remote. You can control from buttons up here. You can open up this door, that door, and the back door. My goddamn Phantom don't do that. Flex fuel, like me. Flex it, baby. He took about $1,000 off, which his prices are already rock bottom. So what do? We got this Kia. We got no use for it. Who do we call? We call our buddy. And Trevor buys unwanted vehicles. And the Kia was unwanted. So we called our buddy Trevor up, and he took care of it. And how much did you sell it for?
$5,500.
He sold it for $500 more than we paid 2 years ago after using it. You can't beat that.
Yeah. And with 50,000 more miles.
There you go. So basically, we used the car for free, put 50,000 miles on it, and made money. Today's a good day. Now give me the money. And that's the story. And we're good, baby. We're good. Thanks a lot. And no, you ain't going shopping, lady.
She's got a credit card, don't want
Subscribe! Watch another video! Hit the like button or dislike. Adios, amigos.
You know, I always say there's no day quite like Delivery Day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel and welcome back to welcome to the beautiful state of Pennsylvania. Today we are taking delivery of the Corvette C8, the Z06. Now, before we go see the car, we have to introduce a very special celebrity guest, Mr. Matthew Beaver. I don't know how you got me this allocation. Thank you so much. What VIN number is it? 31. 31, baby. I don't know how we got 31. We got picked up in 2 Corvettes, and the car's right inside. I already can see the car. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Finished in Accelerate Yellow. That color is so good. So for the first time, a cold startup on the brand new Z06. Okay, that sounds incredible. That actually sounds like a Lamborghini Huracan. Matt's gonna drive the car outside, but first we have to unzip the brand new Z06. Oh yes. Oh my gosh, that car is amazing. I knew it was cool. I had no. How do you get in here though? Okay. Knows all the tricks of the trade. Yeah. Look at that. It's always so exciting to take delivery of a brand new car and have it wrapped up like this. It almost feels like Christmas morning. I also optioned the $15,000 carbon fiber wheels. Look so crazy. I cannot wait to see this car under the sun. And with this exhaust, the car sounds so amazing. So this spec is crazy. $173,000 out the door. We basically got every single option on this car. That yellow looks so crazy. I love this car so much. It's actually the first time I've ever had a painted yellow car. It's gonna look so good. We're tentatively driving this car back to Utah. Look at that thing. She is so much wider than the standard C8. Ladies and gentlemen, Gareth Nation, have yourself a moment. The carbon fiber wing right there. This is so crazy. Oh my goodness, look at that thing. VIN number 31, introduced for the very first time, the C8 Z06. Yo. I'm just taking a moment to appreciate this car to all the Chevy executives who are definitely not watching today's video, but if you are watching today's video, this car is incredible. Like these carbon fiber wheels, I don't know if you guys can tell, I don't know if the camera's doing it justice. They're absolutely glistening, and this color is amazing. It almost reminds me of Lamborghini Verde Scandal. It has like a hint of green in it almost. It's very hard to explain. You'd have to see one in real life. That thing is so sick. Now I gotta correct myself real quick. I said the wheels were $15,000. They're actually $12,000 and worth every single penny. If you're getting a Z8, if you're getting a C8 Z06, I'm very excited. It's also very cold. If you're getting a Z06, get the carbon fiber wheels, and this carbon splitter is also amazing. I went back and forth on all the carbon fiber, but you know what I realized? I needed it. And check out the interior too. We have all the carbon fiber here in the center console as well. This thing is sick. That wheel, look at that. And of course, the moment of truth. Turn her on for the first time. She smells so good in here right now too. And check that out, we only have 10 miles on the odometer. This thing is brand new. We got the Accelerate yellow seat belts too. All the Alcantara inserts as well. Now the car's in a demo mode right now, or like a transport mode. We gotta get 500 miles before we maximize the full potential of the car. But, okay, that's not bad. I think we're in, we gotta get her in track mode. That's not bad. That's like, you can see, that's 3,000 RPMs. And of course, everybody is talking on and on and on about the flat plane crank V8. You guys know I'm not a technical guy. I don't even know what that means. Matt could explain that, but he doesn't want to do it either. But shout out to Mr. Mike Ward for building this absolutely gorgeous engine bay. We got 670 horsepower. Now, unfortunately, we do actually have to pay for this car. We actually do have to sign paper. Are you sure? Can we get away around that somehow? Maybe. It's a $173,000 car, and yes, we do have to pay for it, unfortunately. It is so incredibly cold here in Pennsylvania. I'm going to try to sign this, but I don't know if it's going to work. That's a fantastic signature. $173,000, and $11 later, we own a Z06. So this is actually kind of sort of crazy, and I didn't realize this even existed. If I keep the Z06 Corvette for 6 months, I get a $5,000 check from General Motors.
A credit.
A credit. Oh, a credit. Oh, okay, a credit. Big difference in credit. So I have to buy another GM product.
Or you can use it for parts, accessories, or car paint, which you don't have any paint.
Oh, okay. Interesting. But are these cars trading for over MSRP right now?
They are.
You see, that's okay. Now, I'm not selling the car. I have no intention of selling the car. I mean, look at it. Are you actually kidding me? We're going to sign this. We're going to sign this off. You guys can see the full MSRP, $172,555. Miles per gallon. We get 12 in the city. We get 19 on the highway. That's actually not bad right there. She is officially a used vehicle, though, as we pull off that window sticker. Maybe. Oh,
it's so cold.
It is so cold. Thank you. It is so cold here in Pennsylvania. Street Speed 717 is on a boat in the Bahamas right now as we try to pull off this window sticker. Maybe. And of course, one of the coolest things about the Z06, you have so much storage. You got the spot here in the back for this bag, and then we got storage up front as well. Okay, come on. All right, you see? Look at that. Too easy. This is so crazy right now. We've been waiting for this moment for so long. We have that orange C8 right there too. All the carbon fiber on this thing is absolutely next level. So we have 10 miles on the odometer. We got to get this baby to 500 as fast as we can. Spin class, launch control after 500 miles. So we got 490 to go. And yes, you guys are going to hate me, but already immediately Sophia has to get it there on the dash too. Too easy.
So satisfying.
This probably doesn't need to be said. It is so cold in Pennsylvania right now. The tires are absolutely frozen. We do not want to lose the back end. We do not want to put the car into that tree right there. Look both ways. All right, too easy. It's always so nerve-wracking driving a brand new car because this is like a world's first. If we crash this car, we also are the world's first to ever crash a Z06. We do not want to be those people, okay? That is not our reputation, okay? We're annoying, we're obnoxious, but we don't crash cars. So, yeah, we're chasing the other C8. We're going to get some roller shots for you. We're currently in like the grandma mode. If we turn this dial, that's sport mode. If we turn it again, I almost just hit that. Was that a goat? That was a goat. I think that was a goat. I think that was a goat. We're now in track mode. The car sounds so much better. So timing is absolutely essential. Wait for it. That's in demo mode, okay? That's demo mode with a factory exhaust. We still have cats, we still have mufflers. Not that we'd ever get rid of that, but supposedly, let's say we did. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what you guys are thinking? It looks like Pennsylvania. It's actually Guadalajara. Are we going? Let's go. Oh my gosh. What? Are you okay, Soap? I nearly put this car in the thickets. We're good, though. Okay, so maybe post-Chick-fil-A, I should warm up the tires. We're going to chill, and we're going to put it in grandma mode. We're just chilling. Unfortunately, I didn't have any time to get paint protection film right now, so the last thing we want to do is get right behind the semis. So what we're going to do is we're going to mash the throttle just to get around. That's why we did it, only for that reason. Now we're right behind the next 5, so we're going to scoot over, and then we're going to mash the throttle again, purely to save the paint. It's only for the paint. That's the only Well, we officially have 100 miles on the Z06. We are 20% from full sending this car finally. I realized I don't think we're gonna get to 500 miles in this video. So next video, spin class, launch control, you name it, we're gonna do everything. It's crazy. I only know of one other Z06 delivered in the entire world, and somehow, not that this is car number 2, but I don't know of any others. You have no idea how excited I am. Let's go! I cannot wait for the braking period to be done though. That's a stock exhaust. Let's go. So good. Well, 226 miles later, the first fuel up in the Z06. And I want to give a shout out to the beautiful state of Pennsylvania because they have 93 octane. Come on, Utah, get on their level. Well, now we have officially filled up for the very first time. It's time to pull off all the plastic wrap, all the nonsense. I know it's sad. She's a used car. There we go. Easy, easy, easy. You want to get that warning label too? Go. There we go. Well, the final remnants of the brand new Z06 are the trash bin at the rest area somewhere on the turnpike. The more and more I look at the new Z06, the more I like it. It's so much wider than the standard C8, and this whole side intake is so cool. I love the carbon fiber wing, and I just love the interior, but most importantly, it's the flat plane crank V8. What that means, an engineer can tell you. I'm not sure, but I like it. Now, the one thing I'll say about having $12,000 carbon fiber wheels, we really don't want to curve a wheel today. I don't even know, if you curve a carbon fiber wheel, can you fix it? I have no idea. You see that right there, ladies and gentlemen? That is how you park a Corvette with carbon fiber wheels. Sophia's impressed. You're impressed, right? You're impressed, though, right? Very impressed. This color at night, it actually reminds me of the wrap on the Aventador. It is glowing. We currently ended the day with 372 miles, which means tomorrow, Sophia, tomorrow you're launching this and you're doing donuts. No?
Maybe.
Okay. Oh, maybe. You heard it here first. If the video gets 140,000 likes, you'll do launch control and donuts in this car tomorrow.
Yes.
Be sure to smash that like button. And of course, as always, you gotta love the soft close right there. That thing is so sick. I can't wait to get an exhaust. I gotta admit, I wasn't entirely sure what to expect on the new Z06. I am genuinely impressed. The car sounds so much better than I realized, and that's with a factory exhaust. Once it heat cycles a couple more times, once we cut it off, it is gonna sound absolutely incredible. The chassis is stiffer, it's got carbon ceramic brakes, it looks incredible. Like, I love that car. I could sell for a very big number, but I'm not gonna. You see, Sophia, it's not very often we fall out, but when we do, we stay at the Holiday Inn Express. Okay, this room is dope. You see, I told you I balled out. It's very rare that I ball out, but on that bombshell, unfortunately/fortunately, today's video is over, but tomorrow, we're headed to Columbus, Ohio. You guys know it's in Columbus. It's got a quad turf. I said too much. Fine. Now, I gotta get it. Oh my gosh, my voice. Did you hear my voice right there? That was squeaking like crazy. I'm squeaking all over the place.
Okay, the guy you see next to me is the most generous billionaire in the world, and I found him.
The most generous billionaire ever, where you can get 10% off on your trading fees.
These are bad. These are very bad. But FTX, there are no fees whatsoever. And if you sign up with our link, signing up using my link, there are referral links. If you use my link below and the code name Tom Nash.
Oh, stop it, please. You guys are embarrassing yourselves. Listen, what a week it has been for financial influencers. Their reputations have just been going down the toilet. People who promoted absolute garbage companies like FTX US and BlockFi for millions of dollars, today we're finally seeing the results, as both of those companies are basically bankrupt. And so today I'm calling out all the influencers who promoted it, some of whom I know, and I'm getting third wave embarrassment from it. You know, I know it's mind-bendingly stupid to imagine that people actually listen to YouTubers for financial advice, but we all know they do. That's why they get offered these insane financial deals. And these people had a responsibility to their fans, and they blew it. So I want to talk about it because it's a pretty big scandal, and it involves a lot of people I know. Some of them I've even done collabs with. And just honestly, it's crazy how many of the biggest financial channels took deals promoting this garbage. And honestly, none of y'all are getting off the hook today. It's smoke for all of y'all. If you do the crime, you get the screen time. I don't care who you are. So I kind of showed a bit of it at the beginning of this video, but it was incredible to me as I looked through the archives just how many people got bought out by FTX US. And let's face facts, the biggest reason for that is money. I asked around, the sponsorship deals were absurd. I know a guy, much smaller channel than me, making $500,000 a year, $50K a month just to promote FTX US. So I know the bigger guys were getting much more. Some of them probably deals were in the millions. So obviously that's a big reason. A lot of them did it, but I don't think that's the only reason, because I think that'd be honestly too easy to say, oh, they were just greedy, that's why they did this. I actually think it's worse than that. I talked to a lot of these guys and they were fooled. That's the scariest part. So many of these experts who are giving you guys advice totally bought into this Sam character as this genius billionaire, right? The most generous billionaire in the world, who also happened to be paying them handsomely, of course. And I just think it shows how bad the discernment is out there making videos on how to invest. It's alarming how many people fell for this guy's ruse. And it's alarming how easy it was to convince them. Like, some of these guys believed in Sam because he drives a beat-up car.
Sam doesn't need the money to buy a Lamborghini or to buy a Rolex or to impress his friends. In fact, his car is a Toyota Corolla.
You trust the guy more when you see the car he drives. He's worth like $20 billion or something, and he drives like this. I don't want to call it beat up. It's like it's an older Toyota. He doesn't even have window tints on it. Completely stock Toyota.
What does that have to do with anything? What does window tint have to do with Sam's qualifications as an investor? I mean, look, it's now coming out, guys, that at Alameda Research, they were just kind of embarrassingly incompetent. And the evidence was always there, but nobody who was selling FTX bothered to take notice. Apparently, they were too busy looking at the window tint. Here's the CEO of Alameda, for example, saying she hardly uses math at her job.
Yeah, absolutely could pull it off without my math degree. Use very little math. Use a lot of elementary school math.
It's just beyond belief. Like, I don't want to pretend like I'm some Nostradamus who saw all this coming and nobody else did, right? I did call out FTX 24 hours before it shut down. I did call FTX US out well before, like 72 hours before it shut down. But I wasn't here with my crystal ball forecasting all of this years in advance. But that's the reason I didn't promote this. You know, I get the same offers as everyone else, but there's no way I'm gonna risk my audience, you guys, in a game of crypto among us. Like, will this guy turn out to be a psycho in a year or two? Let's find out. No, I'm not gonna do that. And it's not because I'm better than anyone, it's just because I know that even though I know a little bit about crypto, I don't know enough to know for sure whether these companies are gonna be around. And that's the crazy thing, is I think of everyone we're talking about today, I probably know the most. I probably have the biggest claim to crypto expert, and I would never feel comfortable saying that because there's just no way you know. And so I think it exposes a big gaping flaw in this influencer world where it's not just the greed, it's just this systemic failure of people to recognize their own lack of expertise. And it's so easy for charismatic geniuses to convince these people based on basically no evidence. Take, for instance, meet Kevin's seal of approval.
The guy's brilliant. He talks very fast, but he's brilliant, and I trust him and I like him.
Yeah. Really? You know, I talk really fast. My brilliance is definitely up for debate, but do you trust me with all your money? Because you shouldn't. So it's just abysmal. And now that this has all come out, some of these guys are now coming out and apologizing, as they should. But is it enough? Because people like Graham Stephan now has made a video about it. Basically, he said 24 hours before FTX US went bust, like, hey, maybe you should get your money off.
FTX US has been a sponsor here on the channel for the majority of the year. This one I did not see coming. I think it's pretty safe to say as a result of that, I'm no longer working with them. So if you hold anything on FTX US, you could still take it out and transfer it to an external wallet or wherever else you please.
But how many people saw this compared to almost a year of ads? Or take Tom Nash, someone who's appeared on this channel. You know, he took a different approach and basically said no one signed up under him.
I think that you all deserve me to talk about FTX. I was working with them a few months ago for about 30 days. Somehow, during this whole month we were running the campaign, literally nobody signed up for FTX US. They called me and I was insulted in the beginning. And they said, look, Tom, we got to cut it short because we had like a 3-month plan to work together. And they said, look, we're stopping after 1 month because nobody's signing up from your channel.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that. At minimum, these are bad arguments, like no one signed up for me, or hey, I gave you 24 hours notice. Like, it's just such an embarrassing standard for this industry, if you can even call it that, because it's just a bunch of basically random people giving their opinion about finance. And truthfully, I just think it's a big lesson
another lesson, the millionth lesson, that you shouldn't be actually taking real advice from the people who you watch on these screens. They're entertainers, and they don't know much more than you about what they're actually selling. Now, I will say one small thing in their defense. A lot of smart people did get fooled. BlackRock was an investor. And for you millennials, even Kevin O'Leary got caught with his pants down.
Number one, I'm an investor in FTX International equity. Number two, I'm an investor in FTX US equity. Number three, I have accounts with FTX. I have capital there inside of my account. Obviously, like everybody else, I'm gated currently.
Yikes. I guess it just shows how bad the advice out there was and how many people, so many of these financial experts, were fooled and then made fools of themselves by promoting this junk. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is a company called BlockFi, which paused withdrawals yesterday. It looks like they're also going to be bankrupt. And I just want to talk about the influencers who promoted them as well. Here's a few clips of what I'm talking about.
I have never taken on a paid sponsorship on my channel. Please use my link to sign up to this credit card. And even though I'm not contractually obligated to speak positively about them, don't forget to grab up to $250 worth of free Bitcoin using this BlockFi link right here. It would really help me out a lot.
We didn't touch on this at all, but the thing I'm most excited about for this year is the Bitcoin Rewards credit card, which we're launching in the second.
Oh, now this is just a lot more of the same junk. And once again, I mean, I would say this even more so. We have evidence that these people were just bad at predicting this stuff. They just had no idea what was going on. Because Andre Jick, for instance, said he keeps all his money on BlockFi, which just went under.
I keep most of my money, in fact, all of my crypto with BlockFi, both my Ethereum, my Bitcoin, everything.
Rip to your portfolio, my man. Now, I also want to say, meet Kevin, I think personally invested $420,000 into the.
Hello. Oh, where?
Well, so the general criteria for a successful high-tech startup, in my view, you see different sort of rules of thumb from different people, but the three big things you always come back to are, is there a big market? And by the way, that comes in two parts. Is there a big existing market that you think you can go after and sort of displace incumbents, or or do you believe there will be a new market that will be big? So big market. Is there a fundamental technology or economic change that causes you to basically justify having a new company? And that's really important. So, you know, and the way I always think about that is there a 10x change happening in the technology landscape? Is something 10x faster or 10x cheaper or 10x better? And if it's not 10x, we view as both VCs and entrepreneurs, we really have to ask ourselves, like, is it really worth doing? Because it's really hard. I mean, it's really hard to start new companies. Talking about macro theory, new companies generally shouldn't exist. Existing companies are usually pretty good at what they do. And so for a new company to exist, it not only has to, like, you know, go into business and bring a product to market, but it has to bring a product to market that's so much better than what already exists that it punches through the sort of status quo. And, you know, most customers in most markets are pretty happy buying from the current suppliers, and so there has to be a real kind of edge on the thing. And we look for that in either a technology change, usually a technology change or an economic change, which are often the same thing. And then the third is team. Is the team outstanding? And if you think about this as an entrepreneur, it becomes a question of the founding team. You know, some companies are solo founders and they can work, but generally, you know, most of us, like myself, who are human beings or mortal, you know, you want to have a founding team of complementary skill sets. And so you want to have at least one super strong technologist, quite possibly more than one. Some of the best startups are actually more than one founding technologist. And then it often helps to have somebody who's like a product or who's a market or a sales person or has a sort of really good understanding of business on the team. Certainly helps a lot. And so we sort of look at market, product, and team. And, you know, the reality is you need all three. I would say, interestingly, if you're going to compromise as an investor, if we're going to compromise on one of those, it would actually be the product. And the reason I say that is because a great market is a lot easier to make up for with iterative product execution than a poor market. Because the problem with the poor market, a small market, is even if you do a great job on the product, there just aren't that many customers. It's hard to ever get big.
Mark Andreessen is a pioneer of a software category that is in use by more than 1 billion people. What is that category? Browser. How many of you started with the Netscape browser? Learned to love it? And those of you who didn't, it was a beautiful, beautiful thing that Mark created. In addition, he's one of the very rare individuals who's actually created 2 billion-dollar companies in terms of market cap. Now, Sarah Lacey has written a book called Once You're Lucky, Twice You're Good that goes into a little bit of the story of Mark and a few other people who've done this. If you're curious about it, you can read about it there. But another little-known fact is that this is Mark's second visit to ETL. On April 7th of 2000, Mark Andreessen was here. Well, actually, he was in Terman. And he was happy to be reminded of that. He may or may not go into why that is important to him in terms of family matters at home. But Mark, we're thrilled that you're back at Stanford, and let's give him a warm round of applause. Ow!
So I just checked online. April 7th, 2000, I was the speaker who was closest to the exact top of the NASDAQ. And so last time you had me, it was perfect timing of a market top. Absolutely perfect. I don't know what that means about what's happening right now. But 10 years from now, we'll look back and we'll say, aha. So anyway, I just wanted to basically, I don't have anything prepared, so I just wanted to basically launch straight into Q&A. Just as sort of background for people who might not have caught up with what I'm doing, my most recent thing is I started a new venture capital firm with several friends and colleagues last summer. Actually, we have 4 of my friends and colleagues from the firm who are here somewhere in the crowd. Over there, there we go, there's the contingent. And so later on, if you want to talk to any of these folks, Ronnie runs all of
Patty Galloway runs one of the most successful in-demand businesses on YouTube that's not on YouTube. Throughout the last several years, he's cracked the code of the YouTube algorithm and manages some of the largest channels on the platform with a never-ending wait list from the opposite side of the world.
Today we're going to break down his $1 million per year business, the secrets of building a YouTube empire, and how you can get started as soon as you subscribe.
I was going to say that.
I said it.
Hey, just hit the subscribe button and we'll start. Have they done it, Jack?
They did it, Graham. Let's get on with the video.
All right, enjoy. But first, we have to thank today's sponsor, Kudos, because you guys know exactly how much I've talked about credit cards and saving money in the past.
But even for someone as cheap as Graham.
Frugal.
But even for someone as frugal as Graham, trying to fully maximize your credit card's points and rewards ends up being way too complicated and time-consuming.
And that is where Kudos comes in. Kudos is a browser extension that shows you the best credit cards to use for online checkout. They support over 3,000 different cards, and all you have to do is enter which cards you use, and they'll recommend the best ones for any online purchase you make. The average Kudos customer saves over $750 a year, which is insane. They even look for some of the hidden rewards, like travel insurance and purchase protection that so many people forget about.
My favorite part of Kudos is the Card Explorer tool, which shows you which cards you should apply for based on the ones you already have.
They also have an autofill feature that not only saves you money, but also your time.
Kudos is currently US only and offering our listeners a $10 Amazon gift card when you use code IcedCoffee_BF.
Was GF taken?
Yes, it was.
All you got to do is make your first autofill purchase before December 5th, and a $10 Amazon gift card will be delivered directly to the email address you signed up with. Again, you could use the link down below in the description and sign up with the code IcedCoffee_BF so they know we sent you. There we go.
Welcome to the Iced Coffee Hour, Patty. We are elated to have you.
Yeah, you got to do your intro, Patty.
Welcome to the Iced Coffee Hour. This is going to be a YouTube masterclass.
Wow. In person.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Patty, we are excited to have you on. I've been a fan of your channel for a very long time. You're a student of the YouTube algorithm. You know all of these hacks where these people can basically growth hack their YouTube channels into blowing up and consistently making high-performing videos and turning those into multi-million-dollar businesses. You consult some of the biggest creators out there on their YouTube channels and make some amazing content yourself. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. I mean, it's been a long time coming. We talked about this a long time ago, so it's great to be here. I listened to this podcast myself.
Really?
So it is pretty surreal being here, and looking forward to diving into everything and going through it all.
Yeah, I had no idea, by the way, that you ran an entire agency and a business around helping other creators grow their channels and them making more money too. And I had no idea that was making that much money. You had said something like $50,000 a month.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a bad month right now.
That's a bad month?
We're aiming for 100K a month is where I want to be. And I think it is possible. Like, we've got close to that a few times, pretty much touching, in the 90s. So yeah, I mean, it's funny because I was making the videos first just because I genuinely loved making the videos. It wasn't because I saw like a business opportunity, because I've been doing YouTube since 2006 in some form or another. And essentially I just kept having people reach out to me saying, hey, do you do consulting? I'm like, no. Do you do consulting? No. Do you do consulting? We'll pay you this much. No. Do you do consulting? We'll pay you this much and give you this and do that. I'm like, okay, actually, let's give this a try. I tried it a few times, did it with a few different channels. One of the first channels I work with, we like 3x views, from like 20 million views a month to 60 million views a month. And I was like, this could be a business.
260?
No, 20 million to 60 million.
to 60
per month. Per month.
Wow. Now,
so yeah.
I'm curious, when you're looking at 20 million views a month, I would see that and be like, oh, that's pretty good. Let's just let's keep that. How could we sustain that? How do you take that from 20 to 60? And wouldn't they just think, I'm getting 20 million views a month, this is pretty good, why do I need your help?
I think it comes down to the person. Like, some people are just perfectly okay with maintaining, but it does depend on the niche.
Yeah.
Because let's say finance, like you're like top of the finance game. I think that goes without saying. And like the actual ceiling of where you can be, like I would always say we could always do more. We could always maybe double what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at something like Minecraft, which is the channel I was talking about there, it was a Minecraft channel I work with. Like, Minecraft is the biggest game in the world. There's Minecraft channels that get 20, 30 million views a video. So when I look at a niche like that, I see the ceiling and say, like, why not shoot for 60 million? Why not shoot for 100 million views a month? So I think it depends on the niche. Like, some people, they have a hard ceiling and they just kind of float below that ceiling. Some people, like, it's limitless.
Can you tell us, when you initially looked at that channel, what were some of the biggest faults that you recognized in that channel and things that they can improve on to go from 20 million to 60 million views a month?
I think in that case, it was very early in my journey, to be fair. And it was like my first foray into consulting and into doing this as a business. So I looked at a channel like that and I just saw, we're not really learning enough from data. We're not really thinking enough about ideas. We're not doubling down on the ideas that are working. And like, I don't want to take all the credit. The team that was working on that was phenomenal. And we managed to just all do this together to get to the point where it got to 60 million views a month. But more recently, when I look at a channel, because of the experience I have now, because that was quite a few years ago, I can go in straight away and almost like plug and play. It's like, this channel has untapped potential. They should be doing more with the thumbnails. They should be spending more time on their intros. They're making obvious mistakes in the retention. And I look at that and say, I have this experience. I have the team. I can go in and we can scale it to the moon.
And how much do they pay you for that service?
It kind of depends. Like, my hourly rate would sort of float between 500 an hour to about 1,000 an hour, depending on the situation. Then as well, like, we can get into kind of like revenue share agreements with certain channels, which could become more lucrative. And sometimes as well, like performance bonuses. So like, maybe they pay me 500 an hour, but then if we hit a certain view threshold, I would get an extra bonus or something like that. So it can be quite lucrative, yes.
So let's talk about, because you seem to be very well versed, kind of an expert on everything YouTube. How did you get to this point? Tell us your story, where you started from. How did you learn all and experience all this stuff for yourself and then teach it to other people?
I mean, I think a lot of it comes from growing up in Ireland. So I'm Irish, of course, as you can tell from the accent. And yeah, like in Ireland, I lived like 20, 30 minutes away from all my friends. I lived in rural Ireland, in the countryside. And during the summers, you know, we have these, I think you're the same here, like sort of 3-month break, summer break. I didn't have anything to do. So I was like 10, 11, 12, got a camera for Christmas one year, like a lot of YouTubers say. Started filming videos and I just loved it. Like, I loved making videos. I just loved the pursuit of just shooting something, even if it was really just like a prank on my brother, just something random. And then I saw YouTube and I was like, this is a place I can actually share that, because I wanted to be a filmmaker. And I saw YouTube and I was like, you know, if I want to put something on TV, there's all these hoops you have to jump through. With YouTube, it's just like press, upload, bang. So I started uploading videos there, and I think it really helped me, because I never saw it as like an opportunity to make money or an opportunity to build a business. I just saw it as like, this is really cool. I want to do this. So I started posting videos just of myself and my brother in like 2007, 2008. So we're talking like old school YouTube. Like, there's no algorithm. It's all just subscription feeds and like top rated video of the week and all that sort of stuff. And even back then, like, I realized that the first love of mine was the actual content creation. And the second love is the analytics behind it, like why something goes viral. And I have notebooks at home from when I'm 12, 13 years old, where I would like track the views on successful videos, because something like Social Blade didn't exist back then. So like the new Linkin Park song would come out, and I'd be just tracking the numbers just day by day, trying to figure out, okay, where's this video going to end up? How many views is it going to get? And that was, again, when I was 12, 13. And then since then, I mean, all my life I've had a YouTube channel in some form or another. When I was younger, I had a lot of music channels, the most successful one of which got about 50, 60 million views, about 120,000 subscribers. So that was enough to actually start making a living with YouTube. And I was like, I can do this for a living, which is like, it was Irish hip hop.
Were you
which
a
is
rapper?
No. Do not get me to rap. No, definitely.
We want to
definitely
get
not
you
a
to rap
rapper.
at some point. You
Yeah.
gotta get you to rap.
Guys, if you're listening, he's gonna rap at the end. So stay tuned.
At some point.
Retention hack.
Yeah,
right there.
actually, we gotta say it's at some point in the video. That way, you have to watch all the way through. We're not
Yeah.
going to announce it.
Yeah. Oh my God, I'm already nervous. No, but yeah, like it was mainly Irish hip hop, and it's funny whenever I say that, people are always like, Irish hip hop, like what are you talking about? Like leprechauns and bars, you know, and whiskey. But yeah, there's actually a really cool hip hop scene in Ireland. So I was filming videos and posting it on this channel, and like I've got a video in there with 35 million views on this channel.
And what are the demographics of the viewers on
The
this?
demographics.
99% Irish.
It's funny. It's mainly British.
Huh.
It's about 70% British and about 20% Irish, and then the rest of the world. Like, I go into analytics sometimes and I see views from like Korea, like Australia. And it's pretty crazy. But I stopped that channel a long time after the PewDiePie thing happened and ad rates got crushed. I just completely, like I was making a bit of money doing it, like not enough to like go crazy, but enough to like make a living as a 17, 18, 19-year-old. But then the PewDiePie apocalypse happened in 2017, and I went from making a few thousand a month to like 100 a month. And that's when I actually came up with the current channel.
That's interesting. And then at what point did you realize you could begin turning this into a business? Because at that point, did you want to go to school?
Yeah, it's funny. So I was actually saying this to someone earlier. It's like when I was graduating high school, so I was like 18, 19, I had a channel that had at the time 80,000 subscribers, this hip hop channel, and it was making me a little bit of money, and I was learning a lot. And if you thought of a kid today that is 18 and has a channel that's making actual physical money and he's growing subscribers, you'd say take a shot, do it. But that never even crossed my mind back then. Like I thought, no, this is not an opportunity. So I went to college. I just didn't think it would be something that would work. And I think some of that is probably being Irish and being from Ireland. It's a great country, but it's very much like you do this, you know? Like one thing I love about America, since just being here for the last few days, is everyone is so like encouraging. And Ireland, I love it, but just in general, people are like, you know, no, who do you think we are? You're like, you know, you're the Irish guy from, you know, Carlow in Ireland, which is where I'm from. You know, you just stick to your lane, you do this, you become a mechanic, you go to college, you become an engineer or something, you know? So it's a bit different. Like, it just never crossed my mind. And then I realized after doing a bit of college and after working a 9 to 5 for a while, I was like, I was making as much money doing YouTube than I am doing a 9 to 5 that I do not like.
What was your 9 to 5?
It was in a marketing agency. So I was doing like Facebook ads. We were also running conferences as well, like business conferences and events. And it was okay. But like I say 9 to 5, it was 9 to 9. Like I was working all the time, and it was like $12 an hour. I was making as much money, if not more money, on YouTube. And I was like, why not just double down and actually see the opportunity there? It's funny because that's only what 4 or 5 years ago. But even 4 or 5 years ago, YouTube wasn't the place it is now. Like it was almost more of a stigma. Like everyone thought this was just gonna last a year, 2 years. Like people didn't think they could build sustainable careers. I think that's really changed over the last like 5 years. For sure.
I don't know. I remember I started late 2016. I thought it was too late. I'm like,
Really?
everyone's already done it. Everything's already saturated. Who would care? It's like, but looking back, I'm like, oh wow, no. Little did I know there's still so much opportunity and so much would happen. Makes me think now, every time someone says, oh no, it's so saturated now. What does that mean 5 years from now? Would you look back at that and think, oh man, it would have been easy back then. There's all these new segments that just don't exist yet. That's what I think is very cool.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. I think that might be the Irish culture in me, just not seeing the opportunity as much as an American might. Yeah.
But first, today's video is sponsored by Epidemic Sound, the best tool for creators to soundtrack their content.
Yeah, seriously, we've been using Epidemic Sound now for years, and they've been one of the best platforms to soundtrack all of our videos without getting demonetized.
Trust me when I say that dealing with takedowns and copyright claims is one of the most frustrating parts about being a creator. And having access to high-quality, copyright-free music is seriously one of the most essential tools for content creation.
All tracks are professionally produced by a diverse collection of artists and are exclusive to Epidemic Sound. That means you're not going to find them anywhere else. They offer both a personal and commercial plan, with a personal plan ideal for creators that are on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook,
Basically all of them.
All of them.
Once again, guys, we've been using Epidemic Sound for like 2 years now. If you go back to the second ever video posted on the Stiff Family, you can see in the intro we use an Epidemic Sound song.
Those are good times, man.
Those are good times. So use that link down below in the description to get a 30-day free trial to access Epidemic Sound's diverse music catalog.
Again, the link is down below in the description to get started today. And with that said, let's get back to the podcast.
So you decided to quit your job and you went all in on this music channel at the time?
No, so at the time, like the music channel in 2017, it kind of wrapped up because of the apocalypse and because it just wasn't sustainable.
Is that unintended? Wrapped up?
Yeah. It actually wasn't, but I'll take it. I definitely meant that.
You did that on purpose.
But yeah, like I'd wrap that up, and I was like, you know, I know a lot about YouTube. That wasn't the only channel I was running. Like, we would be here all day if I talked through every channel. I think I counted it one day. It's like 40 channels.
40 channels.
Why? What's
I would
the
say
point to that? That's too many channels.
It's way too many. But if you're a kid who's interested in things like and loves YouTube, like let's just say I get into like parkour, which I didn't, but let's just say I did. Channel. You know, I got into like calisthenics, like bodyweight exercises. Channel. I got into like EDM music. Channel. I got into rap. Channel. Like whatever I was doing, I was creating a channel around it. So you can imagine as like, you know, when you're 12, 13, 14, you just have a different hobby every week. So every week I'd start a new channel, and most of it, I mean, like, I would say 98% of them never got past 1,000 subscribers, but a couple of them did. And then I was like, damn, I know a lot about YouTube. So 2017 happened, the apocalypse happened, and I was like, I know a lot about YouTube, and YouTube advice content, in my opinion at the time, was good, but it was kind of boring, I thought. Like, I thought I could provide something different. So I was like, I just remember saying to myself so vividly, you know, what could I do that's more original, and how, like, is it possible to get a YouTube advice video that gets 1 million views? And it kind of sprung from there, just that thought of like, what if it's not just top 5 tips to grow a YouTube channel? What if you like made a story out of a YouTuber's journey? And yeah, I guess the rest is history.
So what was the first video you made on that? Was that Mr. Beast?
No, the first video I made was the Peter McKinnon breakdown. And a fun story about this, so the channel I made it on, which is obviously my channel now, that had a different name, and I essentially used it as almost like a bit of a content farm channel. Like I made like top 5 moments, and I had like 20,000 subscribers and maybe like 10 million views because conversion of subscribers is very low for that type of content. So I was doing that, and it was like, you know, a bit of fun. I was making a little bit of cash doing that. But then I had this thought, like I said, of the YouTube advice video that could get 1 million views. Like, what does that actually look like? And essentially, a few months prior to that, I had studied Peter McKinnon's success, like studied his journey. And I was like, how did this happen? Because he kind of came out of nowhere. And like he was like, especially back then, it was like him and Casey Neistat were like, you know, top of my mind. So I almost like wrote an essay for myself just to like learn from his journey and his success. I was like, damn, this guy's really interesting. Let me write down like a little bit of like do some notes and write like a story for myself to read back. Then I looked at it and I said, you know, this could be a video, and this could be exactly what I was thinking about, like a YouTube advice video that could hit 1 million viewers. And I uploaded it to that channel, 60 views in the first day. And on that channel, I was usually averaging a few thousand views in the first day. I got 60 views. And I just looked at it and I said, this isn't going to work. You know, I'm going to go back to the 9 to 5. Like, this doesn't work, right? And the funny story about it is, I remember like shutting it and like signing into a different YouTube account, because I had so many different YouTube accounts. And just signing out, going about my day. And then I was in Dublin, the capital of Ireland, a few weeks later. And a guy I know came up to me and he was like, Paddy, I really like that video you posted about Peter McKinnon. I was like, that's funny, that's really niche, how you find that, like, you know what, must have like 100 views by now. Logged back into my studio on my desktop, because I didn't even have it on a mobile. I don't even know if YouTube mobile was even there, YouTube Studio was even there. I opened up the YouTube Studio, 300,000 views, and I was like, damn, people want this type of content, and that's kind of how the channel grew from there.
How much you make from that video, do you remember?
The RPMs were pretty decent actually, YouTube advice content. I think like that video alone, like right now it's got 1.1 million. So I remember the first check that came in for that first month was like 2K, something like that, like 2,000. I think in the first month I did like 500,000 views. So that was the first check. I instantly bought a laptop, and then that's kind of how it snowballed.
When did you quit your job?
I finished up my job the following summer. That's when I kind of wrapped everything up, which was I think 2018.
Okay.
And at that point in time, actually, this channel, like my current channel, it was in a bit of a lull. I'd made a few videos in the meantime while I was still working the job. Some of them had done well. Like I made a video on Casey Neistat, got like 600,000 views. But I made a video on Alpha M and Unbox Therapy, and they both kind of underperformed for where I was aiming for. And then I finished up the job, and I was feeling like honestly like a bit depressed. I was like, you know, what's the next step for me? Like, what do I do next? Because I'm the sort of person that always has to be working towards something big. Like I realized in the 9 to 5, like if someone said, you work this 9 to 5, you make this much money, and then you go up and you do another few years and you do this, like, it just doesn't excite me at all. Like, I want rapid. I want to do things and move things forward. So I was kind of in this period where I was like, yeah, I don't know, like, should I just quit the channel? Should I try to do something else? I went down this rabbit hole of like trying to start other businesses and thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get into drop shipping, I'm gonna get into this and that. And I was just trying all these like silly things and wasting my time. And then I was like, let me just give this a really good go with the Paddy Galloway channel that people know from today. And I went back, started making a few videos. The results were slow. I made one on Matt Diavella, did like 40,000. Made one on Peter McKinnon, did 80,000. And I was like, ooh, this is something. I made a video on PewDiePie, and it absolutely flopped. It did terrible. First week it did like 3,000 views, and you know I was accustomed to like 600,000 and 1 million, and I was like, God, like I was thinking I might actually quit. Like I might actually just stop YouTube. Before I stopped YouTube, I said I'll make one more video, and that video was the video of Mr. Beast. So I was like, this Mr. Beast kid, like this is 2019, so obviously he was big, but he wasn't like big. I was like, this guy's amazing. Like he's getting like, he's got 20 million subscribers. He's getting like 20 million views a video. Let me make a breakdown video on him. So I just said, this is my last chance to learn. And I don't want to like make it too dramatic, but like that was literally what I was saying. I remember looking at the computer screen and saying, as I was writing the script, this could be the last YouTube video I make. Made that video, pressed upload. First day, pretty good. I don't even remember if we had rankings back then. So long. Maybe we did, I can't remember. But I uploaded the video, I was like, okay, posted, checked it. I was like, oh, performing quite well. Like I think it had like a few thousand views in the first few days. And my videos would always start slow anyway. Started picking up and I saw, oh, 20,000 views, this is interesting. And it was right around Christmas of 2019. And then I woke up one morning and it had like 35,000 views and it jumped up overnight. And the interesting thing is, Nate O'Brien, who I know you guys are very good friends with.
This is his hotel room. Shout out Nate O'Brien.
Shout out Nate.
Thanks, Nate.
Shout out Nate. He commented on the video, and this is the first time he'd interacted with my channel. He commented on the video saying, dude, this is gonna get 1 million views. I remember him saying, like, I saw the comments, like I should go back and find it, like if anyone wants to look it up, it's posted on that video. And I saw that and I was like, yeah, 1 million views, like that'd be crazy. Like I was just thinking I'd love this to get 100,000. And then the day after that, it got 500,000 views in one day, mega viral. Next day after that, it got 600,000 views, and that was Christmas Eve. Then Christmas Day, it did 650,000 views. And my YouTube studio was just bananas. Like I was looking at it and I was like, 2 million views in my real time. You know, and the video before on PewDiePie, it's done well now because over time it's ranked in search and done well. But again, that was 2,000 views in the first like 2 weeks. This video had 3 million views in the first 2 weeks. And I was like, okay, this is something that I could really, really do and stick to. So that was like the second quitting point. So I was thinking of quitting, did that. I thought, you know, I nearly was like, you know, the YouTube algorithm has just blessed me. They knew I was gonna quit and they were like, let's give him another shot. But I think it was just a well-timed video at the right time. The numbers speak for themselves.
It's interesting because Darman had a very similar story. He said he was about to quit and told his now wife, this is the last video I'm posting and I'm done. Posted the video and the next day got like 1 million views on Facebook. And that's what gave him the encouragement to keep going. So it's amazing how many times you make that last video and it's not the last one. But you gotta mentally go and think this is the last one and then it'll blow up. Yeah. It's also very cool when you post a video and people say, this is gonna get 1 million views. Here before 1 million views, this video is about to blow up. Because usually they're right. If I usually get about 24 of those comments, like here before 1 million views, this is gonna get it always does. And I think the viewers know, just like how the video is gonna perform in the first 20 minutes. Pretty remarkable.
Because they felt something fresh.
Yes.
You know, like maybe those viewers had watched the YouTube advice videos and they're like, oh, there's some good advice here, but kind of boring. But then, not to give myself too much credit, there wasn't really anyone else doing those breakdown videos. You know, there's a lot more now, but at the time I was like the first person to do these breakdown videos. So seeing something completely new and fresh in your feed that, you know, people were just like, damn, this is interesting. So I think that is a good thing.
Now, what I find interesting too, I just thought of this, is that you make these very good come up videos, like the rise of a certain creator, whereas other people like Sunny B2 talk about now the downfall of the creator. So you're like the ride up, and he's the ride down. Have you found that maybe more, you know, the negative videos tend to do better? Because I'm watching a lot of Sunny B2. Oh my gosh, his views, his James Corden video, over 1 million views now in 9 hours.
Yeah.
How is that not trending? And it just seems like it's organic, and all of his subscribers click it because they just want to know what's the downfall. I am, and part of me,
I'm super like every time.
I watch it. Yeah. But part of me, I watch those videos thinking, what could I avoid? Because if they're all making these mistakes, how could I not make those mistakes? You know, what could I not do?
Yeah.
So,
No, it's interesting because I remember when he first started posting videos, and I saw him when he had like 10,000 subscribers, and I thought he was copying me a little bit. Not to take a shot, like I kind of thought he was doing like the rise of Mark Rober, and I was like, oh, it's kind of taking a bit of inspiration from me. But like when he switched that complete like downfall thing, like I mean, just look at the view counts. Like I don't do badly at all. I average like 900,000 per video when you just combine my last 30 videos. But like this guy gets like a guaranteed million views a video. He's got like 4 million views, 5 million views, 6 million views.
Yeah.
I think there just is more of a desire for it. And a lot of people, like I've had people tell me like what, like I had people tell me before he even came along, why don't you do the downfall on people?
Yes.
And not to like make myself sound like holier than thou or whatever, because like I think it's just content at the end of the day. But like at this conference, like I'm walking into people. The way I see this is YouTube is like super stressful. And again, I think Sonny B2 is a genius. Like I think he's brilliant. Like he's honestly, and I've actually had a few messages with him. And he seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
So like absolutely no shade at all. That's to me like I just imagine like let's just say Paddy Galloway fell off. Like not that I'm at this huge level, but let's just say I fell off.
Yeah.
Like I would feel so bad about that. I'd be like really like ashamed. I'd feel horrible about that. I'd like to think I would find a way out of it and figure out how to like blow up again. But if that was the case, and then I'm just like, you know, in a bad mood, and then I just see on my news page like the downfall of Paddy Galloway.
But you know what? I have to say he does them in such a way where it's not him coming up with these opinions. He's just reporting.
Yeah.
So like he did one on Andrew Hales, and Andrew watched the video, and I watched Andrew's reaction of it. It was so good. And Andrew was like, yeah, I think it's a pretty balanced video. He's right.
Andrew. That's Andrew. You can't base everybody else off of Andrew. He takes things very lightly. I think there's like you have to, if you're reporting something, you have to kind of understand that you're also publicizing certain things, and you usually don't accurately portray both sides. You sensationalize it because that's what gets the views.
Yeah, it's some of that. But usually in his videos, you can point to something, and some of these videos are like, all right, yeah, I agree with that. That makes sense. But I see your point though.
But like for example, like there was I feel like I'm quite like immune to that sort of, like I don't care what people say, and mainly it's because like I'm not on camera, so like they're not personal attacks, you know. So maybe if I actually felt what that was like, I'd be different. But like in January and February and March, I had a few videos that underperformed on my channel. I had a video that first Ryan Train video hit like I think it's like 130K. The Matthew Beam one like underperformed as well. And I remember just being so like disappointed with that, because there's nothing worse than like a 10 out of 10. Like it just hurts, especially as the end of 2021. I had like 3.5 million on a Beluga video, 3.9 million on a Mr. Beast Squid Game video. So I was like on this ultimate buzz. Then I get like 130K, then I get 90K. And I remember just feeling terrible. And then like I tweet something, and like someone replies to the tweet just saying like, dude, you fell off. Look at your views. That's like a tenth of what you got last year. Like what is going on? Like is the content like you doing something wrong? And like I know I should look at that and reflect and say, yeah, I am doing something wrong. Like there was a reason those didn't perform. They were bad at times. They were not the best videos. I did mistakes in those videos. But like, it kind of hurt. I was like, damn, like, you know, it's kind of bad to actually fail publicly and then someone to say like you're doing wrong. And I just remember when I made that Ryan Train Penny Series video in June, and that one hit 1 million views. Before pressing that video, before pressing publish, I was so terrified. And that sounds strange as someone whose income is not tied to his channel and who's been on YouTube for so long, to be so terrified of pressing publish. But I was like, if this video flops as well, like I'm done. Like that's how I thought.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
But doesn't it in a way affect you professionally? Because if your clients see you, like even if you have results with your clients, but if they see you not having videos that perform, does that cast doubt in their mind, even though it doesn't reflect on them?
I think that, I think there is a point there. Like I do think that helps me, because like there's quite a lot of people that talk about YouTube. There's not many people that talk about YouTube and actually get 1 million views on videos. So I do think that's a factor. Yes. I think the one thing to consider though is like naturally YouTube advice content shouldn't have the audience that mine does, in my opinion. Like if you look at any other channel, bar Colin and Samir, who've done a phenomenal job, like most of them struggle to crack 100K. So when I get a video that hits 140K, it's like, compared to everything else, it's a massive underperformer. But when you consider the audience I'm trying to actually target at the end of the day, not trying to downplay it, but I feel like, you know, let's just say if someone was getting 50,000 views a video on YouTube advice, I think they were a good YouTuber, you know, because it's difficult. There's lots of people doing it. It's competitive. But I do definitely think it does help with reputation, with clients, being able to say, look, I can make a good video. And even like a funny thing, like I sometimes post screenshots on Twitter of like analytics and results I get for myself and other people. One time I posted a screenshot of a video with like 1.9 million views or whatever on that mark. I got this DM from someone. They're like, you know, you're just photoshopping this. You know, I want to see some proof for this performance. And I just linked him the video and it was on my channel. And I was like, dude, like just look up my channel. It's right there. You know, so it definitely helps in that regard to be like, I know what I'm talking about.
Got it. How many clients do you have now?
Full-time clients,
Yeah.
I have, I believe it's between 5 and 7. It kind of varies with some people that dip in, dip out.
Can you say who your clients are?
I can say the YouTube channels. I can't say the corporations I work with.
Sure.
I work with Noah Kagan. He's
I
one
like Noah
I
a
work
lot,
with
yeah.
for a lot. And like, you know, he was a perfect example of selecting someone who I thought could blow up because he's got like a crazy track record, crazy reputation. He's got resources, and he's actually really passionate about YouTube. Like he wants to grow on
He's
YouTube.
consistent.
He's consistent.
That's what I like the most about him, is that very few people at his league have the consistency to post no matter what.
Yeah, because he'd gone through 3 years, maybe 2 years of just the same results, but he still kept posting and he still kept trying to do YouTube.
Yeah.
And anyway, I came in, I talked to his producer, we talked about like a strategy we could apply on the channel. Funny story is like I've been working with Noah for like nearly a year, and then this conference, Vid Summit, is like the first time I've actually really had a conversation with him because like he's got everything so scaled, like he's just kind of like in front of the camera, but everything around him is like systemized. So anyway, like I looked at the channel and they were doing like 20 to 50,000 views a video, sometimes outliers, but 3 times a week. In my opinion, the content was good, but it was like sitting at the desk, it wasn't too creative, and like I think there was a bit of a ceiling to it. So when I came in, and the guys, the producer and Noah himself, the producer Jeremy, they agreed that like we need to be more selective. We need to go for bigger swings with the content, and like, you know, so we started applying that. We started actually posting less. We went for bigger swings. Like Noah was actually out and about asking millionaires how to make $1 million and so on.
Who came up with that idea?
They came up with the idea, but I came up with the thumbnail concept. And in my, like, I'm not trying to take credit for it, but I think that thumbnail concept is brilliant. I just love that paused reaction of
him at the door with the door kind of open. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, so like that video, that was the first video we did together, the first thumbnail I worked on with them. That video is like 3.5 million now. And like ever since then, like I think on average, I worked it out for my Vid Summit presentation, like on average, we're doing about 500,000 views a video now, whereas before it was 50,000. And that's just by being more selective and going for like bigger swings. And I thought that was possible the minute I saw Noah and talked to him and talked to Jeremy on his team. I was like, you know, this guy has such a great reputation. And also, he's just willing to do stuff. Like some people, you go into their channel and they're like, oh, I want to do it like this. I don't want to change anything. You know, I just want to keep it this way. But when someone's like, I just want to blow up. I just want to figure out how to get more views. I'm like, that's what I want to hear. Let's see what we can do. So, yeah.
So can you reveal some of your other high-profile clients that you work with?
So I work with Jesser. Have you ever seen his content? Like we crush it on shorts. He's basically a basketball creator. He does like a lot of sports-related videos. 6.5 million subscribers. Similar story. I went into his channel and I was like, you know, things are good here.
Yeah.
He's a decent creator. Very good creator. He's doing about 400, 500,000 views a video. Could we scale this to 2? Could we scale it to 3? Like when I look at a channel, I'm just thinking, what is that ceiling? Like, could we get it higher? And we essentially started switching to just higher effort, kind of a little bit Mr. Beastified challenge videos with bigger stakes. Sometimes a lot more investment in terms of time and money, and also just thinking more about thumbnails. I know you guys like love thinking about thumbnails,
Yes.
and that's one of my favorite things about you guys, because like I can't say how many creators I come to and it's just the last thing they think of. And sometimes these are channels with 10, 15 million subscribers, and they're like, yeah, I do the thumbnail like the day before. Yeah.
I mean, we do the thumbnail usually hours before,
Oh,
but
really?
it is a nightmare.
But you really think about it.
Yeah.
Oh
very thoughtful.
gosh, it is horrible.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's fun. It's fun when you get it, but it's horrible when you're thinking there. It's like, I have no ideas, and I hate it. And you got to get something done because we have a deadline and we have to post. There's been times we posted late because I just can't think of the thumbnail.
Yeah, for sure. But like, yeah, it's a situation. It was a situation like that with Jesser where I just knew he had again, like it ticked a lot of the same boxes. Like he had a channel that had untapped potential. He was creative and good on camera. He had resources and he was willing to apply feedback. Like my first call with them, we originally just did one consulting call together. Did that call. Instantly they started applying what I told them. Like there wasn't any kind of like, oh, I don't know, let me try. It was instantly bang, they started applying it and they started getting results. Then they hired me full time, well not full time, but like a few hours a week in January, and we scaled it up a bit since then. And I work on every video, I work on every thumbnail. I still think every single video could be better, and you know, if Jesse or any of the teams listen to this, like we should be getting 10 million views a video in my channel. But yeah, we scaled that channel up. He's another channel. I work with a great Minecraft channel called Dom Minecraft. Not sure if either of you guys are Minecraft viewers, but the mission with that channel, the goal with that channel is to become the biggest Minecraft channel in the world. No
Who's
pressure.
the number one right now?
Dream pretty much still, yeah. Like there's like the Dream SMP, there's Tommy in it, there's a few other guys. But we're just sort of looking at it and say like, this guy is super driven, he can make great videos. So we just go into the channel and like I've been working with him since January. We average about 3.5, 4 million views a video in Minecraft. So I work with him. Who else is there? Zach Alsop. You ever seen his content? UK YouTuber.
It sounds familiar.
He's another great creator. Catch Jordan. He does real estate tours of apartments in New York. Got about 300K. He's actually my smallest client. Sure. But a lot of fun with him. And then as well, yeah, I work with a few corporations, including one massive Fortune 500 company, which I can't reveal.
Is there any way you could whisper it and we bleep it out? Just to get our reactions?
Okay.
Makes sense and it's amazing.
So you're doing their social media and stuff?
So no, they're just their YouTube. Essentially, like they're obviously a massive company, and they have like huge resources. They have huge people working with them. There's so much. Like I don't want to reveal who it is, but like there's so much built around this company, but they don't have a good YouTube strategy. So last April, the head of YouTube reached out to me. I worked on one video with them, titled and thumbnailed one video with them, did 5.5 million views, and their average is like 200-300K, if even. Like quite often it's less, and sometimes it's like paid on top of that.
Wow.
So they were like, damn, like this guy knows what he's doing. Did a few talks with their teams, and now they're a full-time.
Now, how does it work with payments? Do they pay you way more than an individual creator would? Like, how does that relate to your overall income?
It's a bigger package. Like, there's more included. So, for example, with a lot of the creators I work with, it's just me. Whereas this involves like a thumbnail designer that I bring in. It involves my analyst who's on my team who like devotes a certain amount of time to a week. So it's a bigger retainer deal with some like performance stuff involved as well.
And what happens hypothetically? Let's say you sign on with them and you're just not getting results, or like what happens if you don't know, just it's not going right? What would happen in that situation?
I think it depends on what they're actually really trying to get out of it.
Yeah.
Because what I've realized about working with companies, like views aren't the only metric they track. They're thinking like, are we moving in the right direction? Like, are we learning more about this platform? Like, I think it's different to a YouTuber. YouTuber just looks at pure views. But I would say in general, like, I'm lucky, and I know this will never be the case because like, you can't get it right every single time. But every channel I've worked with over an extended period of time, we've increased views. Like, it's just never happened that we've decreased or plateaued. Every single time it's increased. Now, just the law of odds, like eventually I will come to a channel where I can't fix or I can't make happen. And you know, that might happen the next year, the next 2 years, the next 3 years. I think it just comes down to having a conversation. And like the way I do business, I literally do not have contracts. Like, you know, NDA stuff, sure, but I don't do like, hey, you're locked in for 2 years. It's like, if we're not getting results, you can just leave.
Yeah.
So it's like, and sometimes clients have to be patient. Like I've worked with clients where like the first month is a bit slow as we're trying to transition and trying to make things happen. So sometimes it just comes down to like, yeah, just be patient, and if at any time you want to leave, just go. Like I'm very friendly with these clients. Like I actually chill with them. Like we're friends. So it's not really like, you know, a big deal.
I've always thought about that. These massive corporations have huge budgets, and their marketing is very important. And they always buy sponsorships and stuff like that. Why don't they have an in-house team that's running their social media, which some companies do, but it's never very effective.
Yeah.
And if they could get that, it's the perfect targeted audience, the people that like follow
Or
or
they just
or stuff like
they
that.
don't throw enough resources at it. I mean, we've seen some where it's like the whole YouTube team is like 2 people, and we're like, this should be 20. Like
Taco Bell's done a good job. Taco Bell's Twitter is
sure,
like
okay.
fire.
Yeah.
Their Twitter's
But there's
fire.
quite a few where they don't take YouTube seriously, and they just hire the bare minimum just to do it, but they're not doing it that well.
Yeah, I see that as well. And like, there's pros and cons. Like, it's a different world to work with YouTubers. Like, there's so much professionalism, but it's also much slower. You know, like making a decision takes more time. Like approving things takes more time, which is natural. But I completely agree. Like these companies, like, why are you spending hundreds of millions of dollars on TV, and you're spending like $1 million on YouTube? If even, like, you have like 2 people on your YouTube team. Like, that's not the company I'm working with, but like just in general, I see that all the time. I'm like, why are you not investing more?
Right.
Like, it's where eyeballs are going.
Can you tell us about your business and like how many people work with you and how you've grown that? Like, what's the back end of that look like?
Yeah, I mean, it's messy. I'd like you to take a look at it sometime and see what I could do better and hear your opinion on it. But basically, like, it started as me, obviously, because it's the Paddy Galloway brand, it's my channel. I started working with clients first. Then over time, I'm like, damn, I need an assistant. So I hired a PA. So I've got a PA.
Okay.
Then I was like, I need help with these clients, especially on stuff that's repeatable and I can, you know, have someone do again and again. So I hired what I call a YouTube strategist who just works with me with clients. I hired another YouTube strategist, so I have 2 YouTube strategists that work with me. The other YouTube strategist is more on the data side. So if there's a client that wants like a deep dive into their analytics, they want to export everything, build crazy graphs, like that's his bread and butter. Then I've got a designer that helps me a little bit with like animations and stuff for videos. And after that I have a thumbnail designer who's kind of more on like a kind of retainer contractor basis. But yeah, it's like a team of kind of like 4 or 5 depending on how much you count, like 6 if you count freelancers too.
Do you have an office or do you just work from home?
Completely remote.
That's
this is like,
amazing.
it's
Yeah.
crazy. Like I've been working on YouTube like with these YouTubers for a few years now. This is the first time I've met YouTubers in person, apart from Nate O'Brien in Dublin in 2020.
Was he the first and only like YouTuber you've ever met in person?
Yeah, I mean, like before, like I have seen a few since, but like in 2020 when I saw him, it was right before the lockdown. Like COVID actually wasn't a thing. It was like February, you know.
Sure.
And we just had a pint in a pub in Dublin, or a bar as you guys call them.
Yeah.
And I just thought, like, you know, this guy's really smart. He's, you know, we'd obviously talked a bit since that video where he commented on performance, and there's just not many creators in Ireland, you know, very few. And then the lockdown happened.
Yeah.
So I was supposed to come here to Los Angeles last year, and I couldn't get in because of COVID restrictions.
Right.
So like, this is the first time I've actually been to America. First time setting foot in America, so it's pretty interesting.
That's cool.
So you being the expert that you are on YouTube, understanding analytics and statistics and all of that good back-end stuff, what are some content hacks aspiring YouTubers can do, or things that are commonly overlooked, things that people generally don't do very well, that they can fix to see immediate performance?
Honestly, it sounds funny saying this, but like the biggest thing is ideas. Like the actual ideas and topics you cover. It's incredible to me how someone could like invest maybe tens of thousands of dollars into a video, invest hundreds of hours into a video, but the idea is just the first thing they thought of. You know? Just a random, oh, that'd be a good idea. Let's just make a video on that. Like, it just doesn't make sense. So investing a lot of time into ideas.
How do you know it's a good idea or a bad idea?
I think you have to have, like, so what I think about is I think about like a funnel. So I want to come up with, let's say I want to make one video. I want to come up with like 100 ideas and then put it through like a funnel with a filter. And that filter could be like, can I think of a good thumbnail? Does this video excite me? Does this video have 1 million view potential, depending on what sort of channel you're? And like, how you decide that is somewhat subjective, but can also be based on data. Like maybe we've done this video before, or we've done a similar one before and it's performed really well. Or maybe it's performed really well with a competing channel. Or maybe even a channel in a different niche that's overperformed, so we have at least some insight into how this could do, so that ticks the box. And then maybe it's just like, you know, how feasible is this to actually execute? Like we can all come up with a crazy idea, but maybe it's not feasible. I think about like 100 ideas, filter down to like the 10 with like criteria like that. And when you get to 10, just look at them and say, which is the best? Like sometimes you do have to trust your gut. And I'm someone that loves data, loves analytics, but sometimes it's just like, that feels like a better idea than that one. You know, let's do that and let's make that video. But I would say like, you know, in terms of hacks, like more time on ideas. Like I worked with Mr. Beast for a few months last year, and like that was eye-opening to me. How like, ideas are everything, especially for entertainment channels. I think it's a bit different than other niches, but like even Graham yourself, I'm sure you know, like if you get a good topic, it's going. Yeah.
Yeah. What else beyond that?
I would say like intros is one of the biggest problems that creators have. Understanding how to hook someone, how to get to the point, and how to not put too much context in. I think way too many creators put way too much context in their intros. I don't want to hear all this explanation, I just want to hear delivery. I just want to hear us flow into the rest of the story. That's another thing as well, like it might sound obvious to you guys, but so many creators have like an intro reel. You know, like a little like cinema.
Oh, I hate that. There was one I watched where the intro reel was 50 seconds.
That sounds kind of like
it was. No, but
smash the like button.
No.
Do it. Are you gonna do it?
Jack,
okay,
no. I'm talking about one of those pre-recorded where it's in front of every single video, where it's like that.
It
like
was 50 seconds.
It was 50 seconds.
Like so, I've studied like thousands of retention curves across. I want to say hundreds. That's maybe a bit of exaggeration, but like dozens of niches. I've never seen an intro reel serve a purpose. Like they're just not used. They're not useful. They're not needed. I honestly like with my videos. If my videos take me maybe like some videos of mine take like 100 hours to finalize between scripting and like editing and everything together. And let's just say it's a 10-minute video. You would think like each minute has a 10% time allocation. The reality is I spend like 30 to 40% of the time on the first minute, just to make sure every word is right. And I have that liberty because like I post infrequently. And I think it's harder when you're posting a lot of content to be able to go into that detail. That's how strongly I feel about how you start the video. So like, talk about hacks, like faster intros that get to the point and don't, I always say an intro that doesn't feel like an intro. Like if I can point at your intro and just see so clearly where it ends, it's like, okay, now let's get into the video. Why didn't you just start there? You know, that's like the biggest intro hack. So that's definitely another thing that people need to work on.
I'd love for you to critique our content.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah. I think one thing I was actually meaning, like if ever I came with this podcast,
yeah,
I was gonna ask you with the smash the like.
It's so funny because I was about to ask you, have you found if likes affect the performance of the video?
So likes and video performance are slightly correlated. So there is like a relationship between a video gets more likes, gets more views, but it's not as important as retention. So the question for me and the question for you is really, if by having the like CTA, if you like, let's say that like CTA leads to like a 3% drop or 4% drop in retention. The way I would think about this is it's trade-offs. Like now you have 3 or 4% people who've left the video, and what you've got is more likes. But if retention is weighted higher than likes, I would always prioritize the retention.
So my like button smashing is usually about 10 to 15 seconds the maximum, and I always include a picture of the baby animals, a thank you.
Yeah.
And I feel like people like that because some people request now in the comments, I want a picture of a baby dolphin, or like I want a hedgehog in the next one. So I'll see the comments, I'll be like, all right, I'll take a note, and then I'll put up a picture of a hedgehog, or whatever that is.
Like you also get comments that are like, stop begging for likes and stuff.
They've been saying that since the very beginning.
Exactly.
There's always going to be somebody who complains about it.
Taking your anecdotal experience about people praising you for the
No, because you I see out of 100 comments, one person's like, hey, you're begging for likes, and then the other 99 people don't care and they hit the like button and they like it. There's going to be a person who complains over everything. People complain about my voice, how I look, how I move my arms, which I think help retention because it makes the video more appealing. People can find everything to complain about. There's going to be everything.
You know what I think though?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously comments, like you can get some decent data from like, how people are feeling about a video.
Yeah.
But really it's about the retention curve. Like when you do, like I don't really care too much about what people say, positive or negative. I care about those moments where you introduce that like CTA. Are you losing a significant amount of retention?
What's your advice for people who might want to be in a position like you to consult and make money on the back end from YouTube?
Honestly, don't see it as like a making money opportunity to begin with. Like actually do it as like a YouTuber. Like try to become a YouTuber yourself. Like I make a living from my channel. I don't necessarily need to do this. Like if I wanted to just like get by, I could just live on my channel. So like I'm a YouTuber first and then a YouTube consultant second. Like that's the sort of the way it's gone for me. So I'd say if anyone wants to do this, I would say either start your own channel and just obsess over that and try to make it the biggest channel you can, or go and find like an upcoming YouTuber, or like, let's just say Matthew Bean. Like last year as Matthew Bean was growing, like if you want to become a consultant, like why not message Matthew and say, hey, I want to work with you, and just learn with every video, apply the stuff, build a case study, and then over time you might be able to take on more clients. But what everyone wants to do is like, everyone wants to skip the step when you're like an employee and you're working and you're grinding, you're spending like 60 hours a week getting nothing. They want to skip straight to the expert bit where you're like getting the high rates and the speaker fees and stuff. So I think it takes time, like, and I think it depends on what you're working with as well, like what sort of skills you actually have as a person.
I'm curious though, what are your thoughts on the Mr. Beastification of YouTube? I'm noticing that. I click random channels now. What's up, you guys? Today, we're going to do the 5 things. And it's like the same format now over and over and over again. It's interesting to see. And now I feel like it's almost becoming less effective because so many people are doing that.
I mean, it's difficult because...
Oh, we should get this. Alex just had his wisdom teeth removed.
Okay.
So I'm going to record this. Yeah, He did? How you doing, Alex? Did you get them out yet or no?
They pulled my teeth off.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Did it hurt? I want to make sure. I don't know if we want to see it. Alex, we're gonna get demonetized. No! Whoa, Alex, turn it back. I don't want to see it. How are you okay, Alex? What do you want to say to the viewers?
Wait, who are you interviewing?
Patty Galloway.
What's up, man?
It's Patty. Follow me on Instagram.
Patty, do you have any questions for Alex on his teeth removal?
I have wisdom teeth pain. Is it worth it, man? Is
it worth it, Alex?
What?
Getting your teeth removed.
Oh no.
No? Hey Alex, what do you think working for me? Is it okay? Am I a good boss?
You can't do this to him while he's under the influence of something. No, this is not fair.
No, I love you so much.
It's good.
Jack is okay.
Oh, wow.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
Jack never gave me a bonus.
I never gave him a bonus. You give him a bonus, Jack.
And I don't believe in bonuses.
He said he doesn't believe in bonuses.
I give bonuses to people that bring me SD cards. You see, he knows. He's owed me SD cards for a long time.
Alex, you want?
I can set up if you want. No, not yet. No? Okay. How long? Okay. Sorry, my friend called me. Oh, thank you.
All right, Alex, we'll let you go.
Okay.
See you, Alex.
Patty, I said hi.
See ya.
He says hi back. Oh, tell people to subscribe.
Oh, also, because I'm working right now, Lexar is the official card sponsor because they're awesome. So awesome. So, yeah, so, thank you so much, Cam. I appreciate everything you do for me, and we'll talk later.
All right, Alex, good luck. I'll see you.
I love you. Bye.
Love you too.
That's podcast gold.
So Humphrey's behind the camera here. He had a really good question. What is your advice between smaller creators and bigger creators? Because sometimes, as a bigger creator, what I'm doing isn't necessarily going to help somebody else grow if they're just starting out.
Honestly, it's cliche. You know, you hear everyone say it, but like you need volume. Like you need to make a high quantity of videos before you get to a place where you can actually even contemplate making a high quality video. It's like I always say, like people come up to me all the time and they're like, hey, you know, I've made 4 videos, I've got no results. Check them out. Like I've been optimizing thumbnails, I've been switching thumbnails, and like if you're switching thumbnails and you're getting like 100 impressions on a video, it's not gonna do anything, you know? So I always say to people like that, just make more content. Like what are you doing? Make 100, 150, 200 videos. I made probably 1,000 videos across different channels before I was even monetized, you know? And that's more than most people. And now on my current channel, I've got 30 videos and I've got 400K. That wouldn't have happened if I didn't post 1,000 videos. So I think with small creators, it's just about making a lot of content. And then as well, you do have to be more kind of like shoulders out, trying to like, you know, jump on trends, trend jacking, like trying to find anything to attach your brand to, like a big event, a big name, another YouTuber. That's kind of the way you do it. Whereas a big YouTuber, you have something to lose. So you have to consider your audience. You have to consider, you know, do I go with the quantity or quality approach? Like I talk quite a lot about some of my clients. We lower quantity, but we just increase quality. Whereas other people, like when they lower quantity, they just don't have that extra level to go up, or maybe the ceiling is not that much higher, so that it just doesn't make any sense. But that's the biggest thing. I think small creators just don't think about anything except making videos, just make more.
Yeah, that's what I kind of tell people too, is that I always say like the first like 50 videos are gonna suck, so it's better to just get those out of the way and just post 50 videos. Like I'd rather see someone consistent about posting bad videos than posting nothing or overthinking it, because they're gonna suck anyway. So it's better just to get that out of the way. And there's a steep learning curve for the first maybe 20 or so. It's better just to start, make all the mistakes, you'll get better, and then like video 21, then you start thinking through these things.
Exactly. Like you don't learn that without doing it, you know. And it's just one of those things. People just want things too quickly. I sound like a boomer, but you know, these YouTube kids these days, they want a million subscribers with 10 videos.
What do you think of shorts and TikTok?
I love shorts. Like TikTok, I don't really live in. Like I just live in the YouTube world. Like I feel like YouTube is gonna eat TikTok. I think YouTube's gonna eat Twitch. Like I am just like 100% YouTube. That's just my game. So I think about YouTube shorts. I think of how they relate to long form, and like I'll just say with most of my long-term clients, we do shorts on the main channel, and they do great. Shorts and long form can coexist perfectly fine. The only thing I hate is how YouTube rolled it out so it's all like mixed in together. Like, I feel like they should have waited to separate it first.
Yeah.
But I love shorts. Like we have a short on Jess's channel that has like 38 million views, and You know, that's just one. Like, we have like multiple shorts with 10, 20 million views.
Yeah, Instagram bugs me with that so much. When you go to someone's Instagram page and you see like all the videos mixed in with the pictures, it should be like pictures, video, like tags. That's it. And YouTube, I feel like, should have that too, because I don't like going to someone's videos page and it's like riddled with shorts, and I'm like scrolling through to find the one video. They just had videos, shorts, like the same thing. Would be so much better. Did we finish the Mr. Beastification of YouTube?
No, we never.
No, we never. I just realized that. What are your thoughts on that? Because I saw that video that one guy did, and it was so good.
Oh yeah, the real
like
long one.
Yeah, it was like a 50-minute long expose about, like, you know, these, I don't say Mr. Beast copycats, but there's definitely a style and a format that people have taken to that just, it's the Mr. Beastification.
It's like the meta for like entertainment channels. So like, I mean, the first thing I would say is like the guy making that video, it was a really good video, by the way. I thought it was a great video. But if you look at that guy, like, how old is he? I don't know, like early 20s.
Yeah.
He is not the demographic for who the channels he's criticizing are making content for. And if you actually look at the data on a lot of these channels, like, people say, oh, it's getting stale. But like, when they do something that maybe has more relationship building, or maybe a vlog or slower pace, they get 1 million views. When they do like a challenge and they're like, hey guys, it's me and we're doing this, 2 million views. You know, it's kind of hard when you have that instant feedback to say this is working. But I do agree, like, you know, there's too many people that just see what Jimmy does and just goes like, you know, obviously he's the GOAT. We're just gonna copy this verbatim and just go like that. I think too many people copy it. I think as well, like, if we're in a space where everyone is copying Jimmy, we're never gonna get another Jimmy. You know, we're not gonna get the next Jimmy. And I remember a conversation I had with Arak a while ago. It was the best conversation I had about this. He booked in with a consultant called me last year, and he goes, you know, I'm not that interested with what Mr. Beast is doing, because I know the next Mr. Beast won't be making content like Mr. Beast. Like, I love that, because it's so true.
Yeah.
You know, Jimmy has just nailed it. He does everything right. No one can compete with him at that scale, at that level. And it's not just money, it's like the intel, the team. You visit his HQ. Unbelievable, you know? Like, they've just got the smartest people in the world working there, the smartest YouTube people in the world working there. So I think you're always going to be smarter than the person you're copying in that regard. And I don't know, like, I do think that a lot of people, like, you know, our age, and, you know, we look at it and say, this is like corny too much, but like, is it for me? That's the question I was asked. Like, is this content actually made for me?
But can't you look at that and see, like, okay, maybe overall the interest is not as high as it was 2 years ago. It's on a decline now. It's like we're getting 10% fewer views than 6 months ago on average. People like that are watching it are growing up, and the people coming into that age are maybe not as interested because they're going for something else instead. Because I'm seeing a lot of younger people now gravitating more towards, I think, the shorts, TikTok, just quick content than they are 10 to 20 minute long videos that are, you know, quick, fast pace.
Yeah.
At least that's from what I've observed as a 30-something-year-old.
Yeah, I think you don't look 30.
Yeah, I think so.
I would have said like 20, 28.
Oh, great.
No, but I would say, like, yes, to an extent. There's a few things we have to consider, because everything with me has to be boring data. So first thing to consider is during the pandemic, viewership is all-time highs.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, when people say like views might be down compared to 2 years ago, it's like that's another factor we have to put into the equation, and that's like an important thing to consider. But then after that, I just think, like, realistically, what works on YouTube shifts over time. We're seeing a lot of people starting to consume shorts. I don't think shorts and long form compete necessarily, but naturally it's like eyeballs can go on, you know, like you only have a certain amount of time in a day. Like if shorts start taking more of that time, that takes away from long form. I do think what Ryan Train did was just phenomenal.
Me
like
too.
I love that guy. Like I think what he did was amazing, because he still had like the lessons from the Mr. Beast spectacle generation, but he added more story. And I think this, I just really believe this. Our generation of people between the ages of like, I don't know, like 23 and like maybe like 35, like this generation, we have very few like big entertainment channels that we point to and say like, that's our YouTuber. Like 4 or 5 years ago we had Casey, and like everyone watched Casey, you know? And he was making content for like guys and girls in their 20s and 30s. Who is there now? Like it feels like a lot of YouTubers have just like scaled or like focused their effort on the younger audience, because it's bigger. Like the younger audience is massive with YouTube, and also with things like merch and things that can be crazy. And as you grow older, you become into more like niches like finance and like other areas. I mean, that's why. But like we're missing a Casey Neistat, and I think Ryan Train might be kind of filling that role. I'm interested to see how it develops.
Yeah. Who are some creators that you would invest in? Let's say you could invest in 3 creators at their current status, and you can invest in Mr. Beast. Who are 3 creators you'd invest
Mr.
in?
Beast.
Okay.
Hands down. Like.
Still, even.
Oh
his
yeah.
current valuation.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like Mr. Beast would be my first. The first one. I think Mr. Beast is more like the 10x than like a lot of the YouTubers.
Okay.
Like the scale of
Are we
everything.
talking about
he's
his
doing.
videos? Or are we talking about him as a brand?
I'm thinking about like the whole package. Like if I'm investing in someone, like I don't want just the videos.
But also, like,
Yeah, I
you
agree.
get to a certain point, kind of like what Facebook's dealing with right now, where they're trying to expand their their audience or whatever, but they can't because the population isn't getting fast enough
Yeah,
for them to keep
yeah.
More people to have kids, yeah.
So for Mr. Beast too, I'm sure there's going to be a point where, like, I mean, he can't apply his main channel English content to more than
Oh, yes.
all of the English speakers.
India.
That's the thing. There's like
Yeah.
what? There's like 1.2 billion English speaking people in the whole world. Like as if for something like that, and there's like 1.5 billion people in India. You know, I'm gonna look stupid if my geography's wrong, but I think it's like over 1 billion people
Yeah.
just in India.
Wow.
So like, Mr. Beast Hindi.
But also cultural differences, not just English. There are plenty
Yeah.
of things.
Yeah, like, but I don't know. I think it's like Mr. Beast is at the level where he can make such a big spectacle that like I know what the idea is. Like if he's making these ideas now, in 5 years,
True.
what is he gonna do? Like I think the only thing is like if maybe he decides he wants to do something different, which you guys have met him.
Yeah,
You know, it doesn't seem like he's ever gonna be like that. And like just the thing about YouTubers is like everyone talks about this YouTube lifestyle. Well, like you have a few years at the top, then you drop off and wane in popularity. And I think that's true for a lot of cases. But if you look at those cases, did they innovate? Did they try something new? Or did they just stay with the gravy train and keep going and not really adapt to the current times or changes? That can quite often be what happens with the the life cycle of declining over time. So Mr. Beast, first and foremost, I invest in him like 100%. Like just the plans they have, what he's trying to do, like that guy is another level. And I genuinely think like I would not have said this like a year ago or 2 years ago. Eric, again, he's a big creator, so you're thinking like there's not that much upside, but when I remember talking to him after he just hit 1 million subscribers, and I thought his content was really weak after he hit 1 million subscribers. Like he did this like Super Bowl video where he was sneaking into the Super Bowl, but he didn't actually sneak in, but he posted it. I was like, it was such a weak video for me. Like I just like that felt so disappointing. And I remember it underperformed a little bit at the time as well. He had a few other videos around there, and I remember them very specifically getting like 400k, 500k, like 1 million views, which is great. But like for where he was aiming, it wasn't it. And I just didn't think he and his team maybe had the potential. But since then, I think they've been killing it. Like his videos are so easy to watch. They're filling this gap of like Mr. Beast, like the wholesome, like everybody kind of like loves him kind of character, and Eric's is kind of like kid in detention. Like he's just doing crazy stuff, I think it fills a different niche in YouTube, and I think they're doing some really interesting things. So I'd say Eric, and then I'd have to pick someone more on the come up. I know a guy that you won't know, but he's a really good creator. So there's a guy called Santiago, and his channel is called Foot Crunch, and he makes FIFA videos, like FIFA the game, like the soccer game. He's got to a point where he's kind of doing like 1 million views a video, but I'd invest in him because I know, because I've done a bit of work with him, and I know what his plans are, what he's trying to do. So if I had like 100 grand to invest in him, I would, because he's trying to go after a really broad, big audience, and he's just super obsessed. Like he's not trying to like get to like $5 million net worth or like 5 million subscribers. He's trying to like build something massive. So he's one to watch out for, I think.
That's cool. One thing I want to mention though about Mr. Beast is he talked on Andrew Schultz's podcast about maybe running for president. I think he has a real shot. I honestly believe he would win if he runs at 40 something years old, probably in his 40s, with no prior experience. I bet he could win the vote.
I agree.
Yeah,
He'd be
because
massive by then.
because
kids would have grown up.
yes, everyone would have grown up with him and would trust him, and he gives away so much money. And
By that
I
time,
think
half
everyone
of the U.S. population will have received money
in some way or another.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be a thing, and I think I really just think it comes down to, does he want to do that?
Yeah.
And I think he's got a real shot at it.
It'd be very hard for someone to say, I hate Mr. Beast. Like, have you ever heard someone say, I mean, probably there's terrible people out there, but like, it's kind of hard to make an argument against someone.
The thing would be, though, I guess, with him alienating some of his audience by picking a side, because he's going to have to pick Republican or Democrat. Most likely. And, what effect does that have? They're going to try to tear him down anyway. But I think if he wants to do it, he's okay putting himself in the spotlight, I think he could do it.
Is there like an age requirement?
35.
35, okay, yeah. I mean, I've talked to Jimmy quite a few times, been in some very long Discord calls with him as well. Like, anything that guy says he wants to do, like, I just believe it. It's like, that we read a book about like Steve Jobs or, these kind of visionary people, one of the most effective things they're good at, not just like the design or the coding, it's like making people buy into what they're trying to do. Everything that guy says, I'm like, he's gonna do that. If he tells me tomorrow he's gonna like make pigs fly, I'm like, they're flying. It's already done, you know?
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy he
He
is.
told Jack and I some video ideas where I loved the ideas so much and they were so genius that I'm thinking, first of all, how come nobody else ever thought of this? And why didn't I think of this? Because it's so obvious and so good.
Yeah. No,
So
we did a call myself and him. I don't know, maybe like February. And he basically just told me like the videos he was planning to make for the whole year, and he was just asking for my opinion on them.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that sounds good. This sounds. Like, there was like one or two I was like, I'm not sure about, but like there was 10 ideas there that I was like, I could get 100 million views.
Yeah.
You know, and that's like the standard he set. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I would love for him to run for president at the age of 35 and just be president then, and like just beat every record. Who's the youngest president? I think like late 30s, right? No one's ever done it at 35. Yeah, no one's ever done it at 35 though. Just be 35 and president.
Yeah.
He could do it.
I think he could, but
Yeah.
it would mean he'd have to put his channel on the side, or would it?
Yeah. Just imagine if he runs against Elon Musk. I think he would just back out just out of respect for Elon.
Yeah.
Be like, Elon, no, you take this term is you, and then I'll do the next one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just imagine that.
Imagine the titles he could come up with if he was president. Oh god.
His speeches would be so optimized too.
Yeah, yeah. He'd just like end them really quickly for retention. He'd be just like, okay, that's me.
What's up,
Bye.
guys? What are we talking about this?
And then I've got 100 people over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I want you. I think it would be really interesting for you to rank every piece of data that YouTube gives you from most important to least. You know, like CTR, average view duration, stuff like that, watch time. If you could just maybe rank like your top 3 to 5 or something like that.
Well, the best is views. Like views is like the god tier metric. And it sounds funny to say that, but like I don't care about the CTR and AMD until I know what the views are, because of the relativity between like views and CTR and AVD.
Yeah.
So like views number one. Like that's number one metric. Then like CTR and AVD, it's like hard to put one in front of the other. Like I think I put them on a level beside or just underneath views. Like there is no way to say which is more important. It's like you need both. Like it's pretty even formula. Like if you have a video that everyone clicks on, people click off, YouTube are gonna bury that video. So like I think that's pretty even. And then after that, I think you just have things like, you know,
The initial like, notification click-through rate or something like that.
Yeah.
First 30-second retention.
Likes, shares, dislikes, comments. Comments actually, here's a fun fact: the comments have like no weight in the algorithm at all.
Really, the number of comments
don't have any impact purely because like, look at this, right? So
Yeah.
let's just say comments made a big deal. So like number of comments is a big deal. I could reply to every comment with a question and double my comments. You know.
True.
And now that's just engagement farming, but also like it's just easy to like create spam accounts for comments. It's a little bit harder for like views and
So
likes.
part of the reason I believe, because in the beginning that was not the case, and I
No,
would see a
yeah.
huge difference, because I would respond to comments for the first hour of every single video across all 3 channels.
Yeah.
And I would notice an immediate difference. When I was not responding to the comments, every single time without fail, the video would not perform as well than if I was responding. I think because of the spam comments, they've maybe turned off that feature and looking at other metrics. Because sometimes now I'll get 1,000 spam comments in a row.
Yeah.
And have to go through and delete them. And so maybe they're taking those out of the equation.
And also, it's like a comment, like essentially when you think about the algorithm, like the algorithm is trying to predict audience behavior. So everything they're trying to do is understand the audience. And like, sure, leaving a comment on the video is like a good indication you like the video, I guess, if it's a positive comment. But like, YouTube aren't going to go through the filtering and see like, was this a positive sentiment? Because like, you know, it's hard to judge that just, you know, from the outside. So like, it's just too complicated, and also like those things that you can kind of gamify it. I think it's good from like a engagement perspective to ask for comments, not for the algorithm, but for like your community to like feel involved in the content. And then like I remember I read it, or maybe I was watching an interview with you talking like that. You're like, I like replied to every comment in the first hour, and I just love that because like a lot of people don't do that. Like I'll be honest, like my last video, I posted that video. I think I maybe replied to like 2 comments. You know, that's silly. Like there was.
So I think it helps with your community because then people will click on that notification knowing that they can watch and then comment and they get a response. But if they're already on the video, maybe they're more likely to finish
Yeah. Yeah, I responded to every single comment on my channel until I hit 1 million subscribers.
That's
every
insane.
single one of them.
That's insane.
Yeah, I stopped at 1 million, but it became a compulsion where I'd wake up, I could not get out of bed until I responded to every comment. And then eventually I'd start waking up early and earlier because it would take me longer and longer and longer. And then I wouldn't go to bed until every comment was answered, up until that point where I had to fall asleep.
That's awesome.
I did
that sort of stuff. That sets you apart, man.
Yeah.
Because like people just honestly like it's so interesting. Like I've obviously got to work with some of the biggest creators in the world. Got to like be in the same room with these people, same cause as these people, and lots of them are really, really like obsessed with the audience, which is good. But I have met people who are kind of they do see it more as kind of like this sort of like almost like a chore. Like we have to like we have to reply to a comment, or we have to do this and that. The creators I love the most are people that do like think of that. Like you're thinking like, by replying to this comment, it shows them that I really care, and it's good for you, but it's also good for them as well to be like, damn, like this actually means something to it.
You know, my favorite thing is commenting on random channels, like not random, but like small channels that maybe I watch a video and I'll just put like great video. But like the most random stuff, and it's just cool to see see their responses.
Yeah, I even get that, even though my channel's quite a bit smaller, because like a lot of YouTubers when they're starting, they might come across my videos. So like they start their channel and I just reply to like I put a comment on it saying like, this is a great video. Like this could blow up, and they're like, oh my god, like I just watched your video before. It's such a good feeling.
Yeah, no, there's one I commented. This guy was doing like a Philip Glass cover on the piano, and the video maybe had like 100 views. So I commented like, dude, this cover is awesome.
Yeah,
because I really like it.
Just sees this big verified channel.
It's a video with like 100 views. They probably just uploaded it as like a piano recital or something like that, like not expecting anything.
But it's so encouraging because I remember having like less subscribers and just seeing like somebody comment. It's like, you see the verified badge. You see maybe if you know the name, it's just such a like a nice kind of thing to keep you going.
Yeah.
I really like it.
Are there any questions you have for us, or any advice, things that you see us do that is completely wrong and backwards?
I think I'm interested with the like scaling, because I've heard a lot of conversations where you've gone back and forth on the kind of hiring process. I would say like on average I would side with Jack in the arguments.
On average, though, but that's not
probably
an
going to make you hate me, but
It's not an absolute, though.
No, because
you're backing out.
I can see your perspective though, like because you've built like this incredible channel.
Yeah,
it's doing really well. I would assume from your point of view, you probably look at it. You can correct me if we're wrong. You probably think there's not that much extra juice to get out of the finance niche in terms of views per video. So like, is it worth it to scale and expand? But I think about it from like the personal point of view of like, you're not working all the time. Like, I know that might be what you love, but like, are you gonna kind of maybe, I don't know, hit 40 and say like, damn, I just worked for 15, 20 years.
But I like it. Yeah, like today there really wasn't as much for me to do, and I don't want to say I was miserable, but like, it's not a good day. I had an off day because I didn't have as much to do as I wanted to.
Well, that's because you don't have any like other like hobbies or things that you can pick up to pass time in the meantime.
It's gang up on grave time.
I'm just saying, like when you fill up all of your free time with work, then when all of a sudden work isn't there, it's not like you can't be content.
No, I went on a run today, 3 miles.
Did that make you feel good?
It did. What I do is I download videos to listen to on the run.
That's good.
When was the last time you went on vacation?
I don't know. We do little trips. Jack and I have done a few like weekend trips to go. That's my version of vacation.
Like flying to North Carolina to shoot something with Jimmy, or like
that's my vacation.
Like I took
my vacation. I
took a 2-week vacation. I'm trying to. I find it difficult to do because obviously, I work a lot as well. And obviously, have to keep things going. But I try to take like a vacation once a quarter.
Yeah.
Because I just think of it like. It recharges me. It makes me better. It makes me think.
It doesn't for me.
Really?
For me, no. When I get off that treadmill, it's so hard to get back on. Like when I'm on the treadmill, what does it for me is let's speed it up a little bit. Let's ramp it up.
Yeah. Because when you said that you don't like when you have a day when you don't do stuff and you feel terrible.
Yeah.
I relate to that because like when I just remember like I discovered this incredible concept called the weekend. Like not the artist, the actual weekend, and I was like, wow, like people take Saturdays and Sundays off. This is like insane. Like let me try this. My first few times doing it, I felt awful. Like I was just like, I want to do something. I want to work. I want to think of video ideas. I want to like, maybe I could take on a new client and just work with them on the weekends. I was just thinking, how can I fill that time? And then like, it's the same with vacations. Like let's say you take a week off. First 3 days of that vacation, my girlfriend doesn't even want to talk to me. It's like, I'm just like, I just want to work. And like, no, don't touch your laptop. And after like 3 or 4 days, I feel like finally like I'm kind of unplugging. And like by day 5, day 6, day 7, like I actually just spend a full day actually just enjoying like,
I'm the opposite.
Going to the beach.
First few days are the easiest for me, and then after day 3 or 4, now I'm like anxious to get.
So you're the complete opposite.
The opposite, yeah.
I mean, everyone's different, but that's how I think. Because I'm always at this constant balance of like for example, it's similar with you guys and with you too. Like like by like, let's say if we each worked another 10 hours a week, like that equates to a lot of money. But then like, how much further does that push you towards burnout? How much further does that push you towards having no free time? So I see this thing sometimes, like we offer like a lot of money. Like let's just say it's like 15, 20,000 a month to do like something in a few hours per week or 10 hours per week or something. I might look at that and go, like, that's a big opportunity, it's a lot of money. And I have this like hard balance of like, do I take too much on? Do I take more on? And I think I definitely like skew to the side of like taking too much on. Like, I feel like there are weeks when I work like 70, 80 hours, maybe, I mean 90 is probably a bit too much, like 70, 80 hours, no problem. But the happiest I am is when I have like at least a bit of time in the evenings. Like, it feels good to be able to shut your laptop at like 7 p.m.
Oh, I do. But yeah, for me, it's like a productive day and then end at like 7.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've always been like that, just work every day?
Always.
Wow. I mean, I gotta respect it. Yeah. I keep getting my mind like changed on this sort of stuff though, because like, I remember when I was like 22, 23, it was like grind, Gary Vee, hustle, crazy. And then like, I got really into like different philosophy, read a few books, listened to a few people, and then I was like, oh, like life isn't about work, it's all about chilling out and enjoyment and stuff like that. And I spent like a little bit of time trying to do this whole work-life balance thing. And now I figured out that I don't have balance. Like I'm not a work-life balance person, but like I want to be the person who like works hard, but then takes breaks hard, you know, and has that like balance of like, I might, for like 10 weeks in a quarter, I might work like crazy, and then 2 weeks I'm just like flat out on a lilo in the south of Spain. That's kind of how I see things for me.
Alright.
Yeah.
Cool. Graham doesn't like this conversation.
No,
I
could
just
tell.
don't want to be late. That's why. If we had an extra hour, I would go off on it for an hour.
Yeah.
7:30, and so that's why I'm just like, just in case.
We have to go on a boat.
Yeah.
Hopefully this boat doesn't leave, because then we wouldn't be able to go on.
And we never found out if it's leaving or not.
I know, we got nothing back, so let's just hope. Fingers crossed.
You guys want to say hello? Come on, get in here, get in here.
Alright.
Look, we got some guests over here.
What's up, guests?
Hey, what's up? Which camera am I looking at? There's so many on
Oh, they're all
Thanks
good.
for
They're all
Sleep in
pointing.
your room, man.
Hey, Graham.
Shout out.
Jack's on the couch, right? I have the king bed.
I am on the couch. We can share the king bed tonight.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Can I hop in there?
Yeah, hop in. Yeah,
three-way.
You too, Graham. You too, Patty. All of us.
I like a warm bed.
Thanks for joining us here on the Iced Coffee Hour. Do you have any questions? What did you guys think? Did it go well?
I thought it went great.
Were you here the whole time?
No, I came in like 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
But Patty's a great guy.
Yeah.
I thought you guys covered a really wide range of topics, and I think the viewer will take away a lot from it. So I hope they subscribe.
Awesome. That's good.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Free stock.
Subscribe. Check me out on Instagram. No need to do that. Check out Humphrey, Patty, Nate. Thanks for watching, guys. Till next time.
See ya. Awesome.
We will do what the consumer thing happens, but when the going gets tough, the cash of a business is the oxygen. You can be the most ideological, epic, awesome person, and by the way, you know this is the biggest insight. The humans are saying this, but what happens when the humans themselves act differently when the going gets tough? Vayner Nation, how are you? Another exciting episode of the Gary Vee audio experience with a man that some of you already know and many will discover. And I think this conversation is going to go quite well. We just laughed. We had 1 second before we went on. I said, Alan, anything you want to talk about? He goes, whatever you want to talk about. I'm like, good. This is going to be a great, we're going to be able to do a lot. Elmer, why don't you, I always like to let the guests take the first minute or two to create the context with the audience. I always want to make sure that they can position the context the way they want. So why don't you fire away and tell the Vayner Nation a little bit about who you are and yourself and your career, and then we'll go into it.
Well, I'm a lifelong journalist and also to some degree a lifelong entrepreneur. I started my first newspaper when I was 9 years old. I stayed in, edited my high school newspaper, college newspaper, worked many years at the Wall Street Journal, ran the Washington Bureau, did a few years doing a show at CNBC, then came to Fortune, and I'm now the CEO of Fortune. So it's a fairly consistent storyline. It's not too it's not too confusing. I suspect the reason I'm here, Gary, you'd have to tell me that, but I suspect the reason I'm here is because of a book I've written recently called Tomorrow's Capitalist. That was my attempt to try and get my head around what was going on, why I was hearing more and more business leaders talk more directly and intentionally about their impact on society. Something very different was going on in the conversations I was having with CEOs, and the book was my attempt to understand it and explain it.
So let's just go there. You know, obviously, when you think about the Wall Street Journal, when did you start at the Journal? Let's start this actually good.
Oh, I started the Journal in 1983.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for, so everybody can understand where I'm going with this. In 1983, at the Wall Street Journal, how many CEOs running those Fortune 500 companies even nuanced the concept of something that their Coca-Cola or IBM or Chevy had impact on the world?
Yeah. Relatively few. I mean, there were sort of some cases out there that you could point to. I think of, you know, the history of a company like Cummins Engine that was so inherently a part of its community.
Yeah.
But it was, look, we were in the thralls of Milton Friedman, the great economist, who said the social responsibility of business is to make a profit. And I think that was in the 1980s very much the reigning frame of mind.
Do you think that there's a danger that if it goes so the opposite way of that POV, that these things don't become sustainable? And I'll tell you where I'm going with that question.
Yeah.
My great obsession right now in America, and I think about it globally, but obviously America is who it is in the scheme of capitalism and societal ambition, that as America goes more red, more blue, you know, we're pulling, that the answer is purple. It's the blend of the two. And that, you know, I, for example, have incredible ambition and hopes, and I love being an entrepreneur, but I genuinely do like civility and kindness. And I think it's very easy to build a business that is profitable and can be nice and a positive impact. But I also believe that there's not a business on earth, nor is there a human on earth, that doesn't have shortcomings in some social framework.
No question.
And that if we ask businesses to be great at everything, that we could go too far and kind of lose our collective way.
It's a fair concern, and we should talk about it, and I appreciate the fact you put it in a political context. But let me just take it out of the political context for a second.
Please.
Let me give you another context for what I think is going on. You know, there was some research done a few years ago about how do businesses create value, and they looked at the Fortune 500 in the 1970s. And they looked at the balance sheets and said, where's the value coming from at these corporations? And what you saw in the 1970s was more than 80% of the value came from physical stuff. It was plant, it was equipment, it was oil in the ground, it was inventory on the shelves. It was physical things that you needed financial capital to buy and build.
Yes.
If you do the exact same exercise today, what you'll find is more than 85% of the value of Fortune 500 companies is coming from intangibles. It's coming from intellectual property. It's coming from the brand value with the consumer. All of which are things that aren't tied to so much to physical stuff or financial capital. They're tied to people. They're tied to human beings. They're tied to your employees that walk in and out the door, and your customers who have a sense of brand loyalty for you. I mean, this is your business, Gary. You understand this. So I think what's really going on here is not a politicization of business. It's a humanization, if that's a word, of business. That you know, I have a colleague, Jeff Colvin, who wrote a great book called Humans Are Underrated. And one of the things he said in the book is, we spent the 20th century trying to make people into better machines. They were cogs in the great factory, you know, and they were supposed to do their role to make the machine work better. In the 21st century, the machines are taking care of themselves. Thank you very much. We need people to be better people. And so all of these things that I'm writing about and talking about, and the increased focus on contribution to society, is much more about that than it is about politics per se.
Talk to me about things that are in the water that challenge us humans to be better? For instance, something I'm obsessed with. I'm so pumped I get to ask you this.
Yeah.
The notion that nice guys finish last. In the context of the convo you and I are having right now, I'm fascinated by that because I have a lot of empathy for the women and men in business that I interact with all the time that don't even realize that that's the thing that they believe that's leading to their concern of overleading with their emotional intelligence or their heart. And thoughts on that? If I throw that out.
Oh my God. Well, look, I think in some ways that's the one of the biggest changes. You just used, look, we've already established that I've been doing this stuff for 4 decades, right?
Yes, sir.
So I've seen quite a lot of this.
Yes.
But you just used a word, empathy, that I can tell you for 3.5 decades of covering business, I never heard a business leader use. Just did not happen. And I just got off a phone call with a dozen CEOs who were talking about wellness in the workplace. And I heard the word 15 times in the course of 1 hour. I don't think that's just a semantic change. I think that's a dramatic change in the way that business leaders think about their jobs.
Do you believe the operators that believe in merit, competition, tenacity, all things I believe in, by the way?
Yeah, of course.
Get over concerned when they hear empathy and these things that they struggle with balancing the two because they don't realize it's an and versus an or. Is that your take?
I got to tell you, and maybe it's the CEOs I hang out with. You know, I've spent a lot of time on this topic over the last 5 years, and so maybe the people I'm hearing from are a self-selected group, but I don't hear that anymore. You know, I think that would probably have been true if you were talking to Jack Welch. And remember,
Sure,
Jack, that was only 20 years ago. That was only 20 years ago. But man, I don't hear it. You know, one of the most amazing corporate statements that happened during the pandemic came from the CEO of Marriott, Arne Sorensen, who, when it became clear that his business was going to drop by 95%. Or more. I mean, think about that. It's just people weren't in the hotels. And so the company didn't have the financial wherewithal to keep everybody employed. And he made a Twitter message, you can search this on Twitter, to send to his employees to explain why he was furloughing so many of them. It just so happened that at the same time he was making that message, he personally was suffering from very severe cancer, which subsequently killed him. And he, you know, was showing the effects of the cancer treatment. But my God, it's a 2-minute video. I was in tears by the time the thing was over. I mean, this is a CEO telling his workforce that their jobs have disappeared. But the way he did it, the empathy, you know, the way he explained it to him, it was sort of a masterpiece of transparency and vulnerability and empathy and all the things that the Jack Welches of the world 20 years ago would never dreamed of doing. So it was, you know, a dramatic illustration of how times have changed.
What do you think are the massive, from your perspective, spending so much time, what do you think are the massive benefits? And what do you think are the changes that will become new challenges? Because you know, when you have these kind of seismic shifts, you know, this is all wonderful. I mean, you're talking to somebody who started a wine brand called Empathy long, you know, like I've been on this train for a long time because I'm very much my mother's son, and she was built on incredible emotional intelligence and compassion. And I'm very proud of how I've operated. On the flip side, recessions that are aggressive and sustained, America losing its pedestal of being the economic dominant player. You know, do you believe that this is potentially a trend in the maturity of a superpower that, when challenged, may have a tough time finding its balance in some of this? Because as organizations find their way, I can tell you as one that is built, so my company's code word internally is the honey empire. Honey over vinegar, but we're building an empire. We have 1,000+ 27 and under year olds.
So Gary,
I'll finish this, and I'm dying in your take. The thing I spend time on is how do I make this the greatest from all those emotional frameworks? And how do I also not create entitlement that creates the vulnerability of the task at hand? And for me, I'm confident because I don't have a board. I'm not a publicly traded company, and I'm in my most joyous when the people around me are enjoying. But I have empathy for people that are gonna have to deal with a public board, a public company, competition. And so when the going gets tough, I'm worried that they may deviate from words like empathy to words like, we've got to compete.
Maybe, but here's what's so interesting about what's happening right. First of all, let me say, you don't ask simple questions.
That's a compliment, right?
That is a compliment, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So in fact, if you want to, like go refill your Starbucks cup, it may take a while to do. So I'll try and keep my answer concise.
No, take your time, because I think the depth is interesting, and I think you have a great perspective. So I'm excited.
So you asked about the good part of this, and then you asked about the parts that I think may not be sustainable, and I'm gonna put it in a little bit less of a political context than you did, and sort of just focus on business per se.
Please.
The good part is, things like climate and things like diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think 5 years ago, most business leaders thought, well, those are important, but they're kind of nice to do's, they're like corporate social responsibility. I should do it because I'm a good person.
Yes.
Well, what's happened in the last 2 years that's so fascinating is it has become a business imperative. Start with climate. I had this fascinating conversation with Soren Skoo, who is the CEO of Moller Maersk that runs the big shipping ships all over the world. And he has made this massive investment in hydrogen power using wind power in the North Sea. It is not economic. There is no current economic rationale for making the investment he made. And so I said, why'd you do it? Why are you spending all this money on something that is just, there's no way that's going to get close to the price of fossil fuel? And he said, I did it because every day I get a call from a customer who says, I just made this net zero climate commitment that requires me to get the carbon emissions out of my supply chain, and you're my supply chain. If you don't figure out how to operate your ships without carbon emissions, I can't meet my goal. And so there's this kind of reinforcing thing going on that has made it no longer just a good thing, but a business imperative. Think about GM. I mean, Mary Barra, the CEO of GM, made this extraordinary commitment in January of last year. She's only going to make electric cars by 2035.
Yep.
And that's not just pie in the sky commitment. I mean, she has to start investing against that commitment. She had to start the day she made the commitment. So did she do it because she thought it was the right thing to do for the environment? Yes. But did she also do it because she was afraid Tesla was going to take her business away from her? Yes. So it's become a business imperative.
Couldn't agree more.
And just one other thing before I finish it, because you talked about diversity and equity and inclusion. Same thing. We are in a massive battle for talent that most CEOs I talk to don't think is going to go away, even with a recession. And so if you're not figuring out how you create new pipelines for for people who've been overlooked to bring them into the workforce, you're probably not going to win the talent war.
Alan, are you telling me that in the last 100 days, the CEOs that you're talking to do not feel that there's going to be a correction in the job market if the recession keeps going in the direction that it's going?
We just did a survey, just fresh out of the field, that shows that more than 2/3 of CEOs think there's going to be a recession. But then you ask them, what is the single biggest challenge you face? And you know what it is? It's not the recession. It's talent. So yes, I mean, will there be a correction? Maybe, but we've never had a moment where we are talking about recession and we're looking at 3.5% unemployment at the same time. It's never happened before.
It's going to be interesting because what's the dynamic that people don't see is that the internet has created so many options for people to make 6 figures a year. with their side hustles, that the fragmentation of the long tail of the economics is very real. The question will become things like, hey, Gary, I don't need to get a job because I'm selling things on Amazon and making $150K a year, but if Amazon has to raise their fees because of a recession, does that become viable? Like, where the trickle-down economics, all these influencers, you can imagine my world. Gary, I make $200,000 a year in brand deals. I don't need to get a job. Well, if the marketing budgets go into a different, so it's going to be, there's so many macro trends that are happening that may be affected in the micro with a recession. That will be an interesting game to see play out.
And what's happening on the other side of that equation, again, this is the dozen CEOs I was just on the line with. This is what they were talking about. What's happening on the other side of that equation is companies are just getting better at figuring out what they have to do to attract, retain, engage, excite people to come and work for them. It's just becoming, they're focusing intentionally on how do I make this a better experience, because if I don't make it a better experience, I'm not going to get the people I need.
I have such double feelings right now. I am so excited that a observer of your pedigree and social commentator to the sector I've loved. I followed business like it was sports my whole life. I'm pinching myself that this is the conversation we're having. If you told 1998 Gary, who came into his dad's liquor store with objective number one is to be more kind to our employees that stocked our shelves, that this would be a 2022 conversation, I would pinch myself out of happiness. On the flip side, as 2022 Gary, who's watched 2020 to 2022 and interacts daily with Fortune 500 CEOs and CMOs, the disconnect between the ambition of the ivory tower and the execution in the trenches is such a grand gap right now that I'm curious about the speed in which these conversations you're having become actually executable.
Yeah, and I thank you for taking me back, because I never answered your question of what are the limits of this. Where does look? This doesn't mean this is not greed is dead. This is not corruption is over. This is not. I mean, look, I spent a couple of years as the chief content officer for Time Inc. when there was still a Time Inc. before it went under.
Yes.
And I was in the C-suite of that company when it was under attack from shareholder activists who wanted it to produce more money each quarter.
Yep.
And what you see when you're in that position is there are hundreds of bad things you can do. When I say bad, it's bad for your employees, it's bad for your customers, it's bad for the environment maybe, bad for the long-term health of the company. But there are hundreds of bad things you can do that will make you money in that quarter.
Yes, sir.
And when you got a shareholder activist breathing down your throat, I see now Mark Benioff has one, right? Say we want more money next quarter.
You gotta hold them off.
Stop all this fluffy talk. So no question, there are a bunch of short-term money-based pressures that can push companies to do bad things, and companies will continue to succumb to those pressures. But what I'm saying is, as somebody who has watched this for 4 decades, there is a set of countervailing pressures in place.
Yes.
That are causing more and more corporate leaders to take a much more serious look at their social impact and at the long-term impact of their companies. And I don't think that's a silver bullet or solves all our problems, but I think it's a good thing.
I do too. I think it's a great thing because and again, I'm actually not using politics. I just think it's so easy for people to grasp given the macro. Let's use a seesaw. You don't have to use red and blue. Let's use a seesaw. To your point, if the seesaw is balanced left to right, and this is not about what you're saying, which excites the shit out of me personally, is this is not seesaw going right to left. This is the seesaw is going flat.
Yeah, and the reason I reject, I mean, look, I worked many years at the Wall Street Journal. I know the folks on the editorial page very well. They've been leading the attack against woke CEOs and, saying that this is all a bunch of misguided business leaders trying to play footsie with Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren or something like that. The reason I think that's so misguided, well, let me use an example to make the case. 2 weeks ago, I was down in Bentonville, Arkansas with Doug McMillon. Doug McMillon is CEO of Walmart. Has to be about as, that has to be about as red of a CEO and as red of a company that you can imagine. I mean, he grew up in Arkansas. His first job was loading trucks at Walmart. The company serves red America, right? That's who their employees are. That's who their customers are. But he has said, we want this company to become the first truly regenerative company. Sounds like something Mark Benioff would say. And he has challenged his suppliers to get a gigaton of carbon emissions out of the environment. And you know how Walmart influences suppliers. And he has said, and he's changed the way, Sam Walton, great businessman that he was, I'm pretty sure thought of employees as an input, and his job was to get the price of that input as low as he could, so pay the absolute lowest wages. Doug McMillon has completely changed the way wages are set. We like to pay better wages.
I tell my friends all the time that take it to the extremes. I'm with you. To me, this is not about that. To me, this is about common sense. To me, this is not about politics. This is consumer centricality. What you're referring to is, if the humans are 85% of the thing, and this is what humans feel, we're gonna do what the humans feel, because that's the customer. I'm fully on board. I think what's gonna be most interesting to me, because I'm fully on board, this is why I wanted you here, and I like this middle, the seesaw we'll use instead of
I'm a bridge, dude. I'm a bridge. I'm a bridge. Oh.
We will do what the consumer thing happens, but when the going gets tough, the cash of a business is the oxygen. You can be the most ideological, epic, awesome person. And by the way, you know this is the biggest insight. The humans are saying this, but what happens when the humans themselves act differently when the going gets tough? That's where I'm, listen, I care, I'm a very emotionally charged human. I kind of by default care about what everybody cares about. Like it's just kind of like my way.
Look, I totally thought when the pandemic hit and it became clear that the economy was going to go down into a recession, and that was about a year after the Business Roundtable had issued its kind of stakeholder governance statement. I totally thought, based on past experience, all of this stakeholder capitalism stuff was going to go away. That all these social concerns would be...
Well, guess what? It would have if we didn't print money.
Well, maybe. But it didn't go away. It increased. It went up.
Because we haven't felt it yet. That becomes the fun debate, right? Like, you know this. Like, if we don't print that money, everything's different. You have an entire generation of under 30. This is important. I think you'll like this, Alan. Because I'm in love with my employees, and I talk to them all the time. And I have all these 27, 29-year-old employees like, Gary, really believe in what you're saying. I'm trying to be thoughtful with my money. They're like, COVID, I'm so glad I got to go through COVID. It was tough. I'm like, you got checks in the mail. What do you mean tough? This wasn't, and then I have all these 35-year-olds who went through 2008, and I'm watching the 35-year-olds talk to the 25-year-olds in my office is my favorite, because the 25-year-old thinks COVID was what 2008 was, and it surely wasn't. You had people sitting at home getting paid more to be at home than work.
That's a fair point. And when the money goes away, you can't spend the money. No question about that.
And that's what my whole point is. I'll tell you where my energy's coming from if anybody's confused listening. I'm so into what Alan is saying that I'm hoping and praying, because I do sense that it might get a little tough here for a little bit for real, and I'm hoping we don't lose our way.
Yeah, I hope you're right. Here's what I'm hearing from the best companies. What I hear from the best companies is, I was one business leader the other day quoted the Formula One race car driver who said, I can't pass 15 cars in the sun, but I can pass 15 cars when it's raining. And what I hear business leaders saying is recession is when you really have to prove your stuff. If we believe our differentiator in the future is going to be commitment to the environment and commitment to people, then we have to hold on and stick to it and maybe even double down on it in the tough times in order to win the future. Because if we don't do that, somebody else will, and they'll get ahead of us. So there's a sense that this has become part of the competitive dynamic of business.
not only is there a sense, you're actively talking to somebody who for the last 120 days has told us 50 direct reports that the next 2 years are going to be the biggest growth maybe in my career because we've committed to people for a decade and it's going to matter now.
There you go. There
So,
you go. And I salute you for it. I salute you for it, Gary.
And by the way, I tell people all the time, it's not because I'm Mother Teresa or altruistic. It's the purple. It's the flat seesaw. It's both now matter. It's an and game. It's not or. Our friends to the left or right or purple or blue, like where they get concerned is they live in a world of or. They think it's all going to go to this. It's not. It's about the middle.
And Gary, if I can just say one more thing, I mean, when I started my career, the business world defined the right. Now I'm going to politics.
Yes.
Business world defined the right wing of the spectrum. But what's happened in our system, politics has gotten broken. Both the left and the right are no longer about solving problems. They're just about gaining political advantage in the next election. Business people have to solve problems. You can't be a successful business person if you don't solve problems. So by definition, you're purple. Because the red and the blue are not solving problems.
Brother, that couldn't be a better way to end this. I believe that there is a real chance for the business community to play that purple role in a meaningful, real way over the next 3 decades. And it's going to be fun to watch if that's true or not, or how, why or not. But I really appreciate discussion. I have a feeling a lot of people got a lot of value from it. I hope you enjoyed it, my friend.
Great fun. Thank you for having me.
And by the way, Vayner Nation, I know because all the authors email me 3-4 weeks later that this is a obnoxiously big book buying community. If you enjoyed this, Alan's absolutely right. It's funny, I don't consume information through long book form, but I write them and I advocate for them because 90% of you listening right now do. And I think Alan's got something for you. So one more time, Alan, so they can all go to Amazon or Barnes & Noble or local bookstore. What's the name of the book? One more time.
Tomorrow's Capitalist, my search for the soul of business, and all the profits go to Fortune. So you can support good journalism in the process.
My friend, I wish you nothing but health and happiness.
Thank you, Gary.
Cheers.
Good to be with you.
Come in for a second because it's like the feed's coming in a little bit. Yeah. I think it's just their internet connection. Yeah. Let me see what happens here. I guess I could ask the people in the comments. It's not blurry for them. Alright, whatever.
Really? Because I think people are saying, some people say spotty. That's better.
Yeah, it is clearing up now.
Is it?
Yeah. And I guess if it gets bad, I'll just come back in again. Switch the cameras.
Alright, it's good. It's blurred, maybe it's blurry on some platforms.
The comments might be coming in delayed, so it might be seeing the blurry before.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a good weekend.
Hi, Gary.
Hey, Michelle, how are you?
Good. How are you? Thank you so much for having me. Michelle. I am the founder of Public Leaders, which is a
show people who want more out of life. And after leading this community for the last 5 years, I launched my first book called Elevate only 2 weeks ago. And I've already, thank you. So I've already sold over 4,000 books, which is pretty cool, taking into account that we're in the middle of a pandemic. But I'd love to see this book take off beyond my followers. And I've seen how powerful the content is based on the success of my speaking career. And the feedback from my community has been overwhelmingly positive. So I believe so much in it that I feel I haven't been able to do justice to it. So I think that if I can get the right influencers to support this message, then the impact could be huge. And I'd love to know, what would you recommend? What are some of the ways to have influencers interested in our products? So maybe it's only a matter of time, but I don't want to leave this to chance. I actually want to go and grab it.
Yeah, so I don't know if, I think a lot of people do, first of all, congratulations, that's a lot of books in a short period of time. I think a lot of people want to rely on influencers, but, influencers can and do move books, but I think a lot of time is spent on it. Plus, the reality is influencers want to be compensated. There's two ways to do it. There's the transactional way and there's the authentic way. The authentic way is it naturally gets its own steam. One person passes on, recommends it, and away it goes. You can market that by over investing in influencers and paying them to post. There's a level of transaction that eliminates the authenticity of that shout out. My belief is that the number one
Welcome back to the Graham Stephan Show. So today we got to talk about Grant Cardone because we're getting an inside tour into his $80 million Malibu mansion right on the beach. Listen, I clicked on the video, I watched the first few seconds. Looks absolutely insane. So with that said, we got to watch it. I'll give you my own perspectives as a real estate agent, real estate investor, and YouTube connoisseur, and then I'll give it a Graham score. Oh, and also I want to mention a big thank you to Simply Safe for sponsoring this video, but more on that later.
Hey everyone, this week we're coming to you from Malibu, California. This is Carbon Beach, also known as Billionaire's Beach, and the house right behind me is owned by Grant Cardone.
That's incredible. So Carbon Beach, for those unaware, is a small stretch of the Malibu coast that is the most expensive per square foot in probably the entire United States. And the reason why is because it's situated on such a promontory where you don't get a lot of waves, you get a lot more sandy beach than the rest of the Malibu coast, and the properties are just got a lot of width for more beachfront, and it's about a minute or two from the Malibu Colony, which is this whole area of shopping, restaurants. It's basically like the prime location of the prime location in Malibu, and that's where he's living. Now, $80 million, I guess that's about right. Some of these properties can sell for 100. The entry-level point is usually about 20 million. So yeah, this could be right on point.
I shot a show called Undercover Billionaire, and it was exhausting. Did 90 days during COVID, and I was beat up. And we rented a house 3 houses down. I didn't know about this. Okay. It was not on the market, and I was exhausted, man. I came here with my wife and the kids. The first morning.
Oh, look at that. And he's right at the corner here, right by the promontory of rocks. Listen, this is prime Malibu we're talking about.
I saw this house from the exterior. I told my wife, I said, we need to buy this house.
Wow.
Like, it just like...
It immediately got you.
Immediately got me. Like, it just pulled me like art.
See, look at this. He's got no neighbor next to him. That is huge. That is so important because there's a lot of easements where the public is actually able to walk down onto the beach because technically the beach is public property. But you can see he's got no one on this side, so he gets a lot of light in the morning, and then the sun sets on the opposite side, so he's getting light throughout the day.
Do you mind telling who was the friend that you called to make sure the real estate agent?
Brandon Williams.
Our friend Brandon Williams, one of the most notorious real estate agents in Los Angeles.
Brandon Williams. You know what? They were on a show a while ago. I think this was actually on a show, $1 Million Listing. I think it was this. Or maybe it was Selling LA, where Grant Cardone was actually on the TV show, giving a pitch to all the agents on why they could sell his house. It was incredible.
The end house, 150 feet.
Infinity Pool, I knew exactly what it was. It's a Russian oligarch who owns the house. I said, Grant, it's impossible. The guy does not want to sell.
I love this guy's energy. How is he able to be so energetic? And now, I've met Brandon so many times, and he's always like this. He's always just on it, happy, excited, energetic. I want his coffee. It's just, he's always going. I envy that.
Grant, you know how he killed? He won $30 million. And he squeezed him. Doing a deal with Grant Cardone is like a vice grip. You just squeeze and squeeze. And guess what? We got it for $40 million. We won the Cold War. It was the Russians against the Americans. We did it. We sold the house.
Yeah, look at that. And you're right across the street from the fire station. I mean, this could not have been a better location for Grant to buy.
Like everything you want in a house, it's big. It's 7 bedrooms. 10,000 square feet. It's, you know, it's got a lot of space for families to come to.
It's actually not bad. $4,000 a square foot for 10,000 feet in Malibu. Hey, there you go.
This is the gift that keeps on giving. This ocean constantly, 24/7, 365, never takes a day off. It always delivers a sound to me. It delivers motion to me.
That's the point. It changes all the time.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. I mean, this would be a dream to have a property like this. Grant has it right. You know, just if you're going to live in California, buy a vacation property on the beach in Malibu, then live everywhere else for the other 7 months of the year. Now, I really got to say, since he's traveling so much, it's really important that he get a good security system on his house, like our sponsor, Simply Safe, because right now, just in time for the holidays, you could save big on home security with up to 40% off new system orders. I'm going to go off script here for a moment because, no joke, I've been using Simply Safe for over 5 years now, and they've been absolutely incredible. They're a home security system that's shipped right to your front door. You can set it up yourself in under an hour without any tools, and then after that, your home is professionally monitored for a fraction of the cost of the traditional systems at less than $1 a day with no contracts. Plus, you can start and stop at any time, and their professional agents are ready to dispatch police, firefighters, or EMTs in case of an emergency. I absolutely love the peace of mind I get by being able to check into my home anytime I'm away, snooze at the front door, or even look at the aquarium when I'm too lazy to walk to the living room. They've also got everything that you need, including sensors that cover every window, room, and door, HD security cameras for inside and out, plus all the extras like smart locks, video doorbells, water sensors, and more. Not to mention, it also looks like it's part of the decor, so it blends in perfectly. So if you're interested, you could save all the way up to 40% on your Simply Safe security system during one of their biggest sales of the year. Just visit simplysafe.com/grandsteppingshow to learn more, and you can even try it out for 60 days risk-free to see if you like it. And if you don't like it, you can send it back free of charge. That way you have nothing to lose. After all, there is no safe like Simply Safe. So enjoy, and now let's get back to the video.
All I wanted when I was 10 was for somebody to show me the way. And I told my mom when I was 16 years old, I said, one day I'm going to become super successful, and when I do, I'm going to show people. My neighbor, the neighbor that had made it, he was the successful guy in town. He wouldn't let me in his house, bro. He wouldn't. How do you run a checking account? How do you run a business? Nobody would show me anything. And the more successful they got, the more clothes they seemed to get.
That's why I put so much emphasis on the channel in terms of like teaching financial literacy, because I think it's so important. Not enough people are talking about it. Now it's getting a lot better. Like 6 years ago, no one on YouTube, very few people were ever talking about like how to make money, what to do, like how to invest, where to invest, what accounts to open, how to get a credit card, build your credit score. But I'm sure back when he was growing up, like that definitely wasn't even a thing. Like before people could just go online and look it up. So that's why I've taken such an interest in just talking about it, because I love that sort of stuff. And you know what? The more people talk about it, the better.
Front door, entry, views. We got a nice formal seating area here. We got a really cool space around the corner. Can you show us?
Yeah, come see the movie theater. So we have not used this. We thought we would use this all the time. I have not used this one time.
Really? Wow, it's a really cozy space, and you went all out.
Wow. Oh man, this looks awesome. The thing is though, when you're at the beach, you probably don't need a movie theater. It's just, you look outside. It's just, you look at the waves. It's like the free entertainment of the world.
It's great to get up close and personal with someone like Grant in the private setting of his home. He might seem like a nice laid-back guy, but he's actually a fierce real estate investor and entrepreneur who built multiple companies and a $5 billion portfolio.
I like how this video is positioned. It really does a great job in terms of sitting Grant down, getting his thoughts, showing who he is for people who have no idea, and then also just getting Ennis's personality throughout this. So this whole video, in my opinion, so well done.
This is the family room?
This is one of the family rooms.
One of the family
three
rooms.
family rooms.
This is your kitchen.
I love the layout of the house. That a lot of the house is really situated with the beach view, and then everything else that you don't need a view, like the theater, is like towards the other side of the house, towards the street side. So this is laid out really well.
This is the value.
I couldn't build this if I wanted to. I couldn't get it approved.
Tell everybody about Coastal Commission and what kind of nightmare you have to go through to even build something.
If you could get this approved, if you could and you couldn't, it would still take you 5 years.
Yeah, they're so strict with that, by the way, because when you're on the coast like that, they're very particular about the caissons that go in, making sure you're not overbuilding, because that salt water destroys everything it comes into contact with over time. So doing something like this takes so much money and time to make sure it's done correctly.
This was closed off right here.
Okay.
So it closed the yard off. So we just basically added some steps here.
To almost like connect it to the main deck?
Connect the two. This was grass. We e-paved this so that people could come out here and sit. The grass was cool, but it wasn't ever used.
Wow, that's a great idea. I love that he's taking a practical approach to this, because so many people would be like, no, we got the deck space over here. Let's just put the grass. It never gets used. So by doing something like this, at least it creates more usable square footage.
It's crazy to me how many people make decisions about money and never had any. And never had anybody around them to have any money. So most of the people that say money won't make you happy and it won't do this and it won't do that, I'm like, you fucking don't know anything about money. You should just have a clean slate and say, I don't know anything about money.
You know what the funny thing is, generally, the more you think you know about a subject, the more you actually don't know. They did this study a while ago, and the people who felt the most competent were the least competent. So in a way, humbling yourself to admit that you don't know everything leads to a greater return, which is kind of weird.
These rooms are extremely spacious. The fact that this house is on the sand and you get bedrooms this size in Malibu is actually quite rare.
Why is it quite rare?
Real estate is so expensive.
What, is it because the house is older, they kind of have smaller rooms?
Well, this particular one was built about 15 years ago. Thus, they got these massive rooms and this big blueprint approved.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of the times these beachfront properties, they didn't build a lot of square footage. You find most of the properties along the Pacific coast are anywhere between 1,000 square feet to maybe 1,600 square feet. It's rare to get something of this size. Now, obviously, Carbon Beach, they have bigger lot sizes, which is part of the reason why they trade for so much more money. But the majority of these houses are small, and they're little cottages that just happen to be over the water.
Now, on this side, we have 2 ocean-facing bedrooms. Let's start with the one on the right-hand side. This is why living in Malibu is so special. Where can you open up your sliding glass doors, which I'm gonna do now, and here, ocean. Look how incredible this is.
See, this is something that, just for that bedroom alone, people would probably pay $2,500 a night.
Chartered Papa. He's 180 feet. As soon as I got on, my wife and I looked at each other. She didn't know what I picked. She says she trusted me. As soon as we looked at each other, we could literally were like, too small. And so I said, well, what's the right size boat? It's not the length. Everybody talks about the length of the boat as human. It's the tonnage. The tonnage
It's
is
the
like
volume you get.
The volume of the boat. So now I have to have at least.
You're deep in this
Dude,
conversation.
I'm deep, dog. So I got to have at least 2,500 tons.
See, I don't get why he's buying these boats. Now, I'm sure he could write it off as some sort of business expense and just depreciate the whole thing. But generally, boats lose so much money unless you... I was about to say, even if you buy them used, they're going to still lose money. A lot of these boats are better just to charter. Basically, that means that someone else owns the boat and you just pay to rent it for the day or however long you're going to use it for. The reality is, unless you're using this boat every single weekend, it's going to cost you so much money to own a boat, maintain the boat, maintain a crew, pay for dockage. I mean, it's just, it's so expensive, and the boat depreciates a ton. So usually for something like that, it's better just rent it for the day and then be done with it.
I need a big beach deck on the back, and
Of
I
course,
need
it's taking you a while to figure out if you can get one. That's going to be easily 150 plus mil.
Oh, 1,000.
Yeah. Wow.
And that boat would cost 15 to 20 million a year, $1.5 million a month to keep it.
Oh my God, it seems like a waste of money, $1.5 million a month. That's $50,000 a day. A day, just to maintain a boat. That's $34 a minute, just to own a boat.
This was a double office with a big door right here. So we removed the door, open this up, turn it into a gym. I got my bike, I got my Hypermax Oxygen 10X health system. This is 900 liters of oxygen. I consume that at least once a day.
Oh my gosh, oxygen. Man, they're charging you to breathe now. Why? Does that make that big of a deal? I would just be like, just breathe more. Just take in more air.
This is the coolest hot tub, or like a bathtub Don't turn that off. Wow, this is insane. This is crazy. There you go.
That's a flex when your water comes out from the ceiling. It's so impractical though, because I'll tell you, every time that happens, just water splashes everywhere. It's a mess, but it looks cool. So with that said, you guys, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. As always, feel free to add me on Instagram, and don't forget that you can get all the way up to $10,000 as a bonus when you sign up at public.com/Graham using the link down below in the description, depending on how much you transfer from another brokerage. Enjoy. Thank you so much, and until next time.
10-year mandatory minimum and maybe a felony murder. Okay.
I'd much rather have a piece of content go viral on TikTok today than have Good Morning America mention it. It's not even close. Where people get screwed up is they think these platforms skew young when they don't. The amount of consumption on TikTok, for example, from 30 to 55 is staggering. You know, when every time we in this organization and every organization that looks like yours and mine puts up how many impressions the article gets, nobody believes the slide that says that we got 3 billion impressions. Nobody believes that. I don't believe anybody's comms plan here would be the same if this was their family business and their livelihood required it. And that's how I do comms marketing. I do it as if my business requires it, because they do. Because I own all my own businesses and I'm petrified to lose.
Is the traditional press release dead? You know, what do you think on that topic of how we get our news and stories out there?
I don't love thinking about things as dead, because there's probably some people right now still getting around the world on a horse. But I do like to think about things in is the value there against the time and resources, energy and monies we spend. It's inconceivable to me. And I'm seeing on my screen a lot of the back of the heads. I'd be thrilled if you guys turned around and waved. I'd love to see the faces.
In fact, guys, let's just do that. Everyone turn your chairs, face the camera. I can be the voice. Let's switch. Thank you, Gary.
I like this.
Switch it
I like
around.
this.
There we go.
So-
That's much more real.
So when I see all these beautiful faces, it's inconceivable to me. Inconceivable that that anybody here thinks a press release is extraordinarily effective in 2023. Right? It's a nice to have, but the person that should be doing the press release, you know, maybe it's 8 seconds of a senior person to just quadruple check, but that should be the intern's job.
Thank you. Interesting faces around the room. So, not asking you to write our business plan, although maybe I am. But what do you think we should be looking for? So, opportunities that you think a communications group such as ours, is there something where you're in? Like, if you were building your comms team, what might it look like?
Well, I think, you know, and maybe the team, now that I'm seeing the faces, maybe you can head nod or shake your hand or thumbs up. Like, first, let's put it this way. How much does the comms team think that who they're trying to reach is more B2B than B2C? Would you argue it's more B2B or more B2C? Shaq, what do you think?
So let's go hands up for B2C in the room. This is mostly a B2C room, yeah. So most of the focus of this corporate group is B2C.
Right, so if it's B2C, like you can imagine how the press release immediately makes me smile as a conversation for B2C. If it's B2C, all of B2C consumption is moving by the nanosecond to social media or connected TV, right? So, you know, when you think of or podcasting, like everything is still the same truth. It's audio, written word, and video. The distribution has changed on all of us. Everybody here would much rather get all top 10 podcasts to mention whatever you want the world to know than top 10 Z100 morning Zooms, right? Like, the world's changed. And so we have to change with it. I'd much rather have a piece of content go viral on TikTok today than have Good Morning America mention it. It's not even close if I'm trying to get mass awareness. Where people get screwed up is they think these platforms skew young when they don't. The amount of consumption on TikTok, for example, from 30 to 55 is staggering. Actual consumption, not potential reach. GRPs, impressions, all these things that people trade on, they're not real. You know, when every time we in this organization and every organization that looks like yours and mine puts up how many impressions the article gets, nobody believes the slide that says that we got 3 billion impressions. Nobody believes that. That's why everyone's smiling. You didn't get 3 billion impressions. You did some bullshit math around the websites that mentioned it and decided that was going to justify it. I don't believe anybody's comms plan here would be the same if this was their family business and their livelihood required it. And that's how I do comms marketing. I do it as if my business requires it, because they do. Because I own all my own businesses and I'm petrified to lose. And so I don't buy into yesterday, I focus on today. The problem with businesses of scale is they think today is the future. You know how many times there's meetings where people say things like, yeah, like, you know, TikTok's emerging. We'll get to that when it's, you know, next year or the year, like when it is the actual thing. And so as it comes to more creative output against the incredible amounts of stories that this organization has to tell. And you have incredible dining, wine, you know, emotional stories, utility stories, value stories. I'll give you a great example. If I'm on this team, if I was on this team, I would raise my hand and say, can I do the LinkedIn creative on this team? Because I know that I can do unlimited smart content targeting CFOs to show them why working with us would save their company money. And CFOs do. And so I would be educated on all the different things that we did that could be thoughtful for B2B travel. And I would make clever video, written word, infographic content, and I would run media against CFOs of Fortune 5,000 companies. And I would get us accounts.
Love that confidence. A lot of smiles in this room, Gary, loving this. You probably don't remember, you see a lot of folks like me in hotel lobbies, but something I remember from 2018, you asked me about occupancy, and I think I said at the time the hotel I was in that market was currently running at 82%.
And I was excited about the 18%.
That's what you said. You got a great memory. You said, well, F that. What about the 18? What are you doing?
Right, because when you live in a comms mindset like I do, which is day trading attention, you're commsing every hour on every day. This isn't about what are we doing in 37 days, which that is as well something on my mind. This is, do we have the capacity at 4:15 p.m. to do creative things on social to fill up the 18%, get incredible news, PR, happy retention, better lifetime value from current clients, trial from new clients who've been loyal to our competitors. There's just, it's an asset. And if you're smart, I'm a businessman, so let there be no confusion. I'm not looking to undermine our core product. I'm not looking to create expectations of the consumer that, like, I don't have to book with them, I'll just wait till 4:15 to get the free room. This is much more clever than that. But yes, I remember it.
So we have lots of brands. We had another one yesterday. So do you have a favorite? Obviously, we've got the high-end ones. We've got a high roll. I'm sure we have the Ritz. We've got St. Regis, Marriott, Courtyard. We've got the whole thing. You have one hotel where you're like, I love that place.
You know what's funny about me when you bring that up that I like a lot is I went to Green Bay, Wisconsin this weekend to watch my favorite films. And we were talking about, you know, like, as we were driving back to Chicago, and we were talking about hotels because my friend was staying at the Courtyard, and we loved the one in Indianapolis. And so I was talking about how I went back, like, and I was staying at St. Regis, and so it was like, they were making fun of me for being bougie. But what's really, really interesting is, if you ask me out of your brands, which one, first, when I travel, I actually don't even know where I stay, because most of my travel, for the majority of my career, has been because I publicly speak a lot. And as you can imagine, the organizations are putting you up often in where the event is or things of that nature. So I have like literally run the gamut. However, I will say Aloft has been like a brand that I actually like have some weirdly awesome affinity towards. You know, I'm just kind of going off the top of my head. I think that's in your. I didn't fuck up.
Yeah, that's one of ours.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. And so yeah, so I like that brand a lot. I really do.
Cool. We couldn't let you go today without talking about the Super Bowl.
Okay.
When you started out, obviously, you know, back in the day, did you ever think, I think last year, I think you had more Super Bowl ads than any other agency in addition to the Peanuts campaign on social and SEO. Did you ever really think that you'd be doing Super Bowl ads?
Yeah, I did. I don't know if you remember back when you discovered it, we met very early on. My thesis is attention arbitrage. You know, I would write press releases tomorrow if I believed people were consuming them at enough scale against how much we spend against it. Hence why I said again, we should still do that. I just think the costs associated with making them should drive down dramatically. And of course, there should be a few minutes of, you know, this year, Super Bowl, I think, is the most underpriced attention in marketing. You get 150 million Americans actually consuming your spot. The issue with Super Bowl, why it doesn't work for a lot of people, is creative agencies use it as a showcase for their talents, not trying to drive the business for their clients. They use it as a proxy to get new clients. And so you get all these horseshit ads, like the fucking, you know, you call them Burger King ad of like 3 years ago that made no fucking sense, other than the creative agency was trying to be super fucking clever, and they sold less burgers because of it. Right? So that's a problem. But the media is fantastic. And so, yes, I did think I did know that it took us a long time because I knew that. You know, still to this day, 13 years in, even though we've done it in Super Bowl spots, even though we're bigger than a lot of Pepsi and Budweiser, and all these things, I'm very aware because of me and because where we grew up. People still look at us as social media, which is amazing because I also think that social media is about to be viewed like television. I think very quickly, I'm sure when I look at the faces in this room, I know all of you know, because you've been through it in your careers, if I'm getting this right, social media on a yearly by yearly basis has taken up more oxygen in the boardroom. I mean, 13 years ago, it was an afterthought of an afterthought of an afterthought. Now, most Fortune 500 companies still blow it. They still make it the matching luggage to the brand campaign that they do on television. The biggest misstep in marketing. That they come up with a subjective one-line sentence of what the brand stands for in a room, run TVC, and then do digital matching luggage. But if you know what's happening on social, you know that it is the infrastructure to consideration in our universe. It's why politicians get elected. It's why people make consumer decisions. And so I'm starting to sense for the first time in the last decade and a half that big brands are starting to understand their disrespect or lack of skill within social is starting to become an issue. And I'm excited about it because I really believe in it. I do believe that the internet is doing to television what television did to the radio. And I think now that streaming is eating up all of television, it's left people with no choice. I mean, the thought of running a television commercial is asinine. Back to cost. It's not that I don't think people consume a television commercial. Of course, they get some. But paying the fee for a creative AOR that just sits around and ponders ideas, and then you decide you like it, and then you pay a production company to make it, and then you pay that level of media for potential reach that isn't actually being consumed, that's a really good way to waste money in 2023.
Cool. Love the point. Do you ever think or see a brand when you're walking around or streaming whatever you're doing and think, God, I wish VaynerMedia had those guys as a client. I could really help them. I could help them knock the shit out of whatever.
No, because I'm not passionate about the brands. I'm passionate about the casting of the executives that are actually in genuine belief that we should be consumer centric, not bonus boardroom centric.
Got it.
So for me, it's not brands, it's teammates that want to actually do it, right? Like, I'm very empathetic. Like, every human that I'm looking at right now needs to be empathetic. That's exactly it. And So if the corporate structure is we are MMM or MMA or the way we reward or what you need to accomplish in these rules, you must follow those rules. You're not in the business of getting fired. I'm looking for organizations that are changing their rules, right? That are trying to make them about business systems based on marketing. And to me, that is exciting because otherwise, if you're not trying to get business results based on marketing, you either have a bad business or you become vulnerable to some of the things that I'm sure some of the brands in this building are vulnerable to, which is the things holding you to get you customers. Google, middleware companies that give you referrals and huge fees to even marketing. And the reason we don't market well enough is we don't win on consideration of that stuff. We don't win on consideration because we don't win on relevance. Look at the face system. For me to get you to buy this, or to book a hotel room, or to buy this, can you imagine trying to make one piece of video get everyone in this room to give a shit about that? That's insane. This is about context and relevance, which requires a level of creative output and a media strategy that is wildly different than what most companies do. And that's the battleground of comms now.
Cool. I love that. I'm going to switch gears. Just got a quick one, and then I've got another one about one of your other books. You talk a lot about the Jets. So you and your brother apparently haven't missed a game. One of my colleagues in the room earlier asked me, he said, you know what, if Mr. Marion asked Gary to come to a meeting and just join a Jets game, you think he'd come? You wouldn't come for Mr. Marion?
Not only for Mr. Marriott. Mr. Marriott's not even a fucking ball. I miss weddings, funerals, birthdays. I do not miss Jet games. Think about the most religious person you've ever known. Whatever their religion is, and whatever they need to do. Friday Shabbat, Sunday Church, whatever that is. That person is not even leading my religion every day. I have not missed watching a play of the New York Jets game since 1982. I've watched them all.
So how are you looking for that acquisition, purchase, deal? How long is it going to take? Been waiting a while.
My friend, my great professional ambition is the thrill of the chase to try to buy them. If I can just get it done before I die, I'd be very happy.
Hey, very cool. You talk a lot about it's more about, never give up, tenacity. It doesn't matter how old you are, but I think you talk about some of the Gen Z folks need to have a little bit more patience.
Yes.
You also talk about, people like myself into their 40s now. Although I think when I saw the article you wrote, you said in their 70s, you'd encourage folks to be starting businesses. I think you said, just because you're 75, you still got 50 good years in you. Go start a business. So I don't want any of the.
And it was less about start a business. It's more like when I look at this room, I'm like, man, do they really realize how young they are? Because I don't think they do. Because it's not the way the propaganda of age has been sold to us over the last 100 years. I don't believe this room, including you, Shaq, because you're getting up there, brother. I don't believe that, anybody in this room really has a good enough grasp of how much time they actually have. I think that, when I look, everybody, knock on wood, obviously horrific things happen or tragic things happen, but knock on wood, everybody I'm looking at, 40 more years. That's for me and you, Shaq. Like, there's some youngsters like 50, 60. Like, that is a lot of time. And so, I don't think people fight for joy and happiness enough. They're based on fear. They're based on the financial obligations, the theoretical, emotional obligations they've made them for themselves, for their spouses and their children. And, I really do believe being the best version of yourself requires a level of strategic selfishness, which is grounded in, if I'm really happy, I can make everybody I love happier. And if I'm really happy, everything clicks. And, it's funny because I'm such an entrepreneur, but my relationship with money is very weird. I don't like what it does to people. I think it confuses people. I don't think people have a good relationship with money or time. And, I'm very fortunate. The thing I love, I was a 6-year-old who sold lemonade and shoveled driveways. Like, I love it. I love the game of business. But for a lot of people, they don't love what they do, but they're doing it because it's it's paying for their lifestyle. And I'm very fortunate that I have so many people consuming my content, and I want to use that for good. And I like talking about real things. And I think one of the most real things on earth is people are dramatically younger than they think. They have so much time to expand their interests, their capabilities, their professional ambitions. I'm passionate about it and I want to talk about it. I think the world has gotten very good at selling fear and hate, and I want to sell practical optimism. I'm not delusional. I'm a very practical operator. This is not like The Secret, like sit at home and pray that you'll be a professional skier. That shit doesn't work. But what does work is, hey, if you love skiing, believe it or not, try to make some skiing videos on TikTok and see what the world does with it. You'll never believe what can happen. And I know it to be true because at this point, 15 years into this journey, I have hundreds of thousands of emails from people that have taken one piece of content, done it, and something good has happened. Whether it's as simple as, hey, Gary, we really got into the garage sale stuff that you were telling us. Our family likes it. We have a lot of fun on Saturdays, but we made $8,000 on the side, and now we can afford this Disney trip. Thank you. All the way to, I thought it was crazy, but I was really down in the dumps, and I was an executive making $300K a year, and I started making YouTube videos and TikToks around Star Trek because you told me to make it around the thing I love the most, and I'm a Trekkie. And oh my God, I now, between affiliate merch sales and sponsorship, make $200,000 a year, and I just quit my job that I hated, and I can, I'm not making as much yet, but I'm 87,000 times happier, have more time to be with my kids, and by next year, I bet you I make $300,000 a year. That's profound. That is a profound, profound life change. And so yes, I push it. I push it on my own employees. I want people to be happier because the net of that is a good thing.
Very cool. We've got a couple of folks in the room. Most have been with this company a little while. For some of the new guys or young folks, starting out on their careers, what advice might you give to them?
Die on your own sword. And let me explain what I mean by that. There's a lot of youngsters in here who fundamentally, and by the way, a lot of OG gangsters in here that do not believe in what you're doing with your time and money to create the outcome you want, but they keep their mouth shut in the meetings because they are being protective of their professional careers. And I understand that. You're not going to be able to communicate your points of view the way I am because I own my own business. I don't have a board. I'm not a publicly traded company. So when I lose stuff or bad things happen, I look in the mirror and say, don't do that again. For you, there's more ramifications. I respect that. However, that doesn't mean that you are not able to very respectfully to your leaders and managers, very cordially, very charmingly, able to communicate your disagreement or different point of view on what you should be doing from a comm standpoint. The reason I say die on your own sword is the following. I believe the next decade will be the most significant decade of the last 2 decades, which were the 2 most significant decades of comms changing because of technology. It really stinks to lose your job or not progress in your career because you weren't articulating things you believed in that ended up becoming true, and you got no credit for it because you played defense and the culture of the company made you not say it, not your own belief system, so you missed out on the opportunity because of that. That is devastating. So please find a way to cordially communicate your personal opinions. You're allowed to be wrong. I'm wrong. People are wrong, but you've got to share your actual thoughts. Head nodding in a corporate environment for the sake of head nodding is always a bad strategy.
Thank you. I got a couple of quick fires and then we'll wrap this thing up. So is there a brand, obviously not don't include us, but is there one brand out there you really admire? I'm sure it's one of your clients.
It's not, meaning I'm very happy with what our clients do. I actually spend very little time looking at what other clients do because the industry of marketing is completely based on its own self. Everything is about headlines and awards and bullshit reporting. So the creative industry is super not interesting to me, right? So I care about consumer. The reason I have one to call out is it's the only client in the last 3 years that after a couple of meetings, I told them not to hire us because they didn't need us. We wasted years on this bullshit and you're still the same. Extremely upsetting to my new business team. They're still mad about it. I need some security in my life. And that was Chipotle. I think Chipotle is a brand that understands that marketing in 2023 requires doing things of the moment. Shit. And as all of you know, we're slow in companies like this because we have too much process. Our partners are slow, we're slow, and speed is the killer. So I have a lot of respect for how they market. They understand that context and timing is everything, and they do very, very well in building a small internal team and having a framework that isn't based on creative AOR or overpaying for bullshit. I respect it.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to my TV days. So when I finally leave Marriott in about 26 years, I'm gonna start my own TV company, and I'm gonna produce Gary Vaynerchuk the movie. Who do you think I should cast to play you? Come on.
I would say, and hopefully at that point you'll have like 3 different actors, to play out the whole thing. And so whoever are the most attractive 3 men at the time that kind of somewhat look like me, but just much better looking versions, would feel right. Would feel absolutely right. Everything I do is based on consumer reaction. So the reason I need faces is when I say something, I need to get a sense of, did it land? Faces are the great, it's unbelievable why I think I have a big public speaking career. It's because I focus on the front row and I completely bounce off of them the entire time. And those 7 people completely dictate how good or not good my keynote's gonna be. And so even when I go to some sort of conferences, the whole room's too dark and you can't see, I actually ask for them to put up the lights. I would argue that this is what I want to say in my final minute. Try to do more stuff for actual consumers. It's really in our subconscious. It's in my own agency. All 2,000 people globally, I can see it every day. A lot of it's within the B2B or the way it's been done. Give all your thoughts to responding to the actual consumer. These brands, Shaq, when I look at them, and now I just clicked on the website, so there's a lot of brands, right? When I look at that, I genuinely believe that the holding co should be putting out somewhere in the ballpark of 200 to 500 pieces of creative a day across social. Think about that number. And I'm not hyperbolizing here. I genuinely believe that Ritz-Carlton and the W and JW Marriott, and I think about how global you are on a bad day. I'm even trying to, it's funny, I just felt myself lowballing the number because I didn't want people to think I was hyperbolizing and get laughed out of the room. On a bad day, this organization should be putting out 200 to 500 individual different pieces of creative globally across LinkedIn, TikTok, Facebook Reels, Instagram, Twitter a day. We all know that we're not even in the realm of that. And like every other time in the last 15 years, I will be historically correct about this statement over the next 5 years. So the faster you can figure out how to drive down the cost of creative internally and with your partners, you will become a calm supernova if you can do that. And I know that's hard, but it's worth the debate for these leaders and yourself.
We love that. Thank you so much. I'm going to come and see you in New York soon.
Cheers.
Gary V, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy.
Cheers.
Bye.
Three posts a day to the best of your ability. The other thing that people will do wrong with what I just said is they'll post once every 3 days. That's like doing a push-up and thinking you're doing good health and wellness. The good news with TikTok is it's completely based on interest. So you can post something that gets 14 views and the next one might get 47,000. So because you're succumbing to the algorithm, get out of your own head. Don't worry about anything, literally, besides making it. You're not gonna be right anyway. So you almost have to go through almost think of it this way, 500 posts before you're allowed to think what's gonna work. You don't like being on camera because you feel self-conscious. You don't like how your voice sounds. You don't like you can hack around everything. A lot of people who follow me, they think they have to be so high energy. I'm like, no, you have to be yourself.
Hey Gary, how you doing?
I am well. Hey Britt, hey Joe.
Gary.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Hey,
Thank you, Brittany, for everything. Appreciate it so much. And we're gonna get started here for you, Gary, because I know you're pretty busy, and want to get this plugged in. So let's do a quick little round robin. We'll go around the room. I'm going to introduce you to Gary, give quick 30-second high level, just vital signs of you and your company. Then we'll come back around. We'll spotlight
How you
you.
doing?
You can have your time
Listen,
with Gary. So
I'm working on
we're going to
something
start out in
interesting, I
Vancouver,
think, but
Gary,
I need a little
with Inga
time.
von Olak,
Anyway,
who
I got a
is
request
working on one of
through
the
the ether,
biggest
so to
brands in
speak.
the world, but she's
Someone's
here to
looking for a
really
crew to
unlock
take
her
a
personal
score,
brand.
but
So
I
Inga, say
don't
hi to
know
Gary.
anymore. I thought
Oh,
maybe
hi,
you'd
Gary.
be interested. Personally,
Hi, Inga,
I
how
wouldn't
are
touch
you?
it with a 10-foot barge pole because I don't know any of these people.
Excited.
But if you're
Session's been really
interested, be
great.
my guest. I can tell them
I'm
to
here
come see you.
to start working on my personal brand, and I've made a ton of money for other people in my life, and ready to get myself out there.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And sticking in the Great White North, we've got a guy that's operating in one of your favorite spaces, Gary. He is a serial entrepreneur, but he also owns a winery up there in BC. Doug Bell, say hi to Gary.
Hey, Gary. Great to be here. Thanks so much for dropping in. And yeah, this is a second generation entrepreneur. I took over my family group of companies 14 years ago when I was 22 and have had the fortune of growing that business quite a bit. And now we're just kind of looking at getting into new businesses, building existing businesses, and we have Canada's largest fruit winery, which I constructed in 2015. So a bit of a different concept, and looking forward to chatting about it.
Awesome, man. Obviously feel very comfortable in that convo.
Another convo you'll probably feel pretty comfortable with is I'm going to draw out the accent a little bit because we're going to go down to Birmingham, Alabama, and say hi to Jennifer Carlson, who owns a slew of restaurants and different brands down in that area. JC, say hi.
Hey Gary, super happy to be here today. My husband and I own a polished fast casual restaurant. We have 2 locations right now, getting ready to open a third one this spring. And we also have a coffee concept here in Birmingham, and we're looking to grow and scale our brand, and that's why we're here.
Awesome. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, and over to Virginia, we've got Garrett Wilhelm. Garrett, say hi to Gary.
What's up, Gary? Thank you so much for this opportunity and time. I know your time is valuable. I own early education schools, childcares in the area. I saw a gap in the education system in not preparing our kids for the actual future. And knowing that permanent learning is done in infancy to six years old, I decided that was the space that I was going to attack. And so I have 2 brands, the Ohana School and Creative Gardens, and I'm growing a network of schools across the country.
Very cool. I like it a lot. Thank you.
Next up, we have Doug and Brennan, who are in the NFT space. Doug, Brennan, go ahead and say hi to Gary.
Hi, Doug. My partner, hi, Gary. My partner.
Well,
Doug,
it's still nice to say hi to Doug.
Yes, Doug. I've talked to him for a couple hours. Yes, so my partner Doug and I, based in Philadelphia, longtime real estate investors, newly hotel owners, boutique hotel owners, and about to dip our toe into the NFT space.
Very cool.
Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Doug, how are you?
I'm doing great. I think I first met you 10 years ago at Yannick's underground event. So good to be with you again.
Thank you, brother.
As Brennan said, we're getting ready to launch an NFT around women empowerment.
Very cool.
And if you're interested in taking your kids, Gary, up to Connecticut to see some goats, we've got Aaron and Elizabeth Simon, who own one of the awesome company up in Connecticut. I'll let them explain a little bit more to you.
Gary, I would invite you to come see goats any day. You are a true goat in my mind. You might remember me. I did a couple activations with Vayner Sports with our barbecue sauce brand back in the day.
I recall.
And now we've created a substantial community, about 30,000 strong. And my wife makes super fancy high-end goat milk soap now. And we love all e-commerce, and we just opened our own retail store here on the farm.
I love it. You also look remarkably cozy, which is putting me in a good mood.
Good.
That's how we do it.
So super premium goat milk soap.
Yeah, I have some here if you want to see it when we get to it.
We actually, I think what makes us really unique too is that you can watch the goats 24/7 on our YouTube channel.
Love.
And you can watch them from conception to birth and
Love.
beyond.
So smart.
So we teach
Love it.
everybody about
Yep,
how we
I
breed
got
our
it.
goats, the care that goes into our product and everything.
It's really good. I love it. I'm super into these kind of businesses. Okay, awesome.
And then lastly, we have Neha and Brian up in Toronto. They're essentially like a cross between like a James Orsini, because they're both CPAs, but they know a lot about DTC e-commerce, and they run a grocery store up there. So Neha and Brian, say hi.
Hi, Gary. I'm like,
Neha.
I'm reading your book every night right now, so I love
Thank
the
you.
exercises. Congratulations.
Thank you. Anything stand out so far?
Yeah, just the exercises, because a lot of the concepts you talk about are really here, and what stood out to me was that. And then the other thing was the story about the woman who started a blueberry jam.
I love it.
With her
Yes,
kid,
right?
and
The
forgiving
scenarios.
herself. Yeah.
I'm really glad you attached to that one. I for everybody who's not reading the book, I did a bunch of scenarios to kind of like, I feel like I do best in trying to make my point in a story. And the one that Neha is referring to really got me. Like, it's such a classic female entrepreneur email that I get. You know, what's great is I'm just listening all the time. So that scenario is the combination of, at this point, maybe 10,000 emails or direct messages from women in detail of like what they go through in that scenario. And I'm really glad you attached to it. Ironically, I just tweeted a piece of data from people doing the exercises or tweeting about the book. It's really very funny, actually. It's based on the first 739 tweets of people talking about what their weaknesses are. Here's the best one. This is like so meta. The one that has the least responses to what their weakness is humility. Which in itself is the meta of the whole thing. Like, only 16 of 739 people said their core weakness is humility, which is the whole punchline of the whole thing.
Wow.
Anyway, nonetheless, go ahead.
So I'm Neha. I run Switch Grocery, and we're an online retail store, Gary, in Canada. We find food brands faster than traditional grocery stores. So find food brands, bring them to Canadians, ship across Canada. We're a highly social company, and I'll turn it over to my co-founder, Brian.
Brian, how are you?
Hi, Gary. Good. How are you doing?
Well,
I don't have a ton to add beyond what Neha said. As Joe said, Neha and I are also both CPAs, accountants. So there's that.
So
piece of
the math of
business as well.
the math of the company is strong.
The math of the company is strong, and somehow Neha's also learned the social marketing. I'm not there yet.
Yep.
I only joined full-time 4 months ago, so I haven't got there, but yeah, we're both.
And Neha, Brian, when you talk about you're just finding emerging brands quicker, high quality emerging brands quicker, so you have some competitive advantage of like whether it's exclusivity or just storytelling, blah blah blah.
Exclusivity a lot of the time, exactly.
You're making deals where whether how much you buy or the fact that you're just expanding to the market, you're getting a 6 or 12 month head start.
A lot of the U.S. brands don't want to deal with Canadian customs, all that. So we deal with all that, and then as a result, they give us. Some of them were on like 3rd, 4th year exclusivity because they see no reason to change.
Good for you. Very cool. All right, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Yes, yeah, I'm gonna go flip it first over to Inga, and we're gonna go with her. So Inga, let me just.
And just to remind everybody, you know, obviously you've been going through the day. This is the time to get very, very narrow and very, very selfish. Like, what is your actual question? Everybody will find ironically value from each other, but please fire away.
Inga, you're up.
Thanks. Hey, Gary. So I was just talking to Brittany about this, but I'm really kind of struggling to figure out how to separate my day job from like all the other personal branding things that I want to do.
Your when you were talking, for some reason my headphones weren't working super well. I caught the tail end, but I was going to ask you up front. What is your job again? Remind me.
So I work for Tesla in operations, and I haven't really done anything on social because I've been with Tesla for almost 5 years, and we're under very strict NDAs, and
yes,
I couldn't figure out how to talk about.
And why do you want to make personal brand content?
Because I feel like I have a lot to say. I have a lot to give. I have a lot to.
Can you do that without disclosing where you work, or without referencing anything and talking in general?
Totally. It's just that my main platform is on LinkedIn, and that's where I have a bit of a base. I have some followers.
And is the company giving you any headaches for putting out content?
No, not yet. I haven't really, like I said, I went on LinkedIn in 2015, and I knew that I, wanted to build something in the future, and I started building up a network, and I have 30,000 followers, which is not a lot, but it's not nothing.
No, it's a lot.
But I haven't been engaging them, and I feel like that's sort of my place. That's where I feel comfortable.
And I apologize for interrupting, because I just want to get you as much value as possible. Why'd you sign up for this? What is the KPI? What would you like to happen?
I ultimately would like to deliver value to people who struggle with the things that I see people struggle with all the time, and ultimately monetize.
Got it. And how would you like to monetize? At least as a hypothesis right now.
I mean, I guess I would like to provide training materials, provide
So
maybe
is your hope to? So you're in a pickle where you want to build personal brand to monetize, but you'd like to do that while you're still getting paid by Tesla, but you're half pregnant because you can only go so far because you work at Tesla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so in this scenario, I think there's a couple things to think about. One, you can start building brand on TikTok, believe it or not, without any reference to Tesla or Tesla in your bio. And there's a huge white space for every business on here right now on TikTok, and all of you are gonna blow it. I don't know what else to say. That's the word I'm gonna use. Organic reach is through the moon. 30 and 40-year-olds are on the platform at scale. You can literally post one video and many more people will buy your fruit wine or buy your ketchup that you're exclusive in Canada to, or sign up for your nursery school. Like, everybody here is grossly underestimating how much they can do on TikTok, because TikTok is now Instagram from 7 years ago, but you're gonna wait another 3 years before you treat it that way. Like, the little rant I just made right now for 74 seconds is 100% a massive ROI to what you spent on this program if you actually listened to me and do something about it. So for you, you're in a really tough spot, because you could either save money and cut down your cost of living so that you can buy yourself an entire 18 months to not work at Tesla and go all in, or you can go ham on something like TikTok, which is a blessing because there's not a lot of places where you can grow that fast and do these, if you look at what's going on TikTok right now, most of you in the world 24 months ago were like, well, I'm not going to dance on there, so what am I doing here, right? And if you look carefully, there is some crazy content being produced on the platform right now, ASMR type cooking stuff, just like educational stuff. Like, it's really happening. And
Gary, I shared with her the example of Miss Excel earlier, who's got 1 million followers. She never puts her face on camera. It's just Excel tips.
That's right. So, I think for you really specifically, if you're going to do it while you're employed at Tesla, it's going to be TikTok. The other option is to stop spending money for 2 years on anything but food and shelter so that you can save it, and you can then give yourself 2 years to then right? Because that's the other, and by the way, you might have won the lotto or made great investments if you can do that now, but you've got to recognize that you can't change reality. And the reality is, this, you're playing this weird game where if you get successful at it, then they're going to see it, and that's going to be the problem.
Yeah.
So you're just caught in this vicious game.
Yeah. And I guess part of the problem is that I actually really love my job, and I love my team, and I am in complete position to quit my job. I never have to work again.
Okay. So then understood. So that, 5 years of Tesla is a good move. I think, there's a left field one. You might want to really go inside yourself and find out if so for example, for me, right? I'm an entrepreneur, but boy, do I have a lot of guidance counselor, reverend, psychologist. You might be able to scratch your emotional itch by helping people, not in the subject matter of business and like ops.
Well, my whole other thing is like around personal finance, and it's
so
not
like,
something I do at all for my work, but I'm really good at it. I coach.
so
I do other things.
that gets really interesting to me, because then you can have your cake and eat it too.
Okay, so that's what I need to do. I just need to go.
And I would do it on TikTok hard, because A, it will work. B, the quicker you can help the youngsters that stumble on it, the bigger
That's the
impact.
thing. People, especially women, have like no clue and they get left behind.
Good news.
And I'm
I always
pissed
hear
about
this.
it.
I always hear this, especially women, especially minorities. I always say this to my good friends. I'm like, the amount of white men that have no idea how to manage their fucking money is extraordinary. So let's not like kid ourselves. Like the reason is from 0 to 18, back to our good friend Garrett here, the world is broken. The education system of the world is broken. How the fuck did I go through 18 years of school and not learn anything about basic money management?
Yeah, brutal. Like absolutely brutal.
I think you should go ham on on TikTok, all of them, but TikTok specifically on this subject matter will dominate. And there's a lot of people out there on it, but I have a funny feeling you could do well just by spending a few seconds even with you.
Amazing. Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
You're
That was
welcome.
really helpful.
It will work. Yeah.
So we're
By
going
the
to
way,
go over
three times a day to the best of your ability. 3 posts a day to the best of your ability. The other thing that people will do wrong with what I just said is they'll post once every 3 days. That's like doing a push-up and thinking you're doing good health and wellness.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to get out of my own head. It's my problem.
The good news with TikTok is it's completely based on interest. So you can post something that gets 14 views and the next one might get 47,000. So because you're succumbing to the algorithm, get out of your own head. Like, don't worry about anything, literally, besides making it. You're not going to be right anyway. Like, you don't have enough experience to be right of what's going to work. So you almost have to go through, like, almost think of it this way, 500 posts before you're allowed to think what's going to work.
Okay, that's helpful.
And back to his point again, other things that a lot of you might be thinking through. You don't like being on camera because you feel self-conscious. You don't like how your voice sounds. You don't like.
If you're somebody who has worked their way up to a net worth of $100 million or more, then you've basically landed yourself in a position where you can afford luxury real estate, you can own almost as many supercars as you want, you can buy a private plane, you can fill your closet with designer clothing, you can donate to charities, and even after spending your money on all of these things, you're still not going to run out of money. So good news for all of you ultra high net worth individuals out there, we've got yet another thing for you to spend your money on. It all starts with this 955-foot super yacht called Njord that's in the process of being built. And on board this ship, there's going to be 117 private residences being sold, which will range in price from $8.5 million all the way up to $70 million bucks. Now, master plan communities like this have been being built all over the world forever at this point, so it's not unusual for a real estate developer to build 100 homes or more at the same time and then list them for sale. But building over 100 homes on a traveling super yacht like this is totally unprecedented, and it's giving the super rich another way that they need to keep up with the Joneses. In today's episode, let's talk about this massive, over-the-top, carbon-neutral residential mega yacht known as Njord. Typically, really big boats are built as yachts, container ships, or cruise ships, so that's kind of what makes this Njord project so unique and so cool. The website dedicated to this development shows us the highlights of the ship, first calling it a residential super yacht. The boat is 955 feet long, or 291 meters. The tonnage is massive at 86,000. It'll come with 13 decks. A crew of 300 will be required to staff the boat basically at all times, and this thing will operate worldwide, meaning if you own one of the residences on here, your home is going to constantly be moving to different locations around the world. This map here shows exactly what routes they expect to take. This boat is going to go just about everywhere on the planet. For a size comparison, the average size ferry is going to be somewhere in the range of 100 to 150 feet. The average mega yacht is going to be somewhere around 260 feet. Then the next step up in size is when you get into cruise ships. You've got the Titanic, which stretched 883 long. And then for a much more modern cruise ship, there is Symphony of the Seas, which is owned by the Royal Caribbean. This boat is 1,180 feet or 360 meters long. All of these bigger cruise ships are massive. If you've ever seen one in person, you know that their size is almost hard to wrap your head around. Of course, this new Njord boat falls right in line though with the rest. At 955 feet long, it will be larger than the Titanic, stretching around 3 football fields. The company who dreamed up this amazing ship concept is called Ocean Residences Development, and their website describes them as the world's premier developer of floating residences. These guys create high-end floating real estate developments, state-of-the-art ship designs, and long-lasting legacies. They develop safety best practices, hospitality to the highest operational standards, and sustainable shipbuilding. Scrolling through their executive team, this company is no joke. They are loaded with highly experienced executives who have spent decades in real estate development and ship construction. Plus, of course, they have people on the team dedicated to everything from construction and design to sales and vessel operations. A developer in the shipbuilding world is very similar to a real estate developer here on land. Their job is basically to come up with the vision and then put together a team to execute on that vision. So along with the extensive team that Ocean Residences has, they also have a handful of partners on this project, one of them being the world-renowned shipbuilder out of Germany, Meyer Werft. If you scroll through Meyer Werft's resume of completed projects on their website, you can see very clearly that this is a crew that is no stranger to building big boats. The Njord ship is currently in the planning phase and is scheduled to start construction soon, but the developer just made the first 10 residences available for sale, so let's check those out next. These homes are going to range in size from 1,500 square feet up to 9,000 square feet, with pricing starting at $4,800 per square foot. They'll come with anywhere from 2 bedrooms to 6 bedrooms. They'll have floor-to-ceiling windows, ocean views, and hand-picked materials. And if you buy one of these properties, even though they're going to be located on a boat, they're going to come with all of your standard features that you would see in a condo or a house. You'll get a full-size kitchen, a living room, a dining room, several bathrooms, and even terrace space. The designers Kelly Hoppen and David Lindley went for a modern look, and you can see as we flip through these renderings that there's a lot of ocean-like colors on the interiors, a lot of curves and movement in the walls of the rooms too, which is pretty cool. And of course you have tons of glass, which not only dumps natural light into the rooms, but it also allows for amazing views as this ship is traveling throughout the rooms. Here you can see that there will be 16 different floor plans to pick from, so pretty good variety. And if we click here on Penthouse 11, this shows us how one of the larger units would flow. On your main level, you've got your main entrance down here, which leads you to a sitting area, a living area, a dining area, and then a kitchen over here to the left. There's a study or a third bedroom on the right, and then you've got this massive wraparound terrace with a swimming pool in the middle. Then on the upper level of this penthouse unit, you have a guest bedroom on the right, a big loft area here in the center, primary bedroom, which is on the left, and then over in the bottom here, we've got a movie theater and a gym. This single penthouse has more floor space than some of the smaller yachts that exist out there. It's hard to believe that this is just one of 117 luxury residences that are going to be on this boat. Njord is set up to offer its homeowners some of the coolest experiences imaginable. There are immersion experiences on shore, daily lectures on the boat given by people like archaeologists and marine biologists. Plus, the ship is outfitted with 4 super yacht limo tenders, 2 dive and fishing boats, 2 submarines, paddleboards, sailboats, and a fully equipped dive center. For dining, they are offering 6 different restaurants on the ship with Michelin-starred chefs. The fitness center is also over the top with a standard gym, yoga and meditation platforms, and a sports concierge. Then if you want to hang out with your neighbors, you've got the main pool deck, a telescope space observatory, a flight simulator, a golf simulator, a billiards room, a library, an outdoor movie screen, an arts and crafts studio, a kids club, the lecture theater, and then a house of worship. They really thought of everything here, but I kind of feel like if you owned a house on this boat, this is one of those vacations that you go on where you come home and you need a vacation from your vacation. For interested buyers, you need to put down a 1% deposit to reserve a residence. So depending on what home you choose, this could range from $85,000 all the way up to $700,000. After that, you'll need to put down another 9% by November of 2022. Another 20% will be due once the ship starts being built, and you guys can follow the rest here. Fast forward to once the unit is actually delivered to you as the buyer. At that point, you will have paid in full for your home. I'm not sure if anybody caught this, by the way, but let's check out that fine print. So here it says, once the contract has been completed, 1% of the purchase price is non-refundable, even if the ship is not built. What? So basically what that means is if you're the buyer of that $70 million penthouse unit, then you're going to put up your $700,000 deposit knowing that you could very well lose all of that money if the developer just decides that the ship is not going to get built. Some of the other frequently asked questions down here are interesting. One of them asks, what is the guarantee that the ship will be built? Great question. And they say once construction commences, Meyer Werft provides a 100% guarantee that the ship will be delivered and are backed by financing guarantees from KfW, Germany's development bank. Another one asking about how is construction financed, which they say is with a combination of private and institutional investment capital, as well as residence purchase contracts backed by refund guarantees. That's all pretty standard for development projects. Asking if construction has commenced yet, they say that steel cutting is anticipated for 2023 and the ship will be finished by 2026. And this is an interesting question, but kind of a confusing response. So they say, do I own my unit on board the ship? Answer is yes, but through a 50-year use rights through unit interest in the Njord Residence Association, and that you'll have the right to renew the leasehold at the end of the 50-year term. I did some more digging on this because, to be honest, guys, this part kind of confused me, and the way that I understand what's going on here is that they're basically building this boat to last about 50 years in total, and so that means that technically your ownership of your home on the boat only lasts for 50 years. The good news is, though, that if the boat is still floating in 50 years, and if it's still in good enough condition to be traveling around the world, then you as an owner have the right to extend your ownership for another 50 years for a small fee. There's a ton of other questions here on the website about insurance, whether food and beverages are included in the association fee, if you can resell your residence, how the crew for the boat is chosen, whether or not you can bring a pet on board, tons of stuff. I'll link to the website in the description if any of you guys want to read more into this on your own time. I hope that you guys enjoyed today's episode. This was a fascinating one for me to put together. Let me know down in the comments if you think that these Njord residences will actually sell. I'll see you next time.
Higher our chances of a successful mission. You only need to take out the guards in your way. All right, good luck. Get to work.
Okay, so it's no secret that basically the entire state of California is in a drought. It's been this way for a really long time. In fact, scientists have said that California is currently experiencing the driest 22-year period in more than 1,200 years. So naturally, water departments across the state are doing what they can to get this under control to make sure that California doesn't run out of water someday. I can't even believe that this is legal, but to combat the people across Los Angeles who are the biggest offenders of overusing water, they now have this little water flow restrictor that they are installing at people's water meters. Now that little disc might not seem all that scary or offensive. It's basically the size of a quarter with just a small pin tapped into the center of it that they slide into your water supply line. But when the water department installs this on your meter, it is so restrictive that it makes it to where you pretty much can't even use two water fixtures in your house at the same time. That means that if you want to take a shower and run the dishwasher at the same time, it's not going to work. Or what if you want to do a load of laundry in the morning while you water your lawn? Also not going to work. Or what if you want to take a shower in the morning and your kid also wants to take a shower down the hall? Sorry, you can't run both showers at the same time because you don't have enough water pressure. see was crazy is that California tried to issue fines to those people who were using too much water, but the biggest offenders were the super wealthy who have these massive landscapes to water with big lawns and plants and all of that. And you can guess what happens when you try to issue a $2,500 fine to somebody who lives in a $50 million house. Let's just say that it's kind of like an ant trying to attack a lion. These rich people and celebrities are not affected at all by a $2,500 fine. In today's episode, let's talk about the water problem in California. Let's talk about this crazy little device that they're installing on people's homes. And of course, we have to get into some of the celebrities who have been impacted by these strict rules. Now, to be clear, the entire state of California is dealing with water issues and has been dealing with these issues for a while. As of the last report, Californians were using somewhere around 100 gallons of water per person per day, which is hard to even wrap your head around. But in this particular district called Las Virgenes that's installing these little devices, those Californians are using an average of 205 gallons of water per person per day. Whoa. Las Virgenes includes some very ritzy areas like Calabasas and Hidden Hills, for example, which are considered to be some of the most affluent neighborhoods in Los Angeles. And like I said before, when you have rich residents and big, expensive homes, those homes are usually going to be sitting on big lots with landscapes that require a lot of watering. Not surprisingly, outside is where the majority of water usage in this area is happening. Now, I don't want to get too into the weeds on California's water crisis because, to be honest, the topic is a little bit dry. A little dry. Plus, I don't want to put you guys to sleep, but the gist of why this has happened is from rising temperatures, groundwater depletion, and a shrinking Colorado River. In other words, it's becoming hotter out there in California over recent years, and it's not raining or snowing as much as it used to. Almost all of California is in a severe drought status and under some sort of mandate issued to reduce water usage, specifically outdoor watering. It is so bad in this district that we're talking about today that you can only water your lawn one day per week, either on a Tuesday or a Thursday. And then to top that off, that one day that you are allowed to water your lawn per week, you can only run the sprinklers for 8 minutes at a time. Some people are taking this very seriously. They've cut outdoor water usage altogether, and they're literally spray painting their dead lawns green to reduce water use. But others have completely ignored the mandates, and these are the people who have become eligible to have one of those restrictors installed on their water meter, which means that they've exceeded their water usage limit by 150% 4 out of the last 10 months. Speaking of these restrictors, next, let's talk a little bit about exactly how these things work. A reporter from The Guardian, Lois Beckett, posted a video on her Twitter that shows one of these being installed. It's so simple that it's actually kind of funny. They say that the install only takes about 10 minutes, and when it is installed, the city also adds a sign saying that the owners will be fined $2,500 more if they tamper with the device. Once this thing is in place, the idea is that it forces the owner of that house to restrict their water use because they literally don't have a choice at this point. The water flow to their property is completely slowed down. The guy who invented this and is also one of the lead installers is named Kason Gilmore. He said he tested it on his own house. All the water fixtures in the house did work fine except the showers, which operated at like 60% of normal volume. And of course, he couldn't use 2 things in the house at the same time. These little devices are really intense. A typical water meter will offer about 30 gallons a minute to the average household, but when one of these discs is installed on your property, the flow is reduced all the way down to 1 gallon per minute for the entire house. Right now, about 7% of water users in this district are considered to be using too much water. This amounts to about 1,600 people in total, of course, some of them being celebrities. Some of the celebrities in violation include Kim Kardashian, Kevin Hart, Howie Mandel, The Game, and Sylvester Stallone. And as you can see in this aerial shot of Hidden Hills, the houses in this area are big, they're spread out, and it's super lush, basically as far as you can see. These restrictors do seem to be making a difference though. Kardashian's home was using 245% of its water budget in May, but it dropped to 153% in June. Howie Mandel's mansion used 241% of his water budget in May, but it dropped to 167% in June. Kevin Hart's mansion was at 341% of his approved water budget in May, 519% of usage in June, but after they installed one of the restrictors, Kevin Hart's water usage dropped by 151%. Then at Sylvester Stallone's $18 million mansion, water usage has not dropped yet, but the water department found some rolls of fake grass at his property, so they're giving him some time to install that fake grass and reduce the water usage. Remember, we're talking about multimillionaires and billionaires here, so these people aren't really affected by whatever fine the city throws at them, so it's pretty cool to see that a lot of them are making changes with their water usage, and I guess that means that threatening these people with this little device is actually kind of working. Now, for the people who are at risk of having one of these devices installed, you can actually sign a commitment form that says you promise or pledge to reduce your water use, and if you sign that form, then you won't get punished with the device being installed. Wealthy people have already been fleeing California for years for reasons that have nothing to do with water, and even though reducing water usage is the right thing to do, I can only imagine that these threats and fines are giving them yet another reason to want to leave the state. I hope that you guys enjoyed the episode today. If you did, leave a comment down below or hit the like button before you go. I'll see you next time. Luxury real estate developer Mohammed Hadid is in the process of building the largest single-family home to have been ever permitted in the city of LA. Hadid and his listing team debuted this 78,000 square foot home last year at the insane price of $250 million, which obviously created a huge buzz. At the time, they were marketing it as a home that was in construction that would be finished in just a few short years. Here we are just a year later though, and construction at this project has come to a screeching halt, with Hadid defaulting on his debt and filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Most people are shocked that this over-the-top mega mansion was even able to be approved to be built in the first place, seeing that it's obnoxiously oversized compared to all of the normal and more modest houses in the surrounding area, but somehow Hadid was able to get this project through the city, just like a lot of his other controversial projects scattered all over LA. In today's episode, we are going to first take a look at this wild $250 million listing together. We'll check out the renderings and we'll review all of the specs. Then we'll talk about what this bankruptcy filing means for Hadid and the future of this project. Also, just to connect the dots here, Hadid was the developer who built that $100 million spec home at 901 Strada Vecchia Road that I flew out and toured earlier this year, just a few weeks prior to it being demolished. So the home that we're talking about today is another one of those spec projects. These are the ones that the developers build out with no end buyer lined up. It's a really risky, high-stakes business, but what these developers like Mohammed Hadid are doing is they find a really great piece of dirt in a really desirable neighborhood. They design an amazing house to put onto that lot, and then usually once that house is finished being built, they list it for sale and sell it, hopefully for a profit. As far as the location of the subject of today's video, this one is located at 9650 Cedarbrook Drive in Beverly Hills, California. It's one of the most northern sections of Beverly Hills and right next to the Franklin Canyon Trails and Reservoir. It's hard to tell from this angle, but 9650 Cedarbrook Drive is actually a 38-acre property according to the marketing material. Most of that acreage, though, is hillside and up here on the top of the hill. When you have a hillside property like this, you can't get too excited about high acreage right off the bat, because if the acreage is on the side of a hill that's sloped like this, it is going to be very challenging and very expensive to build there. Anyway, flipping over to Hilton and Highland's website, this is who last had the listing at 9650 Cedarbrook Drive. They're saying the home is for sale for $250 million. It's a 19-bedroom, 33-bathroom, 78,000 square foot property. Then they go on to say that this is the largest property to ever be permitted in the city of LA. Now, quick sidebar, some of you guys might be wondering, how is this possible? Isn't the One the largest property to ever be permitted in the city of LA? I mean, after all, the One was sold with a recorded 105,000 square feet of living space. So why doesn't that house hold the title for the largest house on record? Well, Los Angeles Building Services site is a mess, so it's really hard to verify this for sure, but my understanding is that the One project at 944 Ariel Way was never actually approved to be built at 105,000 livable square feet. That means that even though Hadid's new project at Cedarbrook Drive is technically a little bit smaller at 78,000 square feet, it can hold the title because it's the largest home to ever be permitted in the city of LA. Anyways, enough about that. Let's get back to the listing. They say that the home is currently under construction. The amenities and privacy are second to none. This place has a guest house, an elevator, a 3,000 square foot garage, a gym, a lounge, a pool, a massage room. The list here just goes on, just as you'd expect. Then at the bottom, they actually say the property construction could be taken over at the completion of the foundation for just $92 million, or purchased upon completion for $250 million. This marketing material is almost a year old at this point. I think that the fact that Hadid was trying to sell this place for $92 million with just a foundation poured is kind of an early sign that he was already in financial trouble way back then. Looking at the renderings of this place, first we have this shot which shows a nicely landscaped hillside, and then if we zoom in, there's a ton of layers here. It's kind of weird because the house is supposedly just a 2-story, but I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 total levels on this place. Here's another angle of the house. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked at how low quality this is, considering this a $250 million listing. There's some people out there nowadays who do renderings that look so real that you can't even tell they're a rendering. That's who Hadid should have hired for this. Here's a higher resolution shot though. This one obviously is showing the gym and one of the swimming pools. Then the last one here that they give us is what looks like the entry. Not gonna lie, this is pretty impressive. I've never seen an entrance to a home like this before. It straight up looks like you're driving up to a high-end resort. Now obviously those were all just renderings that are meant to give potential buyers an idea of what the house will look like once it's finished being built. But I was able to dig up this article from the Daily Mail that shows what this Cedarbrook Drive lot looked like when it was first listed for sale last year for $250 million. Let's check that out together. Now this notice that we see in this first picture is something that definitely irritated a lot of the locals who likes to hike these trails that are surrounding this lot. It says, notice, trail closed by developer Mohammed Hadid, Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy sued to keep this trail open, but lost at the Court of Appeal. Here they're showing the gated entrance from that Cedarbrook cul-de-sac, and from this shot you can just really see how steep that hill is that they need to build the road on to get up to the house. We've got a zoomed in view of the stem walls and the foundation that's being built on the top of the hill, so if you're standing down in the cul-de-sac and looking up, my guess is this is something like probably 30 feet above your head. See, developing a hillside lot in Los Angeles like this is pretty challenging because of the condition of the soil. You have to usually drive these caissons way deep into the ground to basically hold the house up in the event that there's an earthquake or a landslide, things like that. And so it sounds easy enough in concept to just plop a house there at the top of the hill, but there's a ton of reinforcement that needs to happen and millions of dollars that are being spent to make sure that that house on the top of the hill never falls down. So we can see not a whole lot of progress was made on the development of that lot prior to them listing it for sale for $250 million. It's not all that unusual for developers like this to list these houses for sale prior to them being completed, but the most ideal scenario is to at least wait until the house is framed prior to you listing it for sale so potential buyers can kind of get a feel for the flow. The fact that Hadid listed this house so early on in the construction process tells me that he was probably already in some serious financial trouble way back then. See, we've talked about this in the past when we reviewed other big projects like this one. These developers like Mohammed Hadid aren't building these mega mansions with their own money. They are taking out massive amounts of debts in order to pull things like this off. The Cedarbrook project, for example, was bought way back in 2012. Hadid only paid about $2.5 million for the lot originally, but that was 10 years ago, and my guess is that between architect fees, engineering, permitting, grading, and concrete, he has spent at least another 10 or 20 million bucks just to get it to the state that it's in right now. Some of that money required to buy the lot and build it out into what it is so far is going to be some of Hadid's own money, but the rest of it is going to come from a lender, usually at a pretty high interest rate. And when you start racking up 10 or 20 or $50 million worth of debt at a high interest rate, that payment is going to be enormous. What has been really hard for developers that do projects like this that take so long is that it's almost impossible to create a budget in the beginning that you can rely on. I mean, think about the cost of labor and material back when Hadid bought this place in 2012 compared to the cost of labor and material today. The cost to build a residential home has basically doubled in the past 10 years. When you're a developer and you originally budget that it's going to take about $75 million to build this insane mega mansion, but then you fast forward 10 years and now it's looking like it's going to cost $150 million, that can make or break your deal. Somebody like Hadid in a situation like this oftentimes will find themselves in a place where the lenders cut them off and are not willing to write any more checks. And when you're in a situation where you have a project on your hands that is half built, you're out of money, and the lenders won't give you any more money, that usually only leaves you with one option: file for bankruptcy. The Real Deal just reported that Hadid's $250 million Beverly Hills mansion has moved into bankruptcy, saying that he filed for Chapter 11 according to documents filed with California's Central District Court in Los Angeles. In another report on this project from August of last year, The Real Deal says that Treetop Development, who is the LLC owned by Hadid that controls the Cedarbrook project, was failing to pay some of their contractors. All the way back then, a judge ordered Hadid to pay $111,000 to a drilling company, and another concrete company filed a suit against him saying they were still owed $3 million bucks. All this really means from a timeline standpoint is that Hadid originally bought this place back in 2012. He spent tens of millions of dollars over the following years trying to build out this $250 million spec home. He stopped paying some of his contractors in 2021, and now here we are in 2022. Hadid has filed for bankruptcy, claiming that he doesn't have the money to pay back these contractors who did all this work on the project and the other lenders who gave him money to fund the deal. This is not the first time that we have seen Hadid file for bankruptcy as it relates to a massive development in LA. This happened at his nearby Franklin Canyon project and at that 901 Strada Vecchia project we were looking at earlier as well. Filing for bankruptcy is a strange but kind of necessary defense tactic that a lot of these guys use when they find themselves in over their heads on these development projects. Next steps from here are not looking good for Hadid or for the Cedarbrook deal. With him filing for bankruptcy, what will likely happen next is the court will find that he owes way more on this project than the project is worth, and that will force a bankruptcy sale, just like we have seen with other over-the-top mega mansions built out in Beverly Hills and Bel Air. When this auction inevitably does happen, this half-built project will likely sell for pennies on the dollar because, unlike the Sarbonne property or the One property, here we don't even have a house yet. Whoever ends up buying the lot will inherit a massive undertaking with years and years worth of work. But the positive is that a permit is already issued, so the green light to build is already taken care of. Now all you need is time and money to pull it off. If you enjoyed the episode today, guys, hit that thumbs up button down below before you go, or leave a comment about what you think the future is of the Cedarbrook lot. And remember to hit subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. I'm putting new videos just like this one out every week. But that's all I've got for you guys this time. Thank you so much for watching, and until next time, see ya.
Visualize your goal. Let's do this. Get familiar with your surroundings. You'll be back here soon.
Edward Doheny owned the land. Paul Truesdale was a developer. Edward Doheny said to him, I have all this land, and why don't we do something fun? And that became Truesdale. So in Truesdale, you have approximately 592 homes, all one story, except for the handful of the homes that were granted second stories by either Mr. Doheny or Mr. Truesdale. And there are also a dozen or so homes that have subterranean, that are the newer homes that were done by developers. The architecture in Truesdale is mid-century modern. There are several variations of that. You have a lot of classic architects such as Hal Levitt A. Quincy Jones, Jack Charney, Rex Lottery, my favorite, the godfather of Hollywood Regency, John Elgin Wolfe, who is also Mr. Doheny best friend and Paul Truesdale's best friend, and he was commissioned to do both of those gentlemen's personal residences.
And I want to mention this detail one more time. This deck is actually about 3 feet lower than the primary bedroom suite. That way it takes nothing away from the views from the bedroom, but yet you still get to enjoy this outdoor space facing or being this close to the views. Now, I want to bring everybody here. Backyard continuous. We have the infinity edge pool right in front of us. We have this mosaic clad around the edge and the front. You have your spa on this side, your rest of your pool here, lounging area. Again, seamless indoor-outdoor transition. We have the grand living room all opened up. This is your family room. Again, seamless transition to the outdoors. Another aggressive cantilever detail above. And Mikey, let's take everybody this way. These views are just so amazing. We're so high up. This property, this land is actually so valuable because it sits at the end. It just gets these unobstructed views. And again, I'm speechless. Something about these canyon views with the trees and being this close to the nature, and around you there are just these outstanding properties. This is amazing. And that wraps our tour on the main level. Now let's go back to the staircase so we can check out the lower level.
Okay, hurry it up. We just lost connection. They're seeing live images on the security feed.
Now let's go check out the lower level. We have this wide staircase bringing you down here, open riser, beautiful oak threads, and the steel frame is actually bolted to the wall here and it kind of extends out. We don't have any columns underneath. You have this clear glass railing. It just looks great against this oak paneled wall. And coming here, we have a seating area, fireplace on the other side, TV is nicely recessed in, motorized sliding glass doors open up to the side of the property. I mean, look at the views that you can enjoy from your seating area on the lower level. And what's so special about this level is the fact that it's a properly day-lit lower level, meaning in Truesdale, you normally get one-story homes. You're not allowed to build 2 stories unless you can go to the lower level. But because of the topography of this property, not only you can get a lower level, you can get it with all these sliding glass doors. We have a junior primary bedroom suite on this level. It's stunning, and yeah, we hardly even have the lights on right now, and it's super bright. We have the island in the center, for the bar, marble countertops. The cabinetry here has this metallic champagne finish, and it looks very, very sleek and bespoke. Open shelving on the back, LED lighting, your sink, ice maker, dishwasher, everything you need here. And I have to take everybody outside because this property, the views it gets, the land, it's so amazing. I mean, look at this. And another great thing that I want to mention, property is not on a really, really steep hillside, so you can really enjoy this lush greenery. You actually have your landscaping go all the way down with olive trees, and I'm sure at night or at dusk, this place lights up beautifully. This is amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I really like this property. All right, let's continue our tour. We have 2 hallways here, one going to this wing, which we're gonna check out in a bit. But now I wanna bring everybody right here. We're gonna tour 2 bedrooms, gym, and the garage. This is your elevator landing on the lower level, and we have this door opening up to the first bedroom. Very spacious room, just like the other bedrooms. Bed is situated on this side. Around the corner, we have a door opening up to the walk-in closet. And this art piece here, which I just recognized, looks really cool.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice, right? And sliding glass doors, again, open up the side patio that we saw earlier. In fact, you can actually go straight into your bar area from this side too. Views are great, and around the corner, we have a full bathroom, 100 grade marble throughout from the floors all the way to the walls and into your walk-in shower. Fixtures look great. You have your Antonio Lupi vanity, again, marble clad all around, picture window on this side. And again, I'm just so impressed with the fact that all these rooms and bathrooms, they're so bright. You just get so much natural light. Now, let's go back to the hallway again. I'm gonna go right on the other side. We have this door opening up to the 10-car garage. Polished concrete floors, turntable right in the center, track lights on the ceiling lighting up this entire space. And this garage is just awesome. Earlier today, we had some really nice cars here provided by our good friends at Platinum Motorsports. and having really nice cars here really brought life to the space, and it just looked awesome. And around the corner, we have another bedroom and a full bathroom. That's where the staff quarters. Now, I want to take everybody back in so we can continue our tour. That's it for the garage. And coming back here, we have the same hallway going in. It actually gets channeled down here, and we have the second bedroom on this level located right here, facing the side views. Great bedroom, sliding glass doors open up, and it also comes with a full bathroom and a walk-in shower. Now, coming back here, laundry room, 2 washers, 2 dryers, your sink and cabinetry. And continuing, we have this pivot door opening up to the spa. I'm gonna take everybody directly to the bathroom. It is stunning. You have silver travertine all throughout, all the way to the ceiling of the shower, and it's actually vein meshed. And it just, these lines, textures, and details, it looks so rich, and I don't know, it looks really, really nice.
This might be my favorite bathroom in the house.
I was gonna say, like, something about the color variation of this travertine, it's just, I'm out of words. It's beautiful.
Yeah, nice.
It's beautiful. Walk-in shower. You have your rain head. You have your vanity design here. And yeah, let's continue our tour. We're at the gym right now. This is your traditional and infrared sauna. And going in, you have this open space. Obviously, if needed, this could be turned into another bedroom. But what makes this room so special is that you can just open up these sliding glass doors and go outside, because we have this kind of a view deck that just kicks out, and it's a great place for you to work out, do yoga in the morning. You know, I'm just really glad that all around the property you have all these outdoor decks and patios and walkways that really connects you and allows you to use the outdoor spaces pretty much throughout the property. Now that's it for this wing. Why don't we go back to the landing of the lower level so we can continue our tour on the other side. Coming to the landing here, we have this opening taking us to a powder room, fabricated travertine vanity setup and travertine back wall, LED lit mirror, gunmetal fixtures throughout. Looks great. And we have these stairs taking us to a lower level where right across we have the movie theater, but I'm actually gonna go this way, and around the corner we have the junior primary bedroom suite. Hallway takes us to the bedroom. We have the bathroom around the corner, and let's see. Of course, we have these motorized sliding glass doors open up. And although this is the junior primary bedroom suite, I feel like some people may like this bedroom more than the main primary bedroom because it's tucked on the lower level. You're a little bit more closer to the edge of the property and the views. You have a nice olive tree right here, spacious hardwood floors, and it opens up each corner, and you just have a nice deck space. And should we walk outside, Mikey? One more time?
Let's do it.
I mean, look at this. How great is this? It's peaceful, it's quiet. You have the ocean right in front of you. Granted, it's a little hazy today, but this is awesome. Now, around the corner, you have your bathroom. In fact, I actually want to bring everybody here. Of course, king-size bed, fireplace, and we have this door opening up to the bathroom. Bronze Vena marble floors, and the same marble is also used on this back wall. I just love the veins and textures and details of this marble. It's so rich and so elegant. You have your double vanity setup here, fabricated sinks, British gold fixtures, LED lit mirrors, and of course, corner glass shower, rain head, handheld, beautiful fixtures, picture window facing the views, and we have another picture window here where we have the freestanding tub, perfectly positioned towards the views. This is great. And at the end, we have, let's see, we have the water closet here and a spacious walk-in closet, island in the center with leather countertops. This is all polyform cabinetry. You have your hangers, open shelving, drawers, LED lighting. Looks beautiful. You have the glass fronts here. Another great walk-in closet. Now, let's go back into the bathroom so we can continue our tour. We have a long walk to the movie theater, and I also want to mention a couple more details about this house. We have rock wool insulation in all interior walls. What that does is the soundproofing. That way, each one of the bedrooms, you have nice privacy. You don't hear anybody slamming doors and all that details. You have cork flooring underneath all the hardwood floors. That way, floors are nice and soft and insulated. And right before the movie theater, we have this wine wall. Millwork looks great, glass doors open up. And now, let's go check out the movie theater. This space is incredible. Without a doubt, one of the most spacious movie theaters we have ever toured on this channel. You have 3-tier seating, these long sofas. They're nice and comfortable, and you have a 200-inch screen here, projector on the back. You have JBL synthesis surround sound system, and the whole space here is just phenomenal. On the back, you have your candy station, built-in bar, LED lighting, and yeah, movie theater looks great. And that's it for this property. But of course, we're gonna spend a few more hours here, wait for the sun to go down so we can see this place at dusk.
Okay, we got 2 teams. Split up and hit your objectives. I'm setting up a healthy atmosphere of competitiveness. Use that. Doc's team. Reshkovsky's car is part of a shipment headed out into the Pacific any day now. These guys are professional thieves with money at stake, so don't expect to walk in Mirror Park.
For me, being a part of Gina's passion and being on this journey with her after 7 years of blood, sweat, and tears, and something that she really loved, and seeing this through is really humbling for me. I know that this will be one of Truesdale's largest and best sales, and for me, especially being a Truesdale specialist, I'm honored to be a part of it.
All right, everyone, that's it for the tour. I hope you all enjoyed this video. I want to congratulate the designer, Gina Assad, for doing an amazing job with this house. And I want to give big thanks to the listing agents, Rainey Williams and Homer Friedman, for allowing us to do this tour and share it with all of you. And as always, you can find more information about this listing in the description of this video, so make sure to check that out. Lastly, if you enjoyed the video, make sure to give us a like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys soon.
Reshkovsky says it's a classic. I call it leverage. You're going to think it's a pain in the ass. Look out for their people on the ship. You don't want to start a fight with them until you have to. The car's in a locked container at the top of the stack. You'll need to climb up to it and shoot open the lock.
Thanks for the pool. I guess we'll see in a second.
I mean, this upper space is amazing. We're going to tour that in a minute. I hope I didn't forget this, but we literally have automatic shades throughout the entire house, all the bedrooms, and right around the corner, this bedroom has a full bathroom with a built-in tub setup, marble walls, marble floors, floating vanity, and a walk-in shower. Now, let's go out for a second. We're out on the patio now. This is one side of the backyard, and right next door we have the second guest suite. Just like the other one, it opens up to the patio space, same hardwood floors, king-size bed, and we have these built-ins on this side serving as a closet space. Now let's take the hallway and let's check out this bathroom. By the way, same sliding glass doors are also here. I say glass because it's a glass finish, so I don't want to confuse anybody. Beautiful bathroom setup. That's like the other side. Built-in tub setup here, marble walls, floating amenity, walk-in shower, and the natural stone in this house. It's gorgeous.
These are really nice bathrooms for, I guess, secondary, third guest suites.
I would be totally happy to just stay in one of these guest suites. I wouldn't have any problem. Now, we're back at the main space off of the lower level. Beautiful seating setup. Same marble wall that we saw on upstairs on a family room and the formal living room. It's kind of replicated here as well with that piano staggered design, bronze inlays. We have 4 TVs on this wall. And on the bottom, we have a linear gas fireplace. Just another great entertainment space. Walls of glass stacked on this side, open up to an incredible patio that we're gonna see in a bit. And to complement this entertainment area, we got this gorgeous bar setup. Now, this island, I have to take a moment to kind of soak it all in. The cuts, the fabrication, the stone, book match. This is incredible. I think this is one of the coolest island bars we've ever seen on this channel. What do you think, Mikey?
I know a few things you're going to talk about. I know you're going to talk about these kind of cutout sections for sure. It's really cool.
It's so different. I don't even know how they fabricated that. Like, how do you get these cuts perfectly matched where it looks seamless? It looks like this is how it came out of the quarry. I don't even know how they do that. This is impressive. Look, it's book matched also with the angle and everything.
Yeah, I don't really get that.
I don't get it, but looks stunning, needless to say. And you have your, cabinetry here, your built-ins, this open shelving where you, I guess, showcase your drinks and bottles of alcohol, sink setup. It's incredible. Now, I mentioned it earlier, sliding glass doors open up to the patio space. We have the courtyard on our left-hand side, again complementing the seating area. And lastly, we have this hallway where we have a couple more rooms. Let's see, let's start with this one first. We have a spa here. Natural stone floors, massage table in the center, steam shower. Well, it's not there's no shower here. I guess it's a steam room. That's a better way to call it.
Yeah.
Floating vanity, and a dry sauna around the corner. And just like all the rooms on this level, it opens up to the outdoor space. Other side, I don't know who would put this gorgeous pivot door that leads to a gym, but this developer certainly did. And come on in. Very spacious room, hardwood floors. He did a very minimal staging here. They got some Pelotons on this side, massive glass assembly. That's actually sliding glass door, that's not thick. That opens up the side of the property if you want to let some natural light and fresh air to this room. Right on the other side, we have another glass assembly that looks to the gorgeous spiral staircase, but more impressively, there's this technique. This is the shiniest, coolest looking gym equipment I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I saw this earlier. What is that?
So, give us a demonstration. Look at this, Mikey. This is the dial. This is how you decide the resistance that you're on. Wow. I guess you like pull. However you work out. I haven't been in the gym in a while.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options for working out with this, I can imagine.
Obviously, but home this sleek deserves a gym equipment like this. This is impressive. Now, by the way, they have the louver designs also brought into the home. So unique. I just realized that. And we're back at the hallway. Let's see. This door opens up to a full bathroom for the gym. Nice natural stone floors, and they carried out the same floors into the walk-in shower. I mentioned it in the gym. Opens up to the side of the property as well. I mean, we have a door here, beautiful glass assembly, shower, floating vanity. I mean, it's a beautiful shower. Working out in that room. Last room on this level, another one of these walnut pivot doors, opening up to the junior primary bedroom. Let's cover the bathroom first, which is right here. Marble theme continues also in this bathroom. Freestanding tub, home fixtures,
I was worried about it taking damage. Now I'm worried about how many miles it'll
double
go.
vanity.
Let's switch hybrid followed quick. Maybe one day you'll file a few patents, head up some research projects, bring that knowledge into the boardroom, and be able to afford a car like this yourself.
This thing is
Until
big.
that day comes, don't think about driving around like you own it. Okay? Pronto.
This is the size of like a lot of primary bedroom walk-ins that we see.
Totally agree. I mean, this bathroom is very impressive. And throughout the house, I mean, just everything. By the way, water closet here. I feel like this story is going to be a little bit long because I covered all the stones, every little detail, but I have to talk about them. I mean, this is a $65 million property, and we have to justify it. Walk-in closet, kind of built-in LED lighting, drawers, shoe racks, everything you need. And back to the hallway. Your new primary bedroom. This one gets kind of natural, like just like the upper bedroom. By the way, we are right underneath the main primary bedroom, so it's kind of in the same location. And I can actually see some people appreciating this bedroom a little bit more than upstairs because this one is a little bit more cozy, tucked into the home, sits on the lower level. Your pool is right around the corner. You have these sliding glass doors again, kind of opening up patio space, nice and private. Cantilever design is also on this level. Now, right above us is the top floor primary bedroom balcony that serves as a cantilever here. Beautiful decking, and wrapping around, we have the raised spa here. I say raised because it's about maybe inch and a half above the pool level for that heat separation if you need to, so you can have your spa heated and have your pool cold, which is just a nice amenity to have. You know, at this price point, you may want everything you can get.
Yeah, and I really like the shape of the pool. So if you're a lap swimmer too, it's a lap pool, regular pool, and you have a hot tub all in one.
Now this is a smart engineering to me because they managed to have the infinity edge and the wide pool, but they wanted to utilize the lot size. So they have a junior lap pool on the side, kind of giving the both options to you. Nice simple blue plaster. I like the mosaic tile that they have around the spot, as well as the edge of the pool, looking out to these amazing views. Again, we're in Truesdale, Beverly Hills. Having a two-story home like this with this kind of view and this much privacy is kind of quite rare. So that's one of the things that makes this home so special. They brought the same marble floors also to the lower level as well, with the hidden drains. Right above us is the top floor patio, and I like how they kind of clad the bottom of this cantilever with these beautiful lines where we have the space heaters, recessed lights. It just gives texture to it. These glass doors open up to the lower level entertainment space. That's your spa, and we got an outdoor seating area here with a gas fireplace, outdoor TV. Again, this house is all about entertainment. Let's see what else we have left. We have a staircase going down to the utility room on the lower level, and as you continue walking this way, we have those two guest suites that are back facing, opening up to the patio space. This is incredible. I mean, this house is so gorgeous, so many details. I hope you all are enjoying the video so far. But of course, we're gonna spend a few more hours here, wait for the sun to go down so we can see this place. Next. Alright everyone, that's it for the tour. I hope you all enjoyed this video. This is a beautiful modern home here in Beverly Hills, and it took the developers 6 years to complete this project, and I'm honestly not surprised. Why? Because there are so many intricate details about the build, the engineering, architectural drawings, all these automatic sliding glass doors, stonework, and we have that beautiful courtyard right behind us. Overall, I love all the details, and I thought the whole project was very well executed. I want to congratulate the developer, Michael Chan with Luxor Group, for doing a phenomenal job. And I want to thank the listing agents, again, for allowing us to put their amazing listings. As always, there will be more information about the property down in the description, and I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to give us a like. If you have any questions or input, as always, leave us a comment down below. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to our channel, and we'll see you guys next week.
I'm taking over.
All right, patio extends out. On our right-hand side, we have the formal living room area. All these sliding glass doors are open. Floors seamlessly transition to the outdoors, and views are amazing. I mean, we have the hillside right in front of us. We're about 8 to 9 minutes away from the heart of Beverly Hills. We have the city views on this side. Just an awesome view and amazing location. And we have the pool right in front of us, dark blue plaster. We have mosaic tiles all around the edging and the spa of this pool. And check this out, this is really cool. Right there, we have an outdoor TV that comes up to the surface, which is awesome. So you can watch your TV or you look at your view.
A lot of really cool drop-down TVs. We'll see more.
A lot of them, which is awesome. We're not used to seeing them a whole lot. All right, let's continue. Mikey, we have the kitchen and the rest of the wing on this side. But first I want to take everybody inside real quick and talk about the formal dining room area, all open, beautiful chandelier above, and going with the organic lines of this home, even the furniture in this house has a ton of solid wood and just rustic details. Now, right behind the formal dining room area, we have the steel staircase going up to the top floor and the lower level, open riser, beautiful modern design, chandelier right in the center that goes from the top floor all the way to the bottom floor, and that massive picture window assembly with louvers that we saw on the exterior. You can actually see it on this side. Now, we have our first opening here that goes to the kitchen, but before we do that, I want to cover this section right here. Again, these screen details, white oak woodwork, elevator access here, and this door opens up to a spacious powder room for this level. Travertine floors, and they brought the same travertine detail on the back wall as well with a massive mirror. floating vanity design. And what I love about this cabinetry is the fact that they use the same travertine as a countertop, waterfall edge, and wrap on the bottom, and almost like created a frame out of travertine to have these drawers recessed in, which looks stunning in my opinion. And the same countertop basically serves you as your sink setup, wall fixtures, and these knobs that are bolted to your countertops.
Meriwether
Looks
Security are
beautiful
excited to
power,
announce
really,
an
really
airborne
nice.
escort
Absolutely.
service for
Now,
San
let's
Andreas
go
based
back to the hallway, and before we go through this, by the way, hallway closet, before we go through this opening to the kitchen and a family room, we're going to check out this room, which is the office. Now, I love this office for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's super secluded from the rest of the rooms on this level, super private. I love the wood tones with the hardwood floors, built-in cabinetry on this side where you can just store your things, books, any kind of office stuff you have. We have the desk set up here. As you guys can see, the room is super spacious. And I love that they put these sliding glass doors that's stacked on this side, opens up to this kind of a courtyard slash this small patio space on this level. That's the exterior wall, and we're below grade on this section. So they had a chance to create this opening right above me, which lets ton of natural light and breeze to come into this room, and just makes it so airy and kind of cozy.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that like a room that almost feels underground would have this much breeze, but there's like a strong wind gust coming through here.
Before we remove Professor
Dennis was using this as his little office when we got here earlier, and
prison, we've got
didn't need AC. It was perfect.
No, it's perfect, and I love these like concrete planters with trees.
Yes, it's a killing,
it has
but
such a good
no,
vibe,
it's
such a good
nothing
energy.
immoral
For sure.
at all.
All right,
Just
this
lawyers.
door opens
Well,
up to
the
a full
professor's
bathroom.
old business
I mean, this
associate
room
and
can
two
certainly
lawyers.
serve
Really,
as
it's
a
all the
great
same.
bedroom as well because
I
it has a
mean,
full
I always say,
bathroom,
if you can't kill a
seamless
couple lawyers,
transition
bend
to
the
the
law
walk-in
to your
shower.
will,
Again,
then who can
travertine
you kill?
everywhere, beautiful brush nickel fixtures,
Here they
floating
are,
vanity design
Gavin
here with
Van
fabricated
Duluth
countertops,
and Josh Sherman.
and your toilet setup.
Get them on
Great
the way
room.
to City Hall.
All right,
Get the
let me
documents
take
they're
everybody
carrying.
back
Business
to
partner is
this
Dima
opening, and
Popov.
this is where we have the
Extremely
family
rich,
room
extremely
and the kitchen.
paranoid, and
I'm going to start with the
extremely
kitchen
horrible. Don't
because
cry for this
there are
guy.
so many
No one else
details I would
will.
like to talk
He's
about in
renting a
this
place
kitchen
up in
that I want to make
Richmond
sure
Glen.
everyone sees,
Just him.
because
And a huge
it looks
security
very
team.
simple and
Get close to
elegant,
him,
but
take
everything
him
was
down,
so
and after
well
that,
thought
we
out
should
about
be
this
ready to
kitchen.
go.
So we're going to take our time here. First off, what's so impressive about this space is the fact that the whole kitchen and the cabinetry in your island is really close to the outdoors. Currently, we have the corner glass all open, so we have this seamless transition. You're cooking here, looking at your amazing view. Your pool is right at a perfect angle where you're seeing the city. You have this amazing breeze coming into your kitchen. I mean, it's just such an inviting setting to cook. Right in front, we have a nice, kind of an informal dining area, solid wood table. It's just a great place to have breakfast, lunch, you know, right next to your kitchen. Now, before we cover the kind of the base section of the kitchen, I want to focus to the side for a second. We have the espresso maker here, your paneled freezer and fridge. Let's take a quick look on this. It's one of those push designs.
We haven't seen one of these in a while.
Now we do.
Yeah.
And looks great. We have more built-ins on this side, white oak cabinetry. Again, very light and really complements the modern and organic lines of this home. Now, let's focus on this section. We got a beautiful island right in the center, very good size, bar seating on the other side, and this countertop. Calcutta Viola looks stunning. This might be one of my favorite stones we've ever seen on this channel.
Yeah,
Looks stunning.
It's almost like entertaining just to look at. There's so many different veins and details, and
that's why they didn't put any uppers here. They just wanted the stone to speak.
Yeah.
And something about this light, bright background with the dark purple and kind of burgundy veins and details, it creates a beautiful contrast. It's hard for me to almost explain it, but looks stunning. And they have the waterfall edge here. Mikey, let's wrap around. We have the Gaggenau microwave on this side, main sink. Let's see, push of a button, your first Gaggenau dishwasher. I want to say there's probably another one right here. Correct, 2 dishwashers. And focusing on this side, like we talked about, they didn't put any uppers or some sort of an open shelving here because stone is so beautiful to look at. And that's what they wanted to amplify here. We got a commercial vent above, your Gaggenau induction cooktop, and this white oak cabinetry is built on a Bloom Ergo track system. And what I mean by that is, you press the cabinetry, you see how it kind of kicks out?
Yeah.
And when you close it, it just kind of sucks itself in. You hardly have to put any pressure.
I know you have soft closed doors that take
Next level, exactly. Overall, beautiful kitchen. I mean, my head's off. It looks stunning. Right next to the kitchen, space flows into a family room. Super cozy. We got a nice L-shaped couch setup here. Linear gas fireplace. Again, glad with travertine. And I love subtle details like the reveal detail on the bottom. We have a nice reveal detail on top with LED lighting, and they even recessed in the TV perfectly. Also, sliding glass doors, of course, open up to the other side, and we're gonna check out the outdoors in a bit again. Now, when I come back here, we have the staircase going up here. On our right-hand side, we have a small pantry space, and on the left-hand side, we have the door opening up to the two-car garage, and lastly, we have an exterior door right in front of us. Now, I wanna take everybody this way. We have another bathroom here, which is a full bathroom, same natural stone floors, white oak cabinetry, beautiful vanity setup, and a walk-in shower on this side. And Mikey, let's open up this door. Go to the outdoors one more time. So on our right-hand side, we have the family room opening up. I love the concrete planters, glass railing throughout to maximize the view, and you have your outdoor barbecue area here. It's almost like extension of your kitchen because you've got an awesome Wolf gas grill here, your sink setup, small fridges. It's like if you want to cook steaks or something that might smoke up the house a little bit, you can easily do that here and walk right into it. Yeah. And let's see, lastly, we have a staircase also on this side going down to the lower level. And that's pretty much it for the main floor. Now let's go back inside, go down to the lower level and check out all the rooms. Some of the design finishes, right? A lot of stone.
A lot of unfilled travertine, which travertine is one of the most resilient stones. It's what they built the Roman Colosseum with. So it's a very old stone, very resilient. It doesn't get hot. It's a 100-degree day. You're outside and your feet aren't going to burn. It doesn't get really dusty. It's an amazing stone, and it's been used for tens of thousands of years. And it's an Italian unfilled travertine with teak and French oak. So very simple, not a lot of different stones everywhere, and just simple elegance.
All right, everyone, here we are at the lower level. Now, before we start our tour, I want to turn back and talk about this beautiful steel staircase design, open riser, glass railing, and we can actually see the bottom of the chandelier that we saw off of the entry. Now, right underneath the staircase, they framed this awesome seating area right across from the bar. And in fact, on my right-hand side, we have an awesome seating area, covered patio, wine cellar. Mikey, let's not show this section yet because I want to take everybody to this hallway, cover some of the bedrooms there first, then we're gonna come back here. Now, we're gonna take this hallway, and again, same natural stone floors are also here. Walls are all open, perfect for your art. In fact, that's why they have the recessed and lighting. And the first door on my left-hand side opens up to the chef's kitchen. Now, having a chef's kitchen on the lower level may have surprised some of you. But when you think about it, you have all that entertainment space on one side. Having a kitchen like this really complements that. And over here, we have a gas Wolf cooktop, 6-burner. We have our commercial vent above, natural stone countertops, white oak cabinetry, your sink setup, dishwasher, and 2 Sub-Zero fridges. And going here, we have a nice laundry room, 2 washers, 2 dryers, and a sink setup. And in case you're wondering what's behind me, that's an AV closet. Now, this door opens up to the first bedroom on this level. Nice and bright. I love the ceiling heights here, and even in these rooms, we have built-in speakers, recessed lights, king-size bed situated on this side. Sliding glass door open up to the covered patio space with a seamless transition. And on this level, they went with hardwood floors for the bedrooms. And Michael, let's show this real quick. We have the walk-in closet here, nicely dialed in. And around the corner, we have the full bathroom. Again, beautiful natural stone finishes, floating vanity design. And the finishes in this house are very uniform, so they're not really competing with each other. And certain homes that we tour, we see different kind of finishes in each one of the bedrooms or the bathrooms. But in this house, they really went with this uniformed natural organic earth tones, and I think it looks stunning. Bedroom number 2, again, very spacious. Sliding glass doors open up to that same wraparound patio space. Nice ceiling height. And over here, let's take a quick look. We got another spacious bathroom with a floating vanity design, LED lighting. And the stone that they use on the back wall continues all the way into the walk-in shower, wraps around. Looks gorgeous. Now let's go back to the hallway. Again, super spacious, ton of space for your art. And we're back at the landing of the lower level. Now we have 2 rooms on each side. I'm gonna start with the right-hand side. Elevator access for this level. And talking about those lower details, we can actually see them over here, all white oak. You got a candy station here, and you guys are gonna see why in a bit. This door opens up to a nice powder bathroom, just like the one that we saw on top floor, a little bit smaller, floating vanity design, actual stone throughout. Now, right on the other side, this interior pivot door opens up to the movie theater. I think this movie theater is super chic. I love the color palette here. It almost looks like the whole room is kind of sandflat, which is kind of a weird term to use, but I love this beige tones with the carpet and the walls. You have your built-in speakers, recessed lights obviously, the projector on this side. Nice comfortable seating. It's not really staged as like a intense movie theater. It's more of like a nice TV room.
Very low key.
Exactly. And Mikey, we're gonna have to talk about this detail. So they have these vertical recessed in sections that has the LED lighting that creates that nice shadow detail on the floors. But as you get close to them, they're not actually strips of LEDs. They're curved details with a tucked-in LED. It's plastic.
It's gonna be hard to see on camera, guys, but
I had to talk about this. It's like they really spend the effort to do something different here, so I wanted to mention that.
Yeah.
Now, let's go back to the landing for a second. Right on the other side, we have these double glass doors opening up to your gym. Again, good size. It's mostly clad with glass, so you can actually see your seating areas on the lower level on one side, and on this side, Fleetwood doors open up to the covered patio space. Perfect area to work out. You just leave these open, let the breeze come in, and you have your bike here and your TV on this side.
Yeah, and we kind of brushed a little bit over that covered patio space, but it's really nice. Connects all 3 of the rooms on this side. And this afternoon we just had like great light coming in there.
No, it's great. Automatic shades throughout as well. A lot of details in this house. And this door opens up to your wellness center. I think it's so impressive to see how they join your sauna and the steam shower all together. It looks so seamless. It almost looks like a one section, but it's not. There's actually a divider right in the center. Again, sauna on the left, steam shower on the right, clad with travertine all the way to the ceiling. And then we have a vanity design right behind me, open walk-in shower. These showers are also really good size, brushed nickel finish, which is my favorite type of finish in bathroom fixtures. Shampoo niche, and let's see, right around the corner, we have the water closet. Now let's talk about this side of this level, which is the bar and the seating areas. This bar looks stunning. I mean, we have a massive island right in the center with a waterfall edge, of course, seating section on one side, and it kind of draws your attention to this side where they have these white oak planks. That louver design actually is also brought in here. Obviously, it doesn't serve as a louver, but it creates a beautiful texture, and they complemented that with these open shelving, LED lighting, and just little things, how the travertine countertops also goes up and serves as like a little short backsplash, just adds another layer of materials coming together and looking seamlessly. TV right in the center, and let's check out some of these cabinets. We love these. Refrigerator drawers, always. Let's check it out. We got a small fridge here. Kegerator.
It's always nice to have.
Always nice to have, right? And then I'm sure they have a dishwasher. I gotta.
You're getting lucky on your pushes today.
I know, I am. And then talking about those fixtures with knobs that are attached to the countertops, we even have it here.
Turn one for us. Let's see it.
Let's see it.
The other sinks were like immaculate, but it looked like someone had already turned this one on.
Turned this one on?
So yeah.
Good call. Gorgeous bar. I mean, it's a showstopper without a doubt. Now, the bar and this wood panel design continues to this side. We got a nice game table here. And then before we focus to the other side. Mikey, let's check this out. See if I can remember the code. Automatic doors with the keypad access takes you to your temperature controlled wine cellar. Love the symmetry here, both with the cabinetry and the staging. And of course, each one of these shelves have LED lighting. It smells unbelievable here. It smells so good.
Yeah, just like freshly cut wood.
Exactly. Great space, and I love that they went with this glass door design. It just makes you enjoy and appreciate your wine cellar a little bit more. All right, right off the staircase, we have a section here where they put a pool table. Right next to that, very spacious seating section. Mikey, can we pan up to the ceiling for a second? We have these track lights. We have recessed in lights, but also we have these track lights that are also recessed in. But the good thing about these lights is that you can actually change the position of these lights. So if you want to highlight a certain art or you want to highlight a certain sculpture within your space, you can easily do that with these. Now, the same recessed in column design is also here, and that's how we have these sliding favorite doors that are automatic, that tucks into the walls, opens up this corner, and makes this space feel twice the size, honestly. I love this indoor-outdoor flow, and since we also have it covered here, I mean, even during rain, you would have no problem leaving these doors open and just enjoying the space and the fresh air coming in.
Yeah, it's really nice to have all these outdoor features around too. So, as I said earlier, with the chef's kitchen, this is all entertainment area. So you can imagine having dinner parties, regular parties, whatever down here, and that chef's kitchen being perfect for it.
Perfect for it. Super private, you enjoy the views. And to top it all off, we even have a nice outdoor seating section here with a fire pit to take the experience to the next level. And with that, we're done with the lower floor. Now let's go back inside, take the stairs, go to the second floor, and check out all the bedrooms. All right, everyone, here we are at the landing of the top floor. I say top floor, but we still have a rooftop deck to tour, which we'll see in a bit. On my right-hand side, we have the doors opening up to the primary bedroom. And right behind me, we have a landing for the staircase, this wall of windows looking towards amazing views. The way this house is situated, it doesn't have any neighbors on the view side. So on one side, you look at the canyons in the city, and right behind me, you look at the other canyons and all the way to the ocean, which is amazing. So as you're coming up, these are the views you see. Now, we have the landing for the elevator for this level. These sliding glass doors open up to patio space. That's a wraparound, which we're going to see in a bit as well. But first, I want to take everybody to the first bedroom on this level, which is right here. Just like the other bedrooms, super spacious, light and bright, gets a ton of natural light. We have the king-size bed situated here. Wood tones continue here with the doors, hardwood floors. And again, going with that open corner design, we have the sliding glass door stacked on this side, tucking into the wall on the other, leaving the front of this bedroom all open. And since we have this patio space right off the bedroom, it gives a ton of privacy to this bedroom. And Micah, I don't know if you can show it, but you look at the amazing city vision here as well. All right, ready? Right on the other side, we have the walk-in closet, white oak cabinetry, and it leads us to the full bathroom. Again, beautiful finishes. I love how this one has basically few slabs that has been perfectly oriented all the way into a walk-in shower. Even the floor piece is a single piece, gently sloped into a linear drain. Questionable finishes. Gorgeous bathroom. Now, let me take everybody back to the hallway. We have more of these massive picture windows on my left-hand side, again facing the front of the home. And as we go up here, we have another bedroom. I love how this bedroom is a little bit more elevated. It's almost like it has its own zone. It's nicely separated, super spacious, same hardwood floors. Liver details are also here. Bed is situated on this side. And let's cover the closet and bathroom real quick. Again, built-ins. Going in, pretty much the same finishes that we saw in the earlier bathroom. The one that we just poured is also here. Looks great, and we have these concealed hinges.
Yeah, I gotta ask you, we don't usually see closets leading into bathrooms.
Yes.
How do you like it?
I don't mind it.
You you don't mind it. I guess it makes sense. You go to the shower, come out here, put your clothes on.
If anything, it's probably practical.
Yeah.
You know what? Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not crazy about having bathrooms and closets detached from each other.
Yeah. Sometimes when we on opposite sides of the room, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. I agree. Sliding glass doors stack on this side, and this bedroom kind of has its own patio space again. Because of that elevation, it doesn't have any staircase coming up here, so this patio space is dedicated for this bedroom. And I love how they use plants throughout the first level, second level, top floor, pretty much throughout with these concrete planters. It just adds up to that organic vibe of this home.
Yeah, it gives it like a very tropical feel too. From the drone shots, it just made the whole thing look green and really lush and really nice.
Well, while you're at that, let's talk about a couple more things. I mean, this house looks incredible from the outside once you see the kind of the drone angle. The house is located on a hillside, so you can actually see the retaining walls they built to kind of taper off the land. They also beautifully landscaped it. So as a compound, as an estate, the house looks incredible from the outside. That's it for this wing. Now let's go back to the landing and check out the primary bedroom. Off of the landing, we have this hallway taking us to the primary bedroom. Front door starts right here, and I love that primary bedroom has its own hallway. It kind of gives it a nice separation from the rest of the bedrooms. And as we walk in, we go straight into the primary bedroom area. Again, super spacious, as expected. I love the wood tones here with the hardwood floors, wood paneled back wall where we have the king-size bed. This room is just very inviting, cozy, and again, going back to those setback columns, they have it also here. But to warm up this room, they actually clad the columns with the wood paneling rather than leaving it exposed like the first floor. Sliding glass doors open up on each corner, leaving this room very spacious. And in fact, since we're elevated right now, we can actually see all the way to the ocean on one side, and we see the hillside and all the way to the city on the other. And I love that the roof line cantilevers above this balcony, so it gives nice shade and privacy to the primary bedroom. And your bedroom pretty much flows into your seamless outdoor space. You have this balcony and just little details like having the smooth stucco wall with a nice aluminum trim detail, and they use the travertine as a top cap for this balcony. Just subtle details like that. I love it, so I wanted to point that out. But look how spacious this bedroom feels with the balcony. Now, right on the other side, we have a small walk-in closet. Let's show this real quick. Again, white oak cabinetry. Love the symmetry here. Subtle LED lighting, very seamless, very minimalist. And right on the other side, I don't know if you showed this view yet, but this corner opens up to a patio again, the wraparound balcony. And right at the corner, they placed a beautiful fire pit. And that fire pit looks kind of super smooth and sleek. And with a seating area where you can enjoy the views a little bit more. Another detail, you see on the street level, they wrap the balcony around with a stucco wall. But over here, where it's a little bit more private, they actually put glass railing to kind of maximize the usage and the view corridors.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Awesome. And then patio wraps around more of these concrete planters, but I want to take everybody inside because right off the entry of this primary bedroom, we have this small hallway, nice little desk office setup with the built-ins. I love this massive corner glass that they have here. And of course, pretty much throughout the entire house and the bedrooms, you have automatic shades if you need the privacy, if you want to black it out. Now, this door, we haven't showed these in a while. Pocket door opens up to the primary bathroom. This primary bathroom, like the kitchen, might be the two best parts of this home. And I know we have sliding glass doors, automatic, doors opening up, beautiful modern architecture, but the stone selection and the design of the kitchen and the bathroom, in my opinion, is so impressive. We have this carved stone tub right in the center, perfectly framing the view, and it's right in the center of the opening. Sliding glass doors pocket in, open up to the wraparound balcony. This thing probably weighs close to a ton.
And that kind of leads me to a question. How do they get this in here? They can't put it in the elevator, right?
Crane.
So they crane this in while it's under construction. This isn't like a regular tub. When they're finishing, they come drop it out.
Granted, they have this opening here, so last minute, maybe they managed to crane it in, and then from here, they just kind of slide it into the space. I don't know, but regardless, saying that you're gonna put a freestanding tub like this in your home is a challenge. Like, you need to, plan the logistics of it.
I guess you have to be really precise with your moving process too. I'm sure if you drop that thing from like 2 inches, it would crack, right?
Oh, without a doubt, you'll ruin your floors, everything.
Yeah.
But looks stunning, well worth it.
Yeah.
Good call. We have the first vanity set up here. They brought the same marble that we saw in the kitchen also here, and I really appreciate the stone runs from the bottom of the cabinetry all the way to the ceiling, and they have this floating shelf design on the bottom with the drawers, and this gorgeous fabricated vanity design here, hidden drains, round mirror with LED lighting, looks stunning. And we have the same style vanity design right on the other side as well. Let's quickly show that as well. Looks gorgeous, perfectly proportioned. Water closet right here, and let's go straight into the walk-in shower. If you didn't get enough of this marble, you get more of it here, and I'm not sick of it.
It's intense. I like it a lot.
Just the veins, everything. It's so rich and so like in depth, you know?
Yeah.
It looks great. Shampoo niche. Even the bench design has a tiny bit of slope, so when it gets wet, the water gently runs underneath and tucks into the drains. Brush nickel finishes, 2 rain heads, all open with this glass enclosure. Stunning. Beautiful. Now, second water closet here, and this door opens up to the main walk-in closet. I really have to take my time to appreciate the symmetry in this walk-in closet, how everything is beautifully proportioned. And then we have the LED lighting, oak panels on the back, hangers, drawers, and they also utilize the space all the way to the ceiling. You have your recessed lights. You got a gorgeous island right in the center with the marble countertops and a nice bench design here so you can sit down, tie your shoes and all that. Let me wrap around, but again, pretty much uniform finishes. You get a nice little cut area here for you to sit down. Looks great. And even the 2 mirrors that we have on each side is nicely framed with the oak paneling and has LED lighting on the back. Now, you may think that's it for this level, but it's not. We're actually going to go outside to the wraparound balcony, and we're going to take a walk here. And it's nice to have this continuous balcony. It just extends your outer space. And then we have a staircase here going up to the rooftop. Let's check it out. How would you describe this area of Beverly Hills to someone who doesn't really know Beverly Hills out there?
Well, this is the hills of Beverly Hills. And I like to say the Beverly Hills Hotel for me is ground zero, kind of in the 50-yard line of Beverly Hills. And that's where it all started, the Beverly Hills Hotel. And that's how they got people to come to Beverly Hills and built around that. And this used to be all just the hills of Beverly Hills where people used to hunt, horse ride in, and then it eventually started in the early 1900s and the late 1800s, and it started getting built up, and people built ranches up there. And what's so great I love about Hollywood, what I love about Beverly Hills, is all the history. So much Hollywood history. So many tycoons and mavericks of this industry all lived in Beverly Hills because it was the 50-yard line from downtown Los Angeles to Santa Monica.
Got a bit of a problem. Some asshole got wind of what we were up to, apparently killing a guy's closest
As if all the
associate
outdoor
was a bit of a
spaces in this
spotlight
house
on him.
weren't enough, you didn't get a rooftop deck. And I know why developers went this route, because as we go higher and higher, the view corridors are getting better and better. And on this level, you can really see that most of the city views and the hillside on one side, right beside you can see the canyon, all the way to the view corridor, Central City, and the ocean. These are just amazing places for properties. And to complement the experience here on the rooftop deck, they brought a nice sized hot tub, planters, and again going with those plants and the earth tones of this one. And following here, we have kind of something deck space with built-in seating all around, and with planters. It's just another amazing outdoor space that complements the rest of your outdoor spaces in this house. I'm also realizing that we have recessed lighting, built-in speakers, and one of the right, everyone, that's it for the tour. I hope you all enjoyed this video. I want to congratulate the architect, the developers, and everybody that was involved with this project for doing a phenomenal job with this build. I love all the finishes that we saw throughout the day. Views are phenomenal, and I'm really glad we had a chance to see this property and share it with all of you. And for that, I also want to thank the listing agents, Rainey Williams, Brandon Williams, and Tyron McKillen for allowing us to throw their amazing listing and share it with all of you. And as always, you can find more information about the property and the property link down in the description of this video. Lastly, if you enjoyed the tour, make sure to give us a like, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see you guys next week. Between the closet and the primary bathroom as well. Great space that we can really enjoy these views throughout. Now that's it for the top floor. Now let's go back to the staircase so we can check out the lower level. Here we are on the first lower level. I want to turn back and talk about the staircase design here. We have picture windows above us bringing natural light. Your elevator shaft is gold glass and has this industrial look. And on the left hand side, you can see these poured from concrete walls. And these openings are where you have your steel rods that pulls the forms together. They left it exposed. Again, it just gives it a nice industrial design. And we have the staircase right in front of us, open riser, beautiful solid with threads. Everything here looks great. And lastly, we have the ceiling mount alabaster light fixture that goes down all the way to the second lower level. Now first, I want to go through here. We have this door opening up to the lower level garage. I know on the exterior I mentioned that this was a 4-car garage, but obviously if you really want to utilize all of the space, you could probably park easily 6 or 7 cars here, but I think 4 cars would be great. They will be really easy to get in and out. We have these garage doors that touch to the side, and they just mounted these garage door openers. This home is just about to be finished. They're about 99% done, so they're still tweaking some of the finished details here. Now, coming back to the landing of the lower level, we have the same hardwood floors. Sliding glass doors open up to the right-hand side where we have another outdoor seating area leading to your pool deck. Views are great. And coming back here, we can see these board-from concrete walls. And this opening takes us to the seating area and the bar area on the lower level. This space is all open, minimalist furniture. We have the built-ins on this side with LED lighting. More of these wood tones to bring warmth to the space. And we have these sliding glass doors, create this seamless indoor flow. You have your pool right in front of us. This is gorgeous. Now, I want to take everybody back. Right across, we have the bar area. This is green onyx, and it looks so timeless. You can backlight this, and we saw all these curved details, both on the inside and on the outside. And throughout this bar, we're going to see a lot of these soft curves, starting with the island, and again, they had to cut these slabs and just kind of work it perfectly to create this gorgeous radius and the reveal detail with the brass. We have the sink here, and on the back wall, they continued with this soft curve, and that's why cabinetry is kind of rounded on the sides, wood tones, your countertop, open shelving, LED lighting, and they even have a cold lighting detail above, following curved lines. This bar is just stunning. This is one of my favorite moments or favorite rooms in this house. Now, instead of following this hallway, I actually want to take everybody back to the landing, because right on the other side, we have this door opening up to spa. Staircase goes down to the lower level 2 that we're going to check out in a bit. And let's open this door and continue our tour. We have a few amenities here, and at the end of the hallway, we have the gym. I forgot to mention at the bar area, but we have Venetian plaster walls on this level that just gives it a nice depth. Built-in seating area, travertine stone floors, and the seating is also built out of travertine. I'm going to start our tour here with the first bathroom, fabricated sink, wall sconces, and pretty much travertine all around. This is actually unfilled, and it just has this rich texture. Now, going back to the main hallway, Micah, why don't you go in? This is actually your steam shower, built-in bed. a lot of texture, and you have your control panels right here. That time is wrong. We're not shooting at 6:11 p.m. Wanted to mention that also.
We get here early.
Exactly. And come in here. This is where we have the infrared sauna. They always smell really great, especially when they're brand new. And following the hallway, we have some built-in closets. And this opening takes us to the gym. Very minimal amount of staging here. Hardwood floors, built-ins on this side with a TV. But I must say, I love these dumbbells. I mean, these are some of the most beautiful marble dumbbells I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know that they do these with marble or out of marble.
I hope these are just outrageously expensive also.
Otherwise we're getting some. How cool is this? What a perfect staging, and looks absolutely great. And now I actually want to take everybody outside for a second. We have sliding glass doors opening up to that lower level courtyard, and this is just a great architectural detail. First of all, brings a ton of character to the space, or the lower level with the cobblestone floors, olive tree right in the center. We have a board foam concrete wall on the back, and the same wall continues. And on the top floor, we have that travertine wall that extends out from the grand living room, and textures over textures, natural light coming in, breeze coming in, and all these rooms. We have a junior primary bedroom suite here. Hallway on this side are benefiting from this opening, and to create more of this seamless integration, they put the slate floors right around the tracks for the sliding glass doors. That way, colors blend in nicely, and it just again feels very, very seamless and effortless. Now, let's go back here, main hallway. We have the seating area in the far at the end of the hallway, and come in here, we have this door leading us to the first bedroom on this level. Sliding glass doors open up, facing the backyard. You have a queen size bed here, custom furniture throughout, nice desk area here. These bedrooms are again super great. Comes with built-in closets, same cabinetry that we saw at the primary bedroom suite. They have it also here, and this door opens up to another gorgeous bathroom. Travertine stores throughout, vanity design, brush nickel fixtures, corner shower, and everything we need here. Now, let's go back to the main hallway so we can continue our tour. We have the lower level courtyard on our left hand side, and coming here on our right hand side, we have another bedroom. What's so great about this one is the fact that you take advantage of this really unique corner opening. That way your views are a little bit more open. Same hardwood floors, minimalist design, and something about this house has a very, very shooting feel to it. And of course, around the corner, we have a walk-in closet with built-in cabinetry that leads us to a full bathroom that comes with walk-in shower. Now, coming back here to the main hallway, glass door that opens up to the side of the property or the patio on this level. And we have this door taking us to the junior primary bedroom suite. As you walk in, you go straight into the seating area, wood paneled wall with the TV, and it creates a nice separation between the seating area and the bed setup. This room also takes advantage of the lower level courtyard that we saw earlier, natural light coming in. And again, this is your seating area for your junior primary bedroom. Now going this way, we have the king size bed. I love this low frame design. It just makes it look like, it's just very soothing, and it makes it feel like you're on a vacation. I don't know why I said that, but you know, something about it, it just, like, it feels good.
I've had one of these like low bed frames in my shopping cart on Amazon
for like 2 years?
For like 8 to 10 months now. And when I get a house, I'm definitely gonna get one.
Absolutely. It just looks very inviting. Same hardwood floors, sliding glass doors open up to the patio, which we're gonna come to in a bit. And of course, this bedroom comes with a stunning bathroom. You have this lone vanity design, travertine countertops, and I love how they break the floors between the hardwood and travertine, and there's a nice stainless steel reveal in between. Sorry, not reveal, but this trim detail. You have a freestanding cover on the corner, Venetian plaster on the walls, wall mount toilet, corner shower, all travertine clad, floated floors. That way you have the drains tucked underneath, brush nickel hardware, rain head above. And coming here, we have another small hallway closet and your real walk-in closet. And what's great about this space is the fact that you have this opening that comes from your main door. That way you can just come straight to your closet or go to your bathroom if needed. Now, I want to take everybody outside so we can check out the lower level patio and pool deck. We're back here where we have the sliding glass doors off of this bedroom, and we go straight out to the lower deck, outdoor seating area. Another steel planter, but this one is actually a fire pit, and it's a statement piece. And You have all these floating floors. That way, your patio is nice and even, four-tone concrete details, and just look at these views. I think, or personally, Bel Air is my favorite part of Los Angeles. And something about it, you know, you're minutes away from the city and the action, but yet it's so peaceful and quiet up here. All these trees, the elevation difference, something about Bel Air always spoke to me, and it's love this place.
Yeah, if you've watched some of our early videos, maybe you remember all the Bel Air talk we had. But, been a big fan for a long time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have your railing details throughout, and instead of leaving the front of the railing open, they actually hedge it nicely, so it just creates this nice green look. Sliding glass door from the second bedroom that we showed earlier, and it all opens up to an amazing backyard. After turf right in the center, we have the outdoor staircase coming down from the top floor, and we opened up all these sliding glass doors. This one was the first bedroom that we showed on this level. That's your seating area off of the landing. Again, flowing straight to your backyard. Elevated decking all around us with these stone tiles. Your outdoor lounge areas, and of course, your amazing infinity edge pool. White plaster, that timeless look. You have your spa on the right-hand side, separated from the main pool with this glass insert. And I'm just gonna enjoy the views here. Golf course right in front of us. Treetops, downtown Los Angeles. These views are just amazing. It's so peaceful up here. I don't know. I really, really like Bel Air. And lastly, we gotta point out, around the corner, we have the outdoor barbecue area and just the overall architecture of this home with the exposed concrete walls. And then you have these progressive cantilevers on the top floor, black railing, screen details. Everything about it is very, very sleek. And that wraps our tour on the first lower level. Now let's go back to the staircase so we get to have the second lower level. Alright everyone, let's go check out the last floor. Landing brings you here, and on our right hand side we have the laundry room, 2 washers, 2 dryers, upper cabinets, sink, and coming back here we have a powder room, unsold travertine vanity, and travertine back wall looks great, fresh little fixtures, toilet setup, pretty straightforward. And coming back to the main hallway, we have this really open landing with these maroon chairs, and on the other side of course you have your wine wall, travertine plaster out, wood cabinetry, temperature controlled, open shelving, LED lighting, and your elevator landing on this side. Now, I want to go through this store so we can check out the movie theater. 4-tier seating. I like this comfortable couch setup, carpet on the floors, padded walls, and on the back we have this built-in bar area with sink, refrigerator drawers, microwave, everything you need, nicely staged. And on this side, on the screen, we have this guy touring another one of Viewpoint Collections properties. This one is Forest Knoll. They always do a great job with their properties, their staging details, and this one was another stunning property, and so is this one.
Pretty iconic. That's one of our top properties.
Absolutely. All right, let's continue our tour. We're back at the landing on the lower level 2, and lastly we have this hallway taking us to another bedroom. But first, I gotta show everyone this room. This is one of the utility rooms, and how meticulously laid out and how organized it is quite astonishing. Everything about it, everything is labeled, everything is perfectly proportioned, looks great, super clean, epoxy floors, and you have all your air conditioning units right here. Now, let's go back to the hallway so we can continue our tour. We have some built-in cabinetry here. This door opens up to a lower level seating area with its own bathroom, and coming here we have the last bedroom, same hardwood floors, sliding glass windows, closet around the corner, and I have to point this out, I think we've seen a couple of these around the house so far. These bedside light fixtures, they perfectly balance.
That's pretty cool.
It sits on one leg.
Kind of freaks me out, but I like it.
I like it a lot too. Super sleek, and of course we have a full bathroom right here with a walk-in shower, and that's it for the property. Beautiful home, and now let's see it at dusk. right, everyone, that's it for the tour. I hope you all enjoyed this video. I want to congratulate the developer, Viewpoint Collection, for finishing off this amazing project. House looks incredible, and I think they did a phenomenal job. Also want to thank all the listing agents, Sally, Tomer, Drew, and Tyrone, for allowing us to do this tour and share it with all of you. And as always, you can find more information about this property in the description of this video, so make sure to check that out. Lastly, if you enjoyed the tour, make sure to give us a like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next week. What's up, everybody? It's Enes here. Welcome to another episode. This week we're in Hollywood Hills and about to put this incredible modern home. This home was designed by Tom Kundig, has amazing architectural details, features, a ton of gadgets around. In fact, this might be my favorite home we've ever toured here in Hollywood Hills, so we got a really good episode ahead of us. Now, specs of this home, we got 5 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms, 15,642 square feet of interior space, built on a 29,279 square foot lot. This property is currently on the market for $54,950,000. As always, we will leave more information about the property down in the description. And before we start our tour, I want to thank the listing agents, Rainey and Brandon Williams, and Nusha Hagenbrook for allowing us to put their amazing listing shared with all of you. Now, let's begin our tour. The house is located at the end of a cul-de-sac on this amazing ground floor. And from the street level, we have this gate opening up to the garage that's on the lower level, which will turn a bit. And we have a secondary gate right here for exterior parking. And that opening also leads into chef's kitchen in the lower level. And now let's talk about this beautiful modern architecture. Vertical steel panels complemented with this massive board-form concrete wall right in the center. Again, it's a beautiful modern architecture. We have this walkway right here that takes you to the main entry, and as you come up to the entry, we have beautiful limestone floors, everything is nicely edged, and this is really interesting. We have this freestanding steel panel in this gorgeous orange color. Same with this covered entry, again, all steel that cantilevers close the front door. And now, let's go inside. Alright everyone, here we are at the entry. Same orange color continues to the interior, and as well as this cantilever design that we saw on the exterior, brings that nice purple color. And off of entry, as soon as you walk into this property, you're head on with these incredible views of the city. And we're going to check out those views in a bit. But first, I want to establish what we have on this floor. On my right-hand side, we have the formal dining room, formal living room. Behind me, we have the staircase going down to the lower level and the second floor. And right in front of me, we have the family room and the kitchen. And it starts right here. Same hardwood floors off of the entry is also here, wood panel ceilings, walls of glass looking towards amazing views. On this side we have these automatic sliding glass doors that stack on that side, opening up an amazing patio space facing the views. And on top of that we have a bifolding louver on the exterior that serves as a sunshade, which looks incredible, and we'll talk more about them later in the video because they are throughout. This side we have the family room seating area, nice couch setup. We have the gas fireplace, clad with beautiful steel paneling, and this TV actually has an automatic cover as well. In case you don't want to see your TV, have that minimalist look, you can do that. Now on the other side, we have the same styles, sliding glass doors also here that are automatic, opening up the patio space. And from here, we get the amazing views of downtown Los Angeles all the way to Griffith Observatory and the Holiday Palace. And we have these floor-to-ceiling glass doors, and they accomplish this look by having these I-beams and columns set back from the exterior wall. That way, you can have these seamless panels that are automatic. Now on this side, we have the kitchen. Gorgeous cabinetry, nice contrast between the wood tones and the darker tones on the island, and the base cabinets right there. Massive island right in the center with natural stone countertops. Book mat right in the center. We have island seating on the other side. Again, from your kitchen, you'll look at the amazing views of the ocean, Center City, all the way to Ocean Boulevard. This is incredible. And on the island, we have a small fridge, your base cabinets, microwave, small oven. And let's see, we have the main sink right here. And this island setup, I guess, for extra seating. And here's another unique detail about this kitchen cabinet design. Glass doors actually stacks on this side and it opens up the other side of the cabinet. So you kind of have this open design.
Yes, you're flowing. I'm having trouble connecting here for a while.
There's a lot to talk about.
We have a lot to talk about in this house. A lot of really cool details, but like a lot of really unique.
I should say, I've been impressed by your professionalism. I'm not going to go into it, but Reshkovsky's part of something bigger, way bigger.
Windows,
I need to make it more
details,
reason.
stuff in the backyard.
Ready to go on a job that requires your particular skill set.
This tour is not going to be short by any means. We have no idea how long the final edit is going to be, but we're going to talk about every single detail because they're so unique. This has got to be one of my favorite homes here in Los Angeles, without a doubt. Now, let's continue. Gotta have them. Melee dishwasher right here. Same countertops. We love these details too. Pop-up plug. Gagano induction cooktop. And I know we talk about these all the time.
Is it time?
I think it's time. So, there you go. We talk about these coffee makers. Me and Mike always say that these are our favorites. This one is actually a little bit more of the high-end side, right? We have the seamless look of this kind of faucet design, I guess, and everything else is underneath the cabinet. And there you go. This is how you make your espresso.
Yeah. It's been a long time coming. We've got the comments. We've talked about it. We've always wanted to make one of these.
Cheers, everyone.
The first day we make one of these is probably the day you don't need any caffeine.
I mean, it's pretty good. Before we leave the kitchen, I want to come right here and I want to talk about this wine bowl, temperature control with the leather pouch. Looks incredible. Now, let me take you guys around while I'm drinking my espresso. You have the pantry space right here, and around the corner, you have the chef's kitchen. This kitchen has it all. Same style cabinets are also brought all the way up to the ceiling. And on the ceiling, we have the same wood tone paneling that again warms up the space. All open shelving with the stainless steel countertop and the backsplash. First dishwasher, second one here with the first sink. And this door opens up to the exterior parking spot that we talked earlier. So in case you have chefs or caterers come in, they can come through this door without having to go through the main door. Your second kitchen sink is on this side, 8-burner gas stove, commercial vent. I mean, you have it all. And lastly, we have the Sub-Zero fridge here. And I think I forgot to mention, in the main kitchen, right next to the wine wall, we have the paneled-in fridge. Now, let's go back to the hallway. By the way, I gotta show this detail. We have these seamless doors that kind of closes off certain sections of the house. This is one of them, and as we go back,
once the bus is secured, demolitions is driving into Sandy Shores. The pilot's going to LSIA.
And before we go back to the entry, this is really unique. The steel clad, kind of a hidden door, which is probably on this level. I love the texture on the walls with this. I don't even know what kind of finish this is, but it looks so rich. You can see all the veins of the wood. You can feel the textures of it as well. And we have a gorgeous stone vanity design here that they use this stone and carved out the sink section that looks stunning.
Yeah, it's incredible. And we got to talk about this door a little more. This is maybe the coolest door in the whole house, and that's saying a lot because there's some cool doors here.
Yeah, a lot of these cool gadgets and details throughout, and we're going to talk about them. Now, let me take everybody back to the entry, and right on the other side we have the formal dining room area. This room is all open, gets a ton of natural light, and it flows to the family room that is currently opening up to the backyard, which we'll see in a bit. But I really want to take my time to focus on this dining room area because there are so many cool details here. Number one, we got this gorgeous dining room table right in the center that says 8 people, industrial chandelier above, with this really unique pulley system where you can actually adjust the lighting. So the designer and architect of this home, Tom Kundig, designed a lot of different gadgets and details throughout the home that have very unique functionalities. Also, right underneath the dining room table, we actually have tires because, let me go around this way actually to show to you guys.
Yeah.
Instead of going with some sort of a stacked glass detail, they designed these really unique doors that actually tucks above the ceiling, and they're called guillotine doors. These doors allow seamless indoor-outdoor flow, and they carried out the same limestone flooring from the interiors all the way to the outside, which is amazing, and you open up this entire space to the outdoors. I mean, this is incredible. Now, I want to go back to the dining setup because with the tires, you can actually move out your dining room table to the outdoors and you can enjoy it there. And let's say you're throwing like a 200 people party and you want to leave this space all open. Well, if you have the lighting like this, people are going to run into it. But if you want to leave this space all open, just push it up to the ceiling and there you go.
That's right. Everything's thought out.
Amazing. Now let's go outside for a second. That dining room table, you can actually carry it up all the way here so you can enjoy your dinners or your lunch outdoors. And owner was also very adamant about enjoying his outdoor spaces. And a lot of people don't know this, but Los Angeles, even during summer at night, gets pretty cold. So he wanted to place a lot of space heaters. Because he wanted to leave this section all open, he actually designed this with the architect really unique arm that kicks out and swings right here on top of the dining room table so you can have a cozy and comfortable dining experience. This is incredible.
Yeah, I guess that just goes to show the usefulness of planning. You know, if you have a plan
and a good architect.
Yeah, so they had all the furniture, everything, all the designs in place before they even broke ground on this.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they initially had some sort of a design, and as the owner's needs were like talked about, you know, they designed these unique gadgets to kind of complement all those details.
Yeah, for sure.
Amazing. And while we're on the outdoors, look at the amazing views behind me. I mean, that's downtown Los Angeles, Century City, Wilshire Corridor, all the way to the ocean. It's a little hazy today, but you guys get the point. We're quite elevated from the rest of Los Angeles. Views are unbelievable. We have the first pool right here, Infinity Edge, simple plaster. And actually, while we're here, let's take a quick look. There's a really unique art piece right on the edge of the Infinity Edge pool. So from one angle, you can see a shape of a woman sitting down. And from this angle, it actually kind of disappears because they fabricated this out of a thin stainless steel. How unique is that?
Really cool.
All right, let's continue with the gadgets for a second. We have the trellis design right above where you can actually have a motorized cover on top if you want to make it fully shaded. And talking about enjoying your outdoor spaces, the owner was really adamant about having space heaters. But when you have the space heaters like the way we see it right now, they're too far away from you to kind of cozy up the space. But these are actually on pulleys that will allow them to go 4 feet down and really cozy and warm up this space right here, which is amazing. Outdoor seating section here, and this table that's in front of me, it actually rises about a foot and a half, so you can actually sit down, have a nice comfortable meal, dinner. This is amazing. Another gadget.
They like doubles as like a dining table.
Correct.
Okay, that's cool.
On this side, we have this gorgeous Warform concrete fireplace, again with the pulley system. Let me show you guys how this works. I love this. I love stuff like this. This is amazing.
Yeah, that's really cool.
All right, let me take you guys back inside, and right on the other side, we have the formal living room. Beautiful seating setup. Same hardwood floors that we saw on the kitchen side is also here, warming up the space, and the same wood paneled ceilings. We can actually see it throughout. On this side, we have the Warform concrete fireplace. This is actually the other side of the fireplace that we saw on the outdoors, so it's double-sided. Here's a really unique detail that this fireplace has. On top, we have this transit glass window where you can see the flues of 2 of those fireplaces, which is really unique. And on the second floor, those flues actually serve a purpose, which is even more interesting. So we'll talk about that later once we get to the primary bedroom suite.
Yeah, while we're here, you got to pull those things again.
I know. These chains are so cool. But there you go, that's the screen. And again, I love these steel, wood, concrete elements that we're gonna see throughout. Now, this floor literally seamlessly flows to this side of the backyard. Again, we have the secondary pool right there. Technically, this is actually like there are 2 pools. I'll talk about that later. But this section continues, same hardwood floors. We kind of have a small dining setup here, and a wet bar. You have your sink, TV, and owner is really adamant about having everything look seamless. So these panels are actually automatic, and you can put them down to have that more seamless look. And lastly, Mikey, I know I left this section. There are a lot of details in this house, and I may forget some. I'm really cautious about it, but we actually have a projector that drops down from the ceiling if you want to watch a movie. Now let's go outside, Mikey, for a second. Also, you see, I'm recognizing details already. Not this one. Boom. We have literally refrigerated doors throughout the entire place. So this is one of them. Now let me take you guys to the outside. Of course, these sliding glass doors are automatic. They tuck to this side, open up the entire space. This covered section right here, that's actually the primary bedroom. Literally cantilevering above this patio space, and that primary bedroom is incredible. I think that's my favorite bedroom in the entire Los Angeles, without a doubt. So it makes the space a little bit more covered. Right here we have the bar shelf for this pool. This is the spot. Mike, I need you to get close here. There's a super cool detail. So we got a 75-foot pool here with another bar shelf, and the owner didn't want to have that raised spa element. He wanted to have the seamless look. So in order to create that heat separation, I think the spa is kind of turning on as we speak, he designed this $35,000 glass piece that is ½ inches below the water level. So you can kind of heat this section without losing too much heat to the main pool. How cool is that?
This piece of glass costs $35,000.
$35,000. It's insane.
And do you know why?
I don't know. That's what I've been told.
I guess it's just thick.
And somehow spa is just working now as we speak. Another detail, you can get the spa up to 104 degrees while you have your pool around 80. So I wanted to mention that. Now this pool continues, again, 75 foot. We have the secondary Baja shelf right here. Patio continues, but Mikey, before we go to that bedroom, last room that we're gonna tour, I wanna show this section real quick. We kind of missed. Between the first pool and the second pool, you kind of have this section right here that kicks out towards the V's. And I wanted to point this out because from here you can see all the way to Griffith Observatory, entire city, ocean, even Pacific Palisades. I mean, this is incredible. It's a little hazy right now, but you pretty much get even ocean views from here. Incredible. Now, let's go back. On this level, we have one bedroom suite, which we're going to check out in a bit. And it's at the end of this hallway, right here. But before we commit to that, secondary staircase going up to the primary bedroom or the second floor. We have an additional exterior door access, and this one opens up to a full bathroom. I guess this bathroom can serve as your full bathroom because it has exterior doors, beautiful floating vanity design, and this ceiling mount mirror. And you can actually see the plumbing exposed underneath it. I thought it was really unique. And we have a walk-in shower right here. Now, as I go back, let's check out the bedroom we have here. Of course, we love these pocket door. Same hardwood floors continue. We have the full bathroom on our left-hand side, walk-in closet on this side, and it takes us straight to the bedroom here. Very minimalist decor. We have the king-size bed here. I like these wall sconces that serves as a reading light. Same wood panel ceilings, again, warming up the space, looks gorgeous. And I just realized they have a nice ceiling reveal detail throughout. And just like the rest of the rooms, again, we have these massive sliding glass doors opening up to the outdoors. This is the end of the patio space that we saw earlier. Beautiful olive trees, your pool setup, amazing views. It's incredible. And that wraps our tour for this level. Now let's go back to the staircase and go to the lower level.
Alright, this is the end game, people. Let's keep it together. Bring this over the line smooth. Ground team, Julian are escorting Reshkovsky onto the plane. Pilot's gonna take off, put you on a bearing out of the country. When you reach the drop-off point, the three
Alright everyone, here we are at the lower level. Now before we start our tour here, I want to talk about this amazing steel staircase design. We kind of have this screen design on the right hand side, and these steel threads that looks like angle irons actually are bolted to the concrete, molten concrete walls. It looks stunning, and we have these very elegant wood threads that will drop on those angle irons. The whole thing is steel clad, and again, this board form concrete board gives it a nice texture as you go down to the lower level. Now, let's go this way first. You may find this opening a little interesting, but this is where you would put your future elevator if you would like to have an elevator in this house. hallway closet, laundry room, 2 washers, 2 dryers, a ton of base cabinets and uppers. You get a sink, kind of everything you need. And as we continue, we have a utility room here that you can access every little thing you need. I love these rooms. It's a nice access to have. And this door opens up to the spacious guest suite or the main quarters on this level. Small dining setup off of the entry, and we have the kitchenette here. I say kitchenette, but this kitchen has pretty much everything you need. A gas stove, microwave, uppers, sink setup, dishwasher, and your fridge. And this room was designed in a way, if you have maids or people working for you in this house, they can stay here, they can kind of have their own kitchen and their own living room zone.
Their own privacy.
Own their privacy, exactly. Nice seating area, a TV on the wall, and even though we're on the basement level or the lower level, we have floor-to-ceiling glass doors, again, stacking them on site, opening up to these really nice covered patio spaces that leads you to the lower level. We got so much more to see. We'll check out the ground in a bit from the other room. Let's continue. Right around the corner, we have the bedroom for this guest suite. Starts here. Mikey, let's cover the bedroom first. King-size bed, nice spacious room, closets on this side, and we even get a small exterior door that opens up for the covered patio. Now we saw around here, we have the full bathroom, double vanity setup, access for countertops, your walk-in shower, and I really like how they kind of pick up the same stone as the flooring here, giving that terrazzo look. Now that's it for the guest suite. Let's go back to the landing and continue our tour. Right across from the staircase, we have the wine cellar, same design that we saw on the main kitchen with these leather pouches. They have it also here. This room can hold up to 900 bottles, and I really appreciate that they brought the more-formed concrete walls also here. It's a nice touch.
More-formed concrete everywhere.
Everywhere. A lot of steel, wood, and concrete elements in this house. Now, around the corner, we have the movie theater. But before we go in there, I want to talk about this, these switch details that we have, switch plates that we have throughout the house. Owner of this property wanted to have something analog, something that worked a little bit more simple. There you go.
Really satisfying.
And I love the sound these switches make.
Yeah.
So there you go, we covered that. By the way, those are from friends. This is where we have the movie theater. 3-tier seating, wall sconces on the walls, got the projector above, lighting up a massive screen, built-in speakers, and they have this nice comfortable sofa designs that are also automatic recliner.
Do those things lean back though?
You do a little bit. They're pretty comfortable.
I would love to use these a lot.
I know. And I think that we need to add to the budget.
If you were watching a movie in the theater, what movie would it be?
I don't know. I can use the last days. Maybe keep that.
Okay.
I don't know why that movie came from.
I remember you and I watched There's Something About Mary, and I've never seen you laugh so hard.
Yeah, that's also true. Utility closets here. Briefly wanted to mention that. Let's see. There's a coat closet on this side, and this is a powder room for this level. Beautiful fabricated stone with a nice tucked-in drain design. Beautiful fixtures. Everything looks great. And as we go back to the hallway, this door opens up to something really cool. We'll see that in a bit. But I want to take you guys to this room. This is the game room. Now, where do I even start? I mean, this room is insane. We have this custom racetrack, a little bit of information about the owner. He likes racing cars, so he found this gentleman with a company named Slot Mods that builds these custom tracks, and he asked him which tracks around the world that he likes the most, and from those tracks he found like famous corners or like famous straightaways and designed this custom racetrack that looks incredible. This thing is huge. What do you think, Mikey? Like 20 by like 12, 15?
Maybe like 30 by 15. Anna and I were literally just talking about how long this would take us to build on our own. I was like, at like steady weekend working, this might take me like 5 to 10 years to build.
The amount of detail in this track is incredible. It comes with the house, and let me show you guys this. We got all these cool cars. I'm gonna go with a Ford GT here, and let's see. Let's give it a quick run, right?
You gotta make those electrical points. There you go.
There you go. I mean, this is really nice. I'm feeling like a kid in a candy store. Look at the detail on this thing. I mean, it's insane with the logos, brand names.
All the little people.
And
there you go.
There you go. It's incredible. And let's continue. Actually, we have a simulator on the other side. Probably even more incredible. I mean, talking about racing cars, it doesn't get much better than this. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Now, we have these sliding glass doors opening up from another covered patio space. Let's tour the backyard for a second. I guess lower yard is a better way of explaining it. We have this grass section here. Again, property super nicely hedged. That's the guest suite that we toured earlier. Staircase coming down from upper level to this section here. This property has 40 olive trees that are 150 years old. Also, I really like how the owner terraced this entire hillside all the way down to the property line, where you have this walkway that takes you up here, again covered with these beautiful olive trees. It's a nice walkway to have. You can enjoy it in the morning or in the afternoon, you know. It's
really relaxing.
Absolutely. Now we're going back into the game room because we have 2 more guest suites to see on this level. And then we're going to check out the last one after that. Let's go this way. By the way, same switches throughout. And let's go to the one on the left first. We have the other guest suite here. Super spacious, king size bed on this side. Even though we're on the lower level, look at all this glass. You know, you get unnatural light, amazing views. You see the tops of the olive trees, automatic shades throughout the entire property. Yeah, and I mean, I really appreciate that even these rooms get sliding glass doors that opens up to the lower level. Bathroom here, double vanity, beautiful countertops, also used as a flooring down below, walk-in shower, everything was great, very understated. And as we go back to that small hallway, let's go check out the other guest suite, which is on this side. We have this hallway lined with closets. Again, another really spacious bedroom. This one actually gets really good views. I mean, from your bed, you see straight shot of Century City, Wilshire Corridor. I feel like Michael, we've been repeating Century City, Wilshire Corridor quite also lately.
We've been seeing a lot of Century City lately.
Yeah, we've been in the hills a lot lately.
Yeah, like I was even saying, like I'm getting tired of taking drone shots of Century City. You know, every episode.
Every episode. But I mean, on a clear day, all the way to the ocean, I love how tranquil and kind of focused this side of the house is. Amazing views. Actually opens up to the art gallery from the side. You'll see that in a bit. And lastly, around the corner, we have a beautiful bathroom, pretty much the same finishes, water shower, everything you need. Now, let's go back to that main hallway. This might be the coolest room on this level. I mentioned earlier, owner is a car enthusiast. We got this massive steel door, pivot door, opening up to the garage. Again, look at the size of this door. I wanted to do it in person so you guys can get the scale of this door. I look so little compared to the door.
Yeah, this is bigger than any front door we've ever seen. That's for sure.
This might be the biggest door we've ever seen.
Yeah, and it show it easily closes. You do it with one finger.
I mean, it's so easy. There you go, one finger.
Yeah.
Like, you hardly need to put any pressure. Opens up to the amazing car gallery. Now, this car gallery is spacious. I mean, the detailing, lighting, how spacious it is. You know, more from concrete walls. It comes down from the street level, and you have these polished concrete floors, seating areas, steel panel back walls. I just feel like I'm hitting these details. I'm kind of almost overwhelmed. And right above us, we have this massive light box design that lights up the entire garage, and the owner was kind of inspired by the 2001 Space Odyssey movie.
Really? I was going to say, I know our audience is going to say this is just like Batman, Christian Bale's Batman lighting they have in like Dark Knight and stuff.
I can see that.
I don't know why, but like there's another YouTuber out there that has this for a studio, and I've always just thought this was the coolest looking lighting.
Honestly, it makes everything look so much better, including the cars. Let's do a quick rundown. We got a Chevy Camaro, I believe SS. I could be wrong on these cars. Mercedes 250 SE. Like this thing a lot. We got a E-Class station wagon. I believe that's Dodge Challenger, Porsche, and a Ferrari 458. Good.
Nice selection.
Nice selection. Without a doubt. Now there's a part of this garage that I found it very interesting and different. Normally in a subterranean garages like this in the center, you will see a turntable, but owner wanted to take a different approach. Instead, he created this opening where you can drive in, make your turn, and go enter from the other side, so you don't have to reverse in your garage. You can comfortably come in and get out. And this car, let's call it a car deck, might have some of the best views you've ever seen in Hollywood Hills. Look at this.
We're Century City.
Yeah, this is amazing. And we kind of have the house above us. I know this is an interesting angle to talk about, but a beautiful modern architecture, Portland concrete walls, steel frame everywhere. I love these bifold louver designs that they have on the exterior. It looks so stealth. And again, that primary bedroom, cantilevering primary bedroom, it's incredible. I mean, this house is so special. I think this is my favorite home here in Los Angeles so far, at least the homes that we've toured. Kind of speechless.
Yeah, and more about that primary bedroom in a minute. We have those details. We didn't really get to talk about them that much on the first level, but they really shine on the second floor. So.
Without a doubt. In fact, let's go back inside, take the stairs, go check out the second floor where we have the primary bedroom suite. Alright everyone, let's go check out the second floor, and this floor is all dedicated to the primary bedroom suite. Again, staircase design looks gorgeous, same wood panel ceilings. Now we have the bedroom on the other side, but this floor opens up to the office / den for the primary bedroom. Room is extremely spacious. We got a seating area here with a fireplace, built-in TV setup. You know, one button you can have it covered and seamless the way it is right now. Right behind the seating area, we have the desk setup. Walls of glass opening up these breathtaking views. I mean, Griffith Observatory all the way to downtown Los Angeles. You see the whole city. In fact, I'm getting distracted here. We can see the hillside. That's Forest Mall right there, one of the most iconic properties we have in the city, right across. So you get some good views here.
That we've toured, actually.
Yes.
One of those iconic properties we've toured, but it's kind of hard to see on my wide end lens, but I guess if you know, then you know.
You know. Now, these sliding glass doors open up. Ton of details, but first, Mike, I need you to come back to the other side. I mentioned it earlier, a lot of these refrigerator drawers, right? Another one right here. This is an office. This is pretty cool. Nice little coffee bar, wet bar. I really like these doors. Tucked into the walls. Nice addition. I'm jealous of this office. This is pretty nice. Yeah. Alright, Mikey, why don't you go to the other side? I'm gonna actually open up the automatic glass doors. Let's go check out the patio space. Let's see. There you go. You have the automatic glass doors opening up to the patio space. By the way, that corner in the office also opens up. There's a Juliet balcony there. But I want to take everybody to this outdoor space that's incredible. It's kind of like extension of the den. And before I talk about this outdoor space, I want to point out the outdoor staircase here that goes down to the lower level patio off of the kitchen. So in case you're having parties, you have people coming in and out, they can take the staircase, come up to this landing or this deck rather than going through the house or your primary bedroom staircase. This outdoor space is incredible. It's really elevated, and it actually kicks out all the way to the edge of the property line. And I mean, from here, views are, again, incredible. Hollywood Hills, downtown LA, Century City, Wilshire Corridor, ocean. It's breathtaking. Right in the center, we have a steel fire pit, seating area. This is a great place to sit down, watch a movie, enjoy. Let me take you guys back into the property. As I'm walking in, I'm already remembering other details I wanted to mention. Walls are very clean in terms of like outlets or designs that you recessed. All these AC diffusers, a lot of the plugs or details, the floors or the ceiling. So you have these clean wall designs. These outlet covers that we talked about earlier. We have throughout the house. Small powder room right here in case you have people here or you're going to be using this kind of bathroom. You can use this powder room, everyone piece of design, sink, and Mikey, I need you to stay right there. There you go. We have this door right here to seal off the primary bedroom. And what's so cool about this door is that it doesn't have a header. It's all open, letting natural light in. Transit windows on this side, again, bringing natural light to this hallway. And Mikey, let's go this way. This opening, here not the same school retail, by the way. I'm getting distracted for all the details.
For all the right reasons.
For all the right reasons. Opens up to the primary bedroom closet. Now, the owner is currently occupying this space, so we're going to respect his privacy, not open these cabinets. But you guys get the point. It's nicely decked out. Everything is paneled in. We have that seamless look, hangers, drawers, everything you need. And we have more cabinets on this side. I can show this, I'm pretty sure. Ready, Mikey?
That's cool.
Every primary bedroom closet should have a washer and dryer. This is like the best amenity.
Yeah.
Such a convenience. All right, ready, Mikey? Pocket door, closing off the primary bathroom. So you have two access points to this bathroom, one from the hallway, main hallway, one from the closet. Freestanding tub, looking at these amazing views. And to give everybody a little bit of reference, we are right on top of the trellis design that we saw in the outdoor patio space on the main floor. Same wood panel ceilings. Right behind Mikey, we have the water closet. And on this side, we have the walk-in shower. Now, this walk-in shower is super cool. When you're looking at it, it's all open because the way they designed these glass doors, those panels actually swing, right?
Yeah.
So you have an open design. And all over in Hollywood Hills, and it's hard for someone to see through your bathroom from the city level, they wanted to utilize the chimney or flues or fireplace as like a secondary screen and privacy shade for your primary bathroom. And you have a Juliet balcony here actually. This sliding door opens up so you can have the full outdoor shower experience.
Yeah, I would have never thought of using a chimney like that. But I saw this shower earlier when the door was open, and seems like it'd be a great shower to have.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
So you have your shower head here, floating double vanity setup, LED lit mirror. It's great. All right, let's go back to the hallway. Now we have the primary bedroom on our left, but first, let's check this out real quick. The bridge. So we have this bridge design that takes into additional outdoor space again for the primary bedroom. You can actually see the exterior cladding into this steel plate a little bit closer here. I like the kind of stealth flat look. And we get more amazing views as a fire pit. And this bridge, you guys may find this four-corner technique and it kind of continues to this section. That's the secondary staircase off of the only bedroom we have on the main floor. And this door opens up to the gym for the primary bedroom. Gym is very spacious, same flooring throughout. You got every equipment you need. Amazing, amazing views. A lot of times we're used to seeing these gyms on the lower level, but in this case, owner wanted to have that elevated view exterior, so he put it on the second floor. Nice lighting throughout. Some built-in fridge setup here as well, and he wanted to have this cold flooring because he works out here. He utilizes this span for his workout. And by the way, in the future, I can totally see someone enclosing this section, making it a second bathroom or secondary closet. This pocket door opens up to the amazing primary bedroom. This room, out of all the primary bedrooms we have ever seen on this channel, without a doubt, is my favorite.
That's a bold statement, but I can see why you say that. It looks very simple at first glance, but there's a lot of hidden features, amenities, and you can't use them.
Without a doubt. I mean, the way it's been engineered, how it's like literally floating above the entire city. It's certainly not the biggest primary bedroom you have ever seen, but it's just the right size. I love the warm tones with the hardwood floors, wood panel ceilings. In fact, I just recognized that they have the recessed lights right around the perimeter of the entire room. Just so seamless, so effortless, just the right size. We have the king size bed here. And now I want to talk about some of the features in this room, or pretty much throughout the house. So we talked about these exterior louvers that we have, bifold louvers. And I wanted to show how they work here. There you go. This is how they fold. Currently we have them about, what do you think, Mikey, 30% closed?
Yeah.
And they tuck up all the way to the ceiling. And once they're closed all the way, or tucked up to the ceiling, they give this really unique cantilever look from the outside. And once you put them down, they just serve as louvers and sunshades for the room and pretty much the house.
Yeah, when they're up, they look like just part of the exterior kind of architecture. And when they're down, they look like just regular shades.
Absolutely. Now we also have automatic shades throughout, and this is really cool. We have this automatic sliding glass doors also here, opening up this Juliet balcony to the amazing views. As if you weren't connected enough, you can kind of get rid of the sliding glass doors as well and get the breeze coming in. You have a projector that comes down from the ceiling. This is breathtaking. This is outstanding.
Yeah. So like I said, a lot of hidden details in it. So the projector screen in the ceiling. Behind the bed, we have the actual projector that drops down. And it's just incredible. It looks really good at night.
Without a doubt, my favorite primary bedroom out of all the homes we toured. And that wraps our tour for the second floor. And now let's fast forward 3 more hours, wait for the sun to go down, so we can see this place at night. All right, everyone, that's it for the tour. Now, before we sign off, we talked about this earlier. We actually moved the dining room table to the outdoors, had a lovely dinner here with the owner, enjoyed these amazing views. By the way, these space heaters work great. And in terms of the house, it's a beautiful modern architecture. I love all the features that we saw throughout the day. These bifolding lower exterior shades are my favorite detail. And this home, without a doubt, is my favorite home here in Hollywood Hills. Big congrats to the architect, Tom Kundig, for doing a phenomenal job with the design. And I want to thank all the listing agents, Rainey Williams, Brandon Williams, and Nusha Hagenbook for allowing us to tour their amazing listing and share it with all of you. And I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to give us a like. If you have any questions or input, as always, leave us a comment down below. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to our channel, and we'll see you guys next week. What's up, everybody? It's Ennis here. Welcome to another episode. This week we're in Beverly Hills, California, and about to tour this incredible modern home. Get ready to see some amazing details, beautiful architecture, and walls of glass opening towards amazing views of Los Angeles. Now, specs on this home: we got 5 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms, 10,278 square feet of interior space, built on a 16,888 square foot lot. And this property is currently on the market for $33,950,000. As always, we will leave more information about the property down in the description. And before we start our tour, I want to thank the owner, the development team, and all the listing agents for allowing us to tour their amazing new listing. Now, let's begin our tour. From the street level, we have the gate opening up to the rooftop deck of this home. Rooftop deck also serves as the motor court where you can park up to 15 cars, and as soon as you drive in, you're hit head-on with incredible views of downtown Los Angeles and the whole city. I mean, the views from this point on look incredible. We have glass railing throughout, some outdoor patio set up here, outdoor fireplace, and a TV above on that side. And wrapping around the corner, before we leave this side, we actually have either your security quarters or your maid's quarters here. Door opens up, and we go straight into the garage. Glass garage doors on the right. Same stone floors are also here. And on this side, we have these transient windows above, bringing natural light to this garage. And you guys can see the curvature of the wall here as the exterior walls are kind of wrapping around the street level. Now, going this way, we have this door opening up to a full bathroom here, both servicing the garage and the room we are about to check out. Beautiful walk-in shower with rain head, floating vanity design on this side, and this door opens up to the bedroom. I mean, this bedroom gets some of the best views we've seen in Beverly Hills, all the way to downtown Los Angeles. This is incredible, and again, this could serve as your security quarters or your maid's quarters. Now, let me open the door up and go outside for a second. That's the garage door we just talked about. Overall, this is a great outdoor space where you can park your cars or have parties. As we go this way, we have the elevator access going down all the way to the lower level, and this is a really special part of this home, this outdoor atrium. Above us, we have these beams that are clad with stone and LED lighting that serves as a sunshade for this open atrium. Right behind me, we have a water feature that runs on this wall all the way down to the lower level where we have the water feature. And as we go down, right in the center of this atrium, we have this beautiful steel staircase, clad with stone stairs. That is a beautiful design that brings you to the landing on this floor. Around me, we have this water feature that sets the mood as you walk into the property. And we have the front door right here. Let's go inside. All right, everyone. Here we are at the entry. We got this massive pivot door from Italy that welcomes you into the house. We got lattice locks on the bottom and on the top, fingerprint access or your passcode. And when you close this door, it actually automatically locks. There you go. Now you're safe. And as soon as you walk in, you're head on with the incredible views of Los Angeles and the whole city. I mean, views from this property looks incredible. We have these oversized stone floors that kind of follows throughout this entire level. And right in front of us, we have the formal living room area. 14-foot high ceilings, and this whole room is focused toward this side where we have this gorgeous marble wall clad with narrow Marquina marble, and it's beautifully book matched as well. You guys can see it on each side. They have this recessed in area for your future TV, and down below you have the massive linear gas fireplace cozy up this section of the house. Now, just like the rest of the floor here, you have these 14-foot Fleetwood doors, and there are a couple things I would like to point out about these doors. Because ceilings are so high on this level, they had to custom fabricate these Fleetwood doors and add additional 2-foot panels down below to make sure it fits this opening right here, which is again 14 foot. Number two, because we have so many panels on each side, these panels are automatic, so with the push of a button, they all pocket on each side, opening up this floor to these amazing views. So instead of putting the beams on the exterior walls, they kind of push the beams to the outside instead of keeping it on the exterior wall, which allowed them to put so many of these Fleetwood doors and create this seamless indoor-outdoor flow. And number two, we actually have a small kind of a Juliet balcony outside with glass railing. So even when you have the doors open, you can actually step outside a little bit and enjoy your views.
Oh, that's really nice.
All right, let's continue. Now, right on the other side, we have the formal dining room area. Beautiful table right in the center that sits 12 people. Gorgeous brass chandelier right above. Super elegant. And again, from here, you kind of get this more of the corner view where you can see all the way to downtown Los Angeles. And actually, from this corner, you can see all the way to the ocean. This is incredible. Now, to complement the dining area, we have the temperature-controlled wine cellar here. Beautiful brass details like these door sills and door hinges on top. And as we open up the door, we got a floating shelf design here, racks on the walls, and to carry out that brass details, you have this brass tile back wall, temperature controlled, and lastly, Mikey, let's get a close up here. We got these gorgeous brass handles. There you go. Looks great.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Now, right on the other side, we have the kitchen. It's all open, flat panel cabinetry contrasting beautifully with the lighter walls. Everything is seamlessly paneled in. We have the pantry space here. Quartzite countertops also used as backsplash. And to bring some contrast to this kitchen, we have either darker wood tones or these aluminum finished doors. As you guys can see right here, looks great. Let's see, right behind me, we have more pantry space, newly built-in appliances, more of the darker tones.
All right, thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. I will see you
As we
later.
continue this way, more base cabinets, paneled in fridge and freezer. And let's focus on the island for a second. So we got absolute black granite countertops here, induction Miele cooktop with a Miele pop-up vent. I mean, everything you need. You got your microwave down below here. And going to the other side, more cabinetry. Same quartzite was used also here as a countertop, as well as these wall clads. And we got this massive picture window right here. You can actually see downtown Los Angeles and a nice view of this palm tree.
Yeah, it's really really good view, but I want to talk about the stone for a second. So just walking around, we've already seen at least 3 or 4 different kinds of stone, and I know there's a lot more downstairs.
Yep.